Haven't you said that you cared about us? Sarah said with venom. Have you been lying? Hey! Gravis shouted as he frowned. Don't ever question my love for you. I know very well how it feels to be suppressed, and I understand how frustrating it must have been for all of you. But don't blow this out of proportion. There are many ways you could have used to solve this issue. If it were truly so bad, you would have taken any of them, Gravis said. All three of Gravis' children had different reactions to his words. Xianxia sighed while Eris looked with a complicated expression towards the battle. Meanwhile, Sarah only looked with disdain at her father. Enlighten me, she said, and judging by her tone, she didn't expect much. First of all, you could have immediately fled as soon as you were confronted by this situation. Where to? Sarah asked without any amusement. The sea beasts, Gravis answered simply. The enemy? She asked like she hadn't heard correctly. And become traitors? I could never live with such a shame. And exactly that's why the situation wasn't so bad, Gravis said. Because staying in this situation was not as bad as living with some shame. If living in this situation was so bad, you would have simply fled in shame. Tell me, what would you have done if you knew that the Earthquake Emperor would kill you tomorrow? What would have happened? Would you have waited and obediently died? Sarah gnashed her teeth. Of course not. I'm not throwing my life away, she shouted. So you admit that you had a choice in your current circumstance, Gravis said. Sarah glared at Gravis. Of course we had. But living in shame is even worse than dying. Now you're contradicting yourself, Gravis said with some annoyance. You said that you wouldn't have thrown your life away, but now you say that you would rather die than live in shame. What is it? Sarah stood up angrily. These are two unrelated things. No, they're not, Gravis answered. When you're confronted with a horrible situation, you will want to find a way out of it. But sure, let's put a pin in that. Next thing, you could also have attacked the Tornado Emperor together when the Earthquake Emperor was busy. There surely had to be some times where that opportunity presented itself. And waste such a great tempering opportunity? Sarah shouted back. That's a level 3 Emperor and there are not many left. Wasting such a great tempering opponent just to… And then silence. Sarah grew angrier as she realized what she had just been about to say while Gravis only smirked. Eris closed his eyes and sighed while Xianxia felt a bit uncomfortable with the situation. You know, Gravis said after some seconds, I have a close and powerful friend in this world, and I think her words are very accurate for this current circumstance. Gravis paused for a bit. She would say, Stop being a little bitch, Gravis said. Sarah nearly exploded. As far as I have seen, Gravis said, none of you three had had any genuine setbacks yet. You have been born in a perfect area suited for you. Then, you have been at a place that allowed you to become kings very quickly. After that, you joined the defensive lines and stayed there. You didn't have to crawl, flee, and hide from an enemy that was about to kill you. You didn't have to do something shameless to defeat an opponent that was too powerful for you to kill. Now, you have been suppressed once by a level 4 emperor, and you immediately acted like it was the worst thing. We are not some carefree mortal animals, Gravis said. The fact that you hadn't yet needed to resort to something like this shows that your life has gone too smooth. If I were a mortal, I would feel for your circumstance, but we're not mortals. We're cultivators. How can you possibly reach the top if such a minor thing, which you could have even resolved yourself, affects you so much? Gravis leaned back again. Xianxia should know. She had once been in such a situation. Isn't that right, Xianxia? Gravis asked. Xianxia sighed but nodded. Back when I have left the offspring areas for the outside world to recover my power, I didn't live with dignity, she said. I had to crawl and hide in caves, flee from anything that even looked like it was dangerous. I have basically lived like a weak rodent, constantly hiding from danger. Father is right, Xianxia said. This has maybe been the most horrible thing in our lives, but in the grand scheme of things it wasn't so bad. Eris also sighed. How could I have been so blind? He said from the side. When I saw you killing the Tornado Emperor, Father, I felt rage. I felt like you were stealing my opponent. If our situation had truly been so bad, I would have felt relief, not rage. Sarah still wasn't completely willing to accept her father's and siblings' words. Every bad situation, experience of pain, tragedy, and other similarly painful things make you more powerful, Gravis said. As mortals, we can vie for a life without such pain. But as cultivators, we need to fight against the pain to reach our goal. Gravis stood up. If such an incident has such a gigantic impact on you, it might actually be better for you to stop cultivating, Gravis said. Silence returned. That's too far, father, Xianxia said. It's not, Gravis answered. Only now have you gotten a true taste of cultivation. Do you think this will be the first time that any of this will happen? Only more pain will wait for you in the future. You guys know my story. Yet, instead of listening, put yourself in my situation. Don't think like it's something that someone else has experienced, but something you have experienced. You can't compare yourself to us, Sarah said, less angry by now. Your circumstances are far from normal. Gravis looked at Sarah for some seconds and sighed. Is this as far as you can go? Gravis asked. Have you already accepted that you can't become as powerful as me? Gravis looked at Sarah intently as Sarah averted her eyes. Do you think my power has been handed to me? I won't be a hypocrite and say that I have achieved absolutely everything on my own, but I have achieved 95% on my own. Without the assassination attempt on my life and being buried in a pile of shit for 2 weeks, I wouldn't have gotten destruction lightning. Without me killing someone I felt very close to, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to attune my spirit to destruction lightning. Without me constantly seeking my own death through insane tempering and pain, my will aura would be nearly useless right now. Without me fleeing from my opponents in shame, I would be dead. Without me constantly fighting heaven and purposefully walking into its traps, my spirit and lightning wouldn't be so powerful, and I wouldn't even have come to this world. Cultivation is pain, Gravis said. If you can deal with the pain, great, but if you can't, it's better that you don't cultivate. Xianxia and Eris listened intently. Sarah didn't want to admit it, but her father's words also touched her a bit. When I've been a level 5 king, Gravis continued as he walked around, I have been able to fight a beast 3 levels above me. Something like this doesn't even exist in this world. Yet was that enough? Was that where I stopped? No, I didn't. Instead, I spent 3 times of my current age at that point to push myself 1 level further. Think about it, Gravis said. That would be 2,400 years for you right now. Would you be willing to not fight a single beast in the next 2,400 years and only comprehend nothing but laws to boost your battle strength 1 more level? Would you be fine with remaining level 1 emperors for 2,400 more years? Silence reigned again. I think I would, Eris said. Gravis smirked when he heard Eris. That was a good mindset. And Xianxia, Gravis said as he looked at her. Don't coddle your siblings. You're only hurting their path to power by doing that. Xianxia felt called out while Eris and Sarah looked at Xianxia with questioning looks. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Actually, she said slowly, I never thought of our situation to be so bad, but I didn't want to make you two feel weak. Eris sighed again when he heard that. I have a lot to work on, he muttered. Sarah's insides churned in a mix of emotions. Arg, Sarah suddenly said as she shook her head violently. Fine, she shouted. Over is over. Can we change the topic now? Gravis had to chuckle a little when he heard her. Then the 4 of them talked about their lives, laws, cultivation, power, experiences, and everything else. And sooner than they thought, the deadline for the southern region had arrived. It's time, Gravis said as he stood up after 3 days. What's your plan, father? Xianxia asked. Gravis had always avoided talking about this topic. You will see, Gravis said with a smirk. The only thing I can say is that the dynamic of this entire war might change. In truth, Gravis said as he looked towards the west, there is a high possibility that this war will completely vanish in a few years. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard their father's words. This whole war might stop. What was that supposed to mean? How could something like this be stopped? It wasn't that everyone wanted it to stop, but that everyone didn't want it to stop. This war was important to become powerful. You'll see, Gravis said. Let's go to the northwest first. Everyone should be gathered by now. Gravis shot into the distance as his 3 children followed him. They knew that their father's boasts weren't empty, but they just couldn't think of a way how this war would stop. The only solution they could come up with was if one of the 2 camps got utterly annihilated. But they doubted that their father would do something like that. He didn't seem to be the bloodthirsty type. After some minutes, the 4 of them arrived at the northwestern border, and as soon as they arrived, they felt awestruck by what they saw. So many beasts. Everything was just filled with beasts. There were so many lords present. There was even an uncountable number of kings. Sadly, even with all beasts gathered here, the number of emperors was still pitiful. There weren't even 100. This really put into perspective how many beasts had died. If all emperors here were to fight each other, only one new level 3 emperor would be born, and that was considering that no corpses would be wasted. This display showed them how truly hard it was to become a level 5 emperor now. If the other 2 regions had the same number of beasts, there would be only enough to produce one more level 4 emperor. Yet, even if one included the sea beasts, there were not enough beasts in existence to produce even a single level 5 emperor. By all intents and purposes, it was now impossible to become a level 5 emperor now. There was just not enough food. All beasts looked with reverence up at the floating Gravis. They knew him, and they knew that he had killed their level 4 emperor. He was the most powerful beast present, and they would follow his orders. Today, Gravis announced, we will abandon the southern region and join the western region. The beasts were shocked when they heard Gravis' direct announcement. Abandon their homes? Why? They could still resist the sea beasts. What about the 2 level 4 emperors from the sea beasts? The sole level 3 emperor asked Gravis. They will not be an issue, Gravis answered. If they decide to stop us, I will kill them. The level 3 emperor was still nervous. Gravis had killed their level 4 emperor, but fighting 2 at once may still be too difficult for him. Yet, Gravis had ordered it, so he decided to take a step back. Gravis turned back to the crowd. If you want, you can battle on the journey, but I will not stop for you. If you leave my senses range, you are on your own. What about the weaker beasts? A level 2 emperor asked. They're too slow, and I only have so much space inside my sense, Gravis answered. The spirit beasts will die, but you will survive. The beasts weren't very happy with that development, but they accepted it. They didn't much care for these weak beasts anyway. Gravis saw that no more questions came and nodded. Stay close to me, he said as he flew to the border. The beasts gathered behind him and stayed as close as possible. Gravis flew so slow that even the slowest beast of the group could keep up. Yet, that meant that the journey would probably take 3 days. Splash! Several sea beasts broke out of the water as they tried to attack the land beasts, but they couldn't move anymore as soon as they came close. Gravis had activated his will aura and suppressed all of them. That is your first warning, Gravis said. Any other beast that attempts to attack us will be turned to dust by me. Most of the sea beasts retreated, but there were always some stupid ones. Just as Gravis had said, these beasts turned into dust as soon as they came close to the group. The dust fell into the sea since Gravis couldn't use such weak beasts as nourishment. He didn't enjoy mindless killing, but it was important to show that he wouldn't allow any fighting right now. After this, silence reigned. Yet that was only for some minutes. Gravis noticed the 2 level 4 emperors of the sea beasts coming closer. Surely the sea beasts wouldn't want for every beast to congregate onto one region. The first one of you 2 that launches an attack will be killed, Gravis transmitted to the 2. The 2 of them stopped as they glared at Gravis. Obviously, he was the leader of this gigantic movement. One of the 2 was a moray eel, and when Gravis saw him, he was taken back to his fight with that one moray eel when he had been a lord. Why are you involving yourself, Gravis? The moray eel asked. The moray eel knew exactly who Gravis was. After all, Gravis had swum past them when he had visited their supreme leader. I have killed the level 4 emperor of the southern region, Gravis said, shocking the 2 level 4 emperors. If I leave these beasts to die, that would be on me. Yet, I can easily solve this issue, which is why I'm doing this. The two level 4 emperors looked at each other with uncertainty, but after some seconds, they turned back to Gravis. You can pass, but only because you are more powerful than us, the moray eel said. Yet, instead of answering immediately, Gravis only smirked. Oh, is that so? The two level 4 emperors were taken aback, but that was only for a short moment. SSSHHHH. Near Gravis, a pile of dust suddenly appeared out of thin air and trickled down. Bzzzzz. Gravis used some lightning to absorb the dust but just kept looking at the two with a smirk. SSSHHH. The moray eel turned into darkness as he became nothing. Meanwhile, the other level 4 emperor looked with shock at what had just happened. I wouldn't have expected for you to lie to me and to try a sneak attack. Who would have thought? Gravis said with a smirk. The moray eel had had the darkness element, and from the very beginning, he had only shown a copy made out of darkness. While they had been speaking, the moray eel had sneaked up on Gravis, wanting to unleash a sneak attack. Of course, with Gravis' knowledge about the elements, he easily saw through that. What about you? Gravis asked the other level 4 emperor, which was a clam with eyes. The clam became fearful, and she didn't dare to answer Gravis. Anything she said could give Gravis a reason to kill her. Actually, it doesn't matter, Gravis said. You will meet me in 1 week near the Grand Lake. If you don't show up, I will kill you. The clam nearly couldn't react, but out of instinct, she nodded several times and flew away. The gathered beasts couldn't believe what had just happened. Gravis had killed a level 4 emperor just like that. He was so powerful. After this point, no more attacks came. 3 days later, the group finally managed to reach the western region, and they were greeted by an army of beasts. Halt! The resident level 4 emperor commanded. What is your purpose in coming here? Gravis quickly gave the level 4 emperor a summary of what had happened and why they were here. In comparison to the level 4 emperor from the southern region, this one was a true beast. This meant that he was happy to accept all these beasts to bolster their ranks. Just like the southern region, the western region started to run out of beasts. Such a high number of new beasts would help them immensely. The beasts quickly flew into the western region, and soon enough only Gravis, his children, and the level 4 emperor remained. Do you wish for leadership? The level 4 emperor asked. He had already accepted that he was weaker than Gravis. Leadership is irrelevant now, Gravis said. Instead, I have a request for you. Yes? The level 4 emperor asked respectfully. In 1 week, meet me near the Grand Lake. I will tell the same thing to the level 4 emperor of the northern region, Gravis said. What about our defenses? He asked. The last level 4 emperor of the sea beasts will also be there, Gravis said. No level 4 emperor will attack while you are away. The level 4 emperor nodded. Yet he still had one more question. Can you tell me the reason? He asked carefully. Gravis smirked as he looked towards the distant striders. The world is about to end. The level 4 emperor and Gravis' 3 children looked at Gravis in shock. These were quite some ominous words he had just spoken. What did he mean by that the world was going to end soon? Gravis didn't elaborate further and only told them that they would see in the future. Without waiting for another second, Gravis shot towards the northern region to inform the level 4 emperor residing there. When he crossed the gigantic river, no one dared to stop him. One reason was that every emperor had been informed about Gravis' power, while the other reason was Gravis' ridiculous speed. Gravis was already a level 2 emperor, and he had comprehended the level 2 law of lightning speed. This law alone already made him as fast as a level 3 emperor, but when it was used with punishment lightning, Gravis was already as fast as a level 4 emperor. Yet that still wasn't the end. Gravis' law of time allowed him to double the speed of his personal time. This meant that, to him, he flew as fast as a level 4 emperor, but to others it looked like he was nearly as fast as a level 5 emperor. No one could stop him with that speed except for Meadow and maybe Orthar. However, Gravis' power was already more powerful than Orthar's power by quite a bit. Sadly, Gravis was pretty sure that he still wasn't as powerful as Meadow. He probably had to become a level 3 emperor first, maybe even a level 4 emperor. Meadow had already killed an immortal once, and as everybody knew, every 3 realms, a major power jump would occur. This meant that a level 1 immortal, if that level existed, would be 3 levels above a level 5 emperor. So, from a total strength standpoint, Meadow was 6 levels above his realm right now. Gravis quickly arrived in the northern region and informed the residing level 4 emperor about the meeting. At first, the northern level 4 emperor doubted Gravis' power, but his instincts told him that he must not anger Gravis. So, in the end, he decided to trust his instincts. After that, Gravis quickly gathered his 3 children and led them to the Grand Lake. The reason for that was that he wanted them to learn more about laws. Right now, they were not in danger, which was the best moment to comprehend more laws. After all, if Gravis' plan worked, his children wouldn't be so safe anymore in the future. There was not much land left at the Grand Lake, but there was still some since the sea beasts couldn't take everything without angering Meadow. Gravis showed them around and demonstrated to them how he had comprehended one law after the other in his over 700-year-long seclusion. Of course, he didn't tell them how the laws worked since that might hurt their law comprehension experience. Gravis wanted them to search for their own paths and learn their own laws. He simply showed them which thoughts he had had back then and how he had decided to look at one thing after the other in an effort to understand everything. His children absorbed all of Gravis' knowledge. To them, it was wondrous that Gravis learned laws by looking at his surroundings and trying to find stuff he didn't understand. He seemingly had no goal in trying to comprehend laws. Even if a law appeared absolutely useless to his battle strength, he looked at it anyway. Their viewpoint was vastly different. Gravis looked at his surroundings and understood nearly everything due to his incredibly vast knowledge. By now, Gravis had dabbled basically in nearly every category of laws, which meant that he knew a little bit about everything. Meanwhile, his children were overwhelmed by all the unknown. They hadn't looked at their surroundings like Gravis. They always had a goal in mind when trying to comprehend laws, and they only targeted these goals. After all, what was the point of learning a law if it didn't increase their power? One couldn't fault Gravis' children for this mindset. Basically, every beast had this mindset since they lacked creativity and curiosity. Their inherent drive towards power made comprehending unimportant laws appear like it was a waste of time. Yet, just like several other things, following one's instinct was often very useful but would also hinder someone sometimes. The 2 best examples were the pre-dodging technique and the mutation after a significant breakthrough. Performing a dodge based on an assumption transformed it into a conscious action instead of an instinctual one. Additionally, if his children always followed what their father's blood inside them told them, they would all still look like him, which would be a problem. After all, they all had different personalities and fighting styles. Eris obviously preferred a direct confrontation, which made him decide to create a very bulky body with 4 powerful arms. Sarah relied more on her agility, which made her decide to create a lithe, agile, and fast body with incredibly sharp spikes at the end of her arms. Xianxia fought more like a darkness beast, evading and hiding her strength until she managed to unleash a devastating assault that immediately killed her opponent. Because of that, she looked very graceful and thin, even when compared to Sarah. Additionally, she looked very human-like, but that was only the surface. In truth, she had already comprehended the law of disguise, and an incredibly terrifying, venomous tail was hidden inside her body. Since the 3 of them were beasts and also had the inherent drive of beasts, it became quite difficult for the 3 of them to look at the laws like Gravis looked at them. Their viewpoints were just entirely different. Something inside the 3 of them told them that they had to become more powerful, quickly. Every second they didn't spend becoming more powerful felt like they crept closer to death. Their instincts told them that they had to become more powerful, or they would end up as food. Gravis told them that they had to overcome these instincts, but that was easier said than done. This was something very connected to their very being. They were beasts, and heaven didn't want beasts to have an overly powerful battle strength. Average battle strength or slightly above average was perfect for beasts, but heaven didn't want them to jump 2 or 3 levels. If a beast managed to gain such a powerful battle strength, heaven wouldn't kill the beast. After all, some rare geniuses needed especially powerful beasts. Yet, there also shouldn't be many of these beasts to protect the population of human cultivators. This was why this instinct was in every beast. It wouldn't be able to stop all of them, but it would be able to stop over 99.999% of them from going too crazy with their battle strength. Gravis and his 3 children spent the next week talking about the general concept of how one should approach understanding a new law. Many of the concepts were challenging for the children to understand, but Gravis noticed that they made progress. This talk would be invaluable for their future survival. And like this, the 1-week waiting period had ended, and the 3 level 4 emperors had arrived. The 3 level 4 emperors arrived one after the other. First, the level 4 emperor from the north arrived and waited for Gravis to announce the reason why he had called him here. For now, Gravis ignored him. Then, the clam arrived, and she glared at the level 4 emperor from the north while he glared back. At least, Gravis thought that she glared. It was hard to discern the facial expressions of a clam. Lastly, the level 4 emperor from the west arrived, and surprisingly, he didn't go to the other land beast emperor. Instead, he took up a third position. He didn't glare at either of them, but Gravis could feel that he was not a fan of either of the two. The same thing was true for the northern level 4 emperor, who looked with venom at the western level 4 emperor. Gravis scratched his chin as he noticed that. Interesting, he thought. All right, Gravis said as he flew closer to them. All 3 of them stopped glaring and only respectfully looked at Gravis. This meeting will consist of 2 parts, Gravis said. Depending on your mindset, you will either enjoy or fear the first part. The second part is only an order I will give you. The 3 of them were anticipating Gravis' words in fear. He was the most powerful out of all of them, and if he wanted to kill them, he could do just that without any repercussions. After all, he was not an ultimate. The ruler wouldn't intervene. Now, for the first part, Gravis said. At the side, the 3 children of Gravis also looked with anticipation at Gravis. What would he do? I'll be straightforward. As soon as I become a level 3 emperor, I will be powerful enough to eat striders, which means that I won't need any more food from the beasts, Gravis said. The 3 of them released a sigh of relief. This had been their biggest fear. If Gravis decided to eat them, there would be nothing they could do about it. But, Gravis said, to become a level 3 emperor, I need 1 more level 4 emperor. And like that, their nervousness returned and transformed into fear. The 2 land beast emperors felt especially nervous. Right now, the land beasts had the upper hand, and choosing one of them seemed much more likely than killing the last level 4 sea beast emperor. One of you will be consumed by me. The choice of which one it is lies in your hands. Make a free-for-all, duel each other, vote, I don't care. I need the corpse of a level 4 emperor. If you don't want to fight, I will choose myself, Gravis said. If these beasts were mortals, this would be cruel and inhumane, but these were beasts. It wasn't that their lives weren't worth anything, but that their mindset had already accepted their possible death at the hands of another beast. They had committed to cultivating. Additionally, this choice actually wasn't so bad. Obviously, a fight would break out, and the weakest beast would die. Like that, at least one beast would receive some excellent tempering while the weakest one would die. This was about as fair as Gravis could make it. After all, power was everything. The 3 of them all had different reactions to it. The clam became fearful and nervous. If the 2 land beast emperors decided to gang up on her, she would die. Yet, contrary to all expectations, none of the 2 land beast emperors looked at her. Instead, they glared at each other. I've waited for this opportunity, the northern emperor said. Finally, the western emperor said. Then the northern emperor turned to the clam. Leave. This will be a fight between him and me. The clam almost couldn't believe it. She didn't have to fight? That was great. The clam didn't enjoy fighting at all. The only reason why she had become so powerful was that one beast after the other had tried to kill her, and she had always won. She only wanted to live in peace. Sadly, this was impossible in this world, at least as long as she stayed near the continent. Yet, she just couldn't leave the continent. She enjoyed the energy density near the core of the world just way too much. Sometimes, someone just managed to stumble into success. One could say that her mindset was not suitable for cultivation at all, but she somehow still managed to become so powerful. The clam quickly flew into the distance to watch from a safe distance while Gravis simply waited. The dead beast would be eaten by him. If one of you two releases an all-out attack, I will kill that beast immediately, Gravis said. The two emperors continued looking at each other, ignoring Gravis. They had been rivals for a very long time, and they had always wanted to prove to each other that they were the more powerful one. Yet, they also respected their rival. If they were truly the weaker one, they wouldn't want to do something so petty. Beasts were definitely different from humans just because of such mindsets. Something like this would be rare among humans. The two of them immediately clashed, and everyone watched. Gravis didn't much care for the fight, but his 3 children were entranced. These were level 4 emperors, beings far stronger and more experienced than them. Watching such a violent battle would help them in comprehending more laws. The fight took multiple hours since their battle strength was just too close to each other. Additionally, none of the two followed a very aggressive fighting style. It was more like the two of them tried to find opportunities for a counterattack. As the fight dragged on, the two of them also managed to understand new laws. This made the fight swing back and forth. One would be suppressed by the new law of the other one until he would also understand a new law. The fight continued for over a day, and by now, Gravis was sure why the two of them hadn't been able to resolve their enmity for such a long time. Obviously, it wasn't good for the land beasts if 2 level 4 emperors fought each other. Yet, thanks to their defensive fighting style, they weren't able to decide a victor until an ultimate got involved, and when the regions got split, they couldn't come into contact with each other anymore. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered and watched the fight. Sea beasts and some land beasts watched the fight from a distance with interest. This was valuable knowledge. After another day, the fight finally ended. The Western Emperor had won, but he was also close to death. Sadly, he didn't manage to comprehend a level 3 law during the fight. This meant that he could still not attempt to ascend. Bzzz. Gravis consumed the corpse of the Northern Emperor and became a level 3 emperor. Now, Gravis felt powerful enough to fight a Strider. These humongous beasts, which had always towered over Gravis, were now within his reach. He still remembered the time Azure had made him aware of the Striders. Back then, Gravis had been a level 5 lord. Looking at 10 beings with the power of level 5 emperors had been awe-inspiring to him. Now, he had reached their power and could kill them. After reveling in his new power for a bit, Gravis turned to the 2 remaining level 4 emperors in the world. This world is truly at its end, Gravis thought. Back then, there had been 10 level 5 emperors. I also guessed that there had probably been over 50 level 4 emperors. But now, there are only 2 level 4 emperors remaining. The entire world has been exhausted. Now, for my order, Gravis said, claiming the attention of the 2 level 4 emperors. For the next century, no king or emperor will fight any beast from the other camp. The lords and weaker are still allowed to fight, but there will not be any fights between beasts of different realms. The 2 level 4 emperors were shocked when they heard Gravis' words. They were supposed to stop fighting? Just like that? Gravis, can you tell us why? The Western level 4 emperor asked carefully. Preparation, Gravis answered. You need more beasts when the century is up. If everything works as planned, you will be thankful for my order. If it doesn't work out, it also doesn't matter. The clam looked at the Western level 4 emperor with pleading. She wanted him to ask again but wasn't courageous enough to ask herself. Why wouldn't it matter? The Western level 4 emperor asked. He also wanted to know. Because nearly all the beasts in this world will die if my plan doesn't work. Oi! Daffik, are you on about? Meadow said as she suddenly included herself in the conversation. What's with these ominous fucking words? Gravis only smirked. Meadow, can you feel my power right now? He asked as he looked towards Meadow's direction. Meadow remained silent for a bit. You are as powerful as me, she said after a while, without any sarcasm or snark. Half right, Gravis said. I wouldn't be able to kill an immortal while you can, but thanks to my will aura, I would still be able to fight with you. Now, Gravis said. How powerful do you think I would be when I am an immortal? Very, Meadow said. And how powerful do you think heaven is? Gravis said. Meadow remained silent again. I don't know, she said after a while. But heaven is probably more powerful than me. Gravis nodded. Heaven is definitely more powerful than you. If you were an immortal, you might have a slight chance, but I would still put my money on heaven. Heaven is just that strong. Do you understand what I'm getting at? He asked Meadow. He transmitted his voice only to Meadow so that nobody else could hear him. Now Meadow realized what Gravis wanted to say. That was true. If heaven and Gravis fought, this entire world might be destroyed. It would take forever for the world to return to its previous state if that was even possible. And you have a plan to save the world? Meadow asked. Surprisingly, she had been pretty serious throughout this conversation. Apparently, she cared for the world. I have a plan, but I'm unsure if it will work, Gravis said. If it works, I would need you to help the beasts of this world. You will naturally know what to do. Could you do that? Gravis asked. Meadow remained silent again for a while. Ugh, fine, she groaned. But your plan better work, or I will have to spank your butt. Gravis smirked. I thought you wanted my plan to succeed. Why are you now enticing me to fail? Gravis said. Meadow said. Fuck off, pervert. I'll go back to cultivating, weirdo. Gravis had to chuckle. Obviously, Meadow was only joking around with him, as was Gravis. After that, Gravis gave his order again, and the 2 remaining level 4 emperors left. For the next century, only lords and weaker would be allowed to participate in the war. Everyone else had to find tempering inside their own camp. Like this, the deaths of the beasts would vastly decrease. After everything was taken care of, Gravis went over to his 3 children. You have 1 century to learn as many laws in peace as you can. After that, depending on how it goes, you might need to fight for your lives. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes. Comprehending laws for a crazy long time felt terrible for beasts, but as long as they had a specific time frame, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, after a century, they would fight again and become stronger. We will, Eris said. Gravis nodded. Good. Then he turned to the Striders with a gleam in his eyes. I will also make use of my time. Why had Gravis given everyone a century? After all, he could just simply kill enough Striders to ascend in a single day. The reason for that was something else he had planned. Gravis flew over to one of the Striders and summoned all his power. He summoned a spear full of lightning as he activated the process of mortality. Then, he unleashed a fully loaded lightning crescent from his saber. Lastly, he used his law of time to manipulate the speed of both of his attacks so that the lightning crescent would hit first and mortality a split second later. The lightning crescent hit the head of one of the Striders and exploded violently, easily destroying the surrounding 200 kilometers of space. Gravis was a level 3 emperor now, and with that, his strength had also reached insane degrees. If most of his attacking power hadn't been focused on the Strider, the explosion would have been many times bigger. A third of the Strider's head was destroyed, and shortly after, mortality buried itself into the Strider's brain. Boom! A tiny noise was heard as mortality exploded inside the Strider's head. It wasn't powerful enough to blow the whole thing up, but the insides of the Strider's head were utterly destroyed. Arrrrrrr! A deafening sound of something gigantic falling over could be heard as the Strider fell over, dead. It hadn't even had any time to unleash its offense or defense. It had died immediately. The world became silent as every beast looked towards the humongous Striders in the core of the world. The Striders were visible from nearly everywhere, so Gravis killing one of them would also be noticed by nearly everyone. Everyone knew who had killed the Strider. Did this mean that Gravis would ascend soon? Is it time? Orthar asked as he appeared near Gravis. Not yet, Gravis said. You have another century. In 100 years, it is time. If you know where Morris is, please inform him of that fact too. I still have to pay him back, even if I don't want to. Okay, Orthar said as he returned to his abyss. Meanwhile, Gravis absorbed the power of the Strider. Sadly, its power wasn't enough to make him a level 4 emperor. For that, he would need to kill 2 more. Gravis regenerated his lightning over the next hour and killed the next strider. 1 hour later, another one died. After Gravis absorbed that one, he finally became a level 4 emperor. Yet he didn't stop. Gravis unleashed a singular lightning crescent at the 4th strider, and that lightning crescent was enough to kill it. This meant that Gravis' killing speed had doubled. Yet, to become a level 5 emperor, Gravis would need 10 striders. After 3 hours, Gravis had killed 6 striders since becoming a level 4 emperor, but then he stopped. This should be enough, Gravis thought. Bzzzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and split himself into 2. He had enough spirit lightning inside of him to create 2 Gravises with the power of a level 4 emperor. One of them flew closer to a strider, but the strider didn't react. After some seconds, that Gravis even came so close to the strider that he could touch it. Sadly, it still didn't react. Bang! Then Gravis kicked it. The strider didn't react. What? You don't even count that as an attack? Gravis asked. Then how about this? Gravis used his body composition law to attack the strider. Nothing happened. The strider didn't react, and it also didn't dissolve. Gravis blinked a couple of times in shock. What? He exclaimed. Now, Gravis was in the same situation that his enemies had been in when fighting him. That one elephant and the Tornado Emperor had both tried to dissolve his body with their laws but failed. The same thing had now happened to Gravis. You're not made of flesh? Gravis asked as he scratched his chin. The strider didn't react as it continued to dumbly stand there. Then Gravis went through one composition law after the other. First, he tried the materials and then all the elements. Yet, the strider continued to just stand there. Suddenly, Gravis felt an incredible force tearing at his body. The Gravis near the strider had to resist the spatial tearing as the outside Gravis looked at the strider with perplexity. You're a fucking plant? He shouted. Why are you a fucking plant? Gravis had just tried to dissolve the body of the strider with the plant composition law, and looky there, it worked. Who knew that these brown cow things were plants? The Gravis, close to the strider, gnashed his teeth in pain as he tried to resist the spatial tearing. Yet, the spatial tearing was just too powerful, and he felt his body getting torn apart. Bzzzzz. Then, Gravis transformed into lightning. As soon as Gravis did that, the tearing became barely bearable, but he was still being torn apart. Stay in one piece. Stay in one piece. Stay in one piece. Gravis continually shouted at himself. Even the outside Gravis gritted his teeth. One shouldn't forget that both Gravises were the same being, which meant that they both felt the same pain. After some seconds, the Gravis closer to the strider was completely dissolved. The punishment lightning scattered and was turned back into energy. Like this, all of Gravis' previously absorbed energy had returned to the world. The strider calmed down when it killed the attacker and continued standing there dumbly. The surviving Gravis rubbed his chin with a smirk as a gleam appeared inside his eyes. It works, he thought. Why had Gravis given the beasts a century? The reason for that was his will aura. When he had been a level 5 king, his will aura had been at the absolute possible peak for his realm, which was about the first level of an immortal. Now, Gravis was nearly an entire realm higher, which meant that he could also push his will aura nearly an entire realm higher. Gravis had had this plan to temper himself against the striders ever since he realized that Steer couldn't help him anymore with his will aura. Steer had been able to temper Gravis' will aura by trying to scatter Gravis' being. Meanwhile, the striders tore someone apart with their weird law of space tearing or something. If Gravis remained inside a physical body, it wouldn't help him much since that would be only physical pain. Yet, if he transformed into lightning, wouldn't that be the same as Steer's tempering? After all, the strider would tear at his entire being. Yet, in comparison to Steer, these striders were not here to help him. They wanted to kill him, which required Gravis to become more careful. Because of that, he created another body and sent it in. The disadvantage of that was that he would die after some seconds and would waste half of his foundation in a matter of seconds. Such a wasteful training method was unsustainable. At least, it would be unsustainable if there weren't an unending supply of energy right in front of Gravis. Gravis would kill 4 to 6 striders, create a new body, let it die in tempering, and consume more striders. As long as Heaven kept converting his dispersed lightning into energy, the striders would never stop. Heaven, Gravis said with a smirk, I hope you're ready to work your ass off because this won't stop for the next century. Try to keep up with me. Okay? Boom. Then, Gravis killed another 2 striders. Gravis continued doing this for the next 5 years. By now, he was able to survive for about a minute inside the strider space-tearing domain. It's time I up my game, Gravis thought with a smirk. Then, the outside Gravis also charged at a strider. Then, both of them were under the space-tearing domain. With 2 space-tearing domains attacking Gravis at the same time, both of his bodies dissolved many times faster. Boom! But after some seconds, one of the Gravises unleashed a pre-loaded lightning crescent at the strider in front of him, allowing him to regain his power. Wait! I can make that even better, Gravis thought. The other Gravis retreated until he had enough energy to also preload a lightning crescent. After that, both Gravises went to the next striders and killed them after they came close to death. Now, Heaven had to create 2 striders every couple of seconds. Gravis regeneration and energy absorption were just too crazy. After some time, both Gravises had absorbed enough energy to make 2 more Gravises, which they did. Now, there were 4 Gravises. All 4 of them preloaded a lightning crescent. Creating weapons was not an issue since Gravis had a ton of, or more time passed. Now there were 10 Gravises, 1 for each strider. The beasts of the world couldn't believe what they were seeing. In their eyes, there were 10 Gravises that all killed striders without end. But they also didn't ascend. Where did all these Gravises come from? Where did all these striders come from? By now, all the stars had vanished, but no beast noticed. Gravis couldn't send all 10 of them at once at the striders, but he could rotate them. If he let all 10 of them attack at once, Gravis being would be scattered in no time. When one of them had gathered enough energy to make another Gravis, he simply shot the lightning into the horizon. Heaven would convert that lightning into energy again. Many years passed. By now, all 10 Gravises fought against the striders, and Heaven had to work itself to the bone. Gravis killed the striders incredibly quickly and would transform their energy into lightning, which it had to convert to energy and then to striders again. Every strider had enough energy inside it that it would rival a level 5 emperor. Meanwhile, Heaven was only in the immortal realm. Continually converting so much energy twice was incredibly exhausting. At some point, Heaven just decided to only give Gravis as much energy from the striders that he was full again. Like this, it wouldn't have to transform lightning into energy first. No, fuck you, Gravis said as he shot his lightning at the dead strider and absorbed it. Then he shot the unneeded lightning into the horizons. Heaven grew incredibly annoyed and frustrated as the sky shook for the blink of an eye. Why couldn't Gravis just let the energy return? All of this was utterly senseless. I bet you think that all of this is senseless, Heaven, Gravis said with a smirk. Isn't that the exact thing I had thought and said back when you forced me to procreate? This is senseless. Doesn't feel good, does it? Heaven wanted to say that these 2 things were unrelated, but it wasn't allowed to talk to Gravis right now. In the end, it was forced to suck up its frustration. Isn't this interesting, Heaven? Gravis asked with a smirk. You are more powerful than me, but I'm the one forcing you to work while you can't do anything. Isn't this what you have taught me? This is suppression. If you actually wanted to give me the law of suppression back then, you should be happy. After all, I'm only doing what you have taught me. If you didn't, well shit, you should have given me another law so that I didn't comprehend this one. How does it feel to be suppressed by someone much weaker than you? Gravis said with a smirk. Usually, Gravis was not a fan of suppressing others, but this time he enjoyed it thoroughly. Back then, Heaven had suppressed him with the rules, and now Gravis was suppressing Heaven with the rules. Wasn't this ironic? More years passed. Gravis had been tempering himself against the striders for 70 years by now. Surprisingly, no more striders died. Why was that? Because Gravis' will aura had become powerful enough to resist the tearing force consistently. Gravis being was scattering so slowly that he regenerated his being faster than he was being dissolved. This meant that he also didn't need to kill any striders anymore. Heaven could finally take a breather. "Oh," Gravis said with a smirk. "Do you think I'm done?" "Of course not." Bzzzzz. All 10 Gravises split into 4 additional Gravises. Now, there were 40 Gravises with the power of a level 3 Emperor each. When Heaven saw that, it fell into devastation. "Let's go," one Gravis said. All Gravises charged at the striders as they started scattering with frightening speed. Yet, for every dead Gravis, another strider would die, which gave Gravis enough energy to make another one. The striders began to die even faster than before since the Gravises also died faster than before. Now, Heaven had to work even harder than ever before in its life. The sheer amount of conversion of lightning into energy and then into striders was terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, something terrifying happened. The stars had vanished ever since Gravis had started tempering himself. After all, Heaven needed all the energy to produce so many striders. But now the sun had exploded. The beasts felt like doomsday had arrived as the sun had vanished. What had happened? Why were there no stars? Why was there no sun? The world was plunged into pure darkness as the beasts felt like the end of the world was about to come. Yet, as the sun exploded, the amount of energy in the world rose sharply. Heaven needed a bigger storage of energy so that it could do the tasks in batches instead of one at a time. With this much energy to spare, Heaven could first transform all the lightning into energy, which would then stay on standby until it would create a batch of striders at once. This relieved the pressure on Heaven by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the world fell into panic. The sun had exploded. The animals fled into their hiding places as the beasts flew around in panic. They didn't know why this happened, but they knew that this had something to do with Gravis. All the beasts looked at the core of the world in terror but couldn't see anything due to the darkness. Was Gravis destroying the world? "Do you think that will stop me?" Gravis asked with a smirk. "This world is already at its end. Isn't this a very fitting atmosphere for the last 30 years of the world?" Even Meadow grew nervous as she noticed that the sun had exploded. She had heard about Heaven, but hearing about it and feeling its power was something completely different. Heaven made the sun explode, and such an ability felt terrifying, even to her. Meanwhile, Orthar looked at the situation with admiration. Gravis was becoming incredibly powerful, and he was glad that he decided to become his companion. The more powerful Gravis became, the better. The 2 remaining level 4 emperors also felt terrified. The last words they had heard from Gravis echoed in their heads. "This world is at its end." More time passed as Gravis continued tempering himself against the striders. In these years, nearly all mortal plants had died. High-tier energy beasts and more powerful didn't need food to survive, but a lot of animals and weaker beasts needed them. First, the plants died. Then, the animals died. Then, the weaker beasts started dying as they couldn't always find another powerful beast quickly enough to sate their hunger. The demonic beasts and low-tier energy beasts began to fight more ferociously as they could now only eat other beasts. Because of that, 30 years later, either the beasts had become powerful enough to not need any food anymore or had died. There were no more weak beasts remaining. When a new beast was born, it would either starve or get some food from its parents of more powerful beasts. Meanwhile, the level 4 emperors gathered near the Grand Lake. The century was up. What would happen to the world? Gravis stopped attacking the striders as he felt that he had nearly reached the peak of his current will aura. Right now, it was at the peak of the immortal realm. Bzzzzz. All Gravises gathered into one Gravis, who quickly reached the power of a level 5 emperor. Yet that was not enough. Bang! 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 Gravis quickly killed one strider after the other until only one strider remained. Heaven knew that Gravis only needed one more strider. After this strider, Gravis would become an immortal. Because of that, it didn't create any more. Yet, before Gravis killed the last strider, he stopped. There were no stars. There was no sun. There was nearly no energy in the atmosphere anymore. The weak beasts, animals, and plants had vanished from the world, leaving behind only a dead land. Absolute silence. Deafening silence. Nothing. Yet, everyone felt horror and terror deep inside them. The 100 years were up, and the world was at the brink of destruction. This day would decide the fate of the entire world and its inhabitants. Gravis took a deep breath. Then he looked at the sky with narrowed eyes, and began to speak. The world was silent as it waited for Gravis' words. "Highest heaven," Gravis said, his quiet voice echoing throughout the world. The world remained silent as Gravis spoke. "This world is dead," Gravis said. "There are not enough beasts for even one level 5 emperor to emerge. When I fight heaven, even more beasts will die, and the chances are high that the entire world won't recover without a heaven intervening and creating new life. Yet, how long until the beasts become powerful enough to ascend again? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? 10 million years?" Gravis asked. "All of the present beasts are energy, and they all will die of old age. Isn't this a waste?" Silence. "Additionally, after I kill this heaven, there won't be a heaven to reignite the flame of life of this world. This world will become a dead world. So, highest heaven, why not transport the beasts of this world into another middle world?" Gravis asked. "The beasts of this world will be seen as intruders, and a gigantic war will break out between worlds. Like this world will still become a dead world. But, at least the current energy of these beasts doesn't get wasted." Silence. The beasts that heard Gravis were confused. Who was Gravis speaking to? Who was this highest heaven? After a minute, Gravis continued speaking. "Meadow will not involve herself in the war. She will only help the beasts to establish a foothold. Everything else is on them." Silence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. "I swear that I will not involve myself majorly in this war, and if I do, you may kill me," Meadow suddenly said, surprising Gravis. He had not told her to do this. Additionally, she had just now given her life to heaven. If heaven wanted, it could kill her with even the flimsiest of excuses. "Do you know what you have just said?" Gravis asked Meadow with shock. "I know what I'm doing," Meadow said seriously. "I may look down on weaklings, but I still value life. If risking my life gives this world a chance to survive, I'm willing to take it." Meadow sighed. "And if the beasts of this world will die in the other world, it just means that we were not powerful enough." Silence returned. "Thank you, Meadow," Gravis said quietly. The world waited for something to happen. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes. The old bastard agrees. The world remained in silence as Gravis heard this voice. Gravis smiled warmly as all the memories of his original home had been stirred by this voice. He hadn't heard this voice in 1,000 years. "I've missed you, father," Gravis said with closed eyes, having a smile on his face. "I have also missed you, son," the opposer answered. "I'm proud of you." Gravis felt a long-forgotten kind of warmth coursing throughout his body. Right now, he felt like he was back to being a kid, even though he was still a man. Hearing his father say that he was proud of him touched Gravis. The world has 1 year to prepare itself. In 1 year, every living being in this world, except you, will be transported to another world. Any beast that you do not want to leave should be inside your life ring during that time, Gravis' father said. Gravis nodded and sighed. He was willing to sacrifice this world for his power, but if he had a chance to solve this issue, he would take it. Luckily, his plan had worked out. "Father," Gravis said with a smile, "why don't you give your 3 grandchildren some of your wisdom?" Even now, Gravis was thinking of gaining something for his 3 children. "I usually don't involve myself in the lives of my grandchildren," the opposer said. "But these 3 have shown a lot of potential. Bring them with you to the highest world." Gravis smiled widely when he heard that. "Thank you, father." "No problem. We'll see each other again," the opposer said. "See you soon," Gravis said. Then silence returned. Gravis turned around as he looked at the gathered emperors. "In 1 year," he started, forcing the entire world to listen to him. "Every beast in this world will be transported to another world. When that time happens, you must claim your place in that world. You will be seen as invaders. You will be seen as the enemy. Your ruler won't be able to protect you. The other world might have several level 5 emperors. The other world will certainly have more level 4 emperors, Gravis announced. The land beasts and sea beasts in this world must unite to even stand a chance. If you don't, this world will truly die, and the other world will consume this world. In this remaining year, you must prepare yourself. If you are too weak, you will die even faster than if you remain in this dying world. You will be forced to fight more intensely and ferociously than you ever had before. There is a great chance that you will die very quickly. But, Gravis said, at least you have a chance to survive. Prepare yourself. The dark world remained silent. And then, everything began to move. The land beasts started going into the ocean of their own volition as the sea beasts entered the land. Several fights broke out, but these were not fights to the death but to get to know each other. Yet, that was only true for the fights between camps. As soon as the world heard Gravis, the camps themselves started fiercely slaughtering each other. However, this slaughter was very systematic. The more powerful beasts of a realm were slaughtering the weaker beasts of their realm. The beasts couldn't allow the enemy to gain easy food. Instead, they would kill off their weaker comrades to make the powerful beasts more powerful. Parents were consuming their children. Children were consuming their parents. Companions were consuming each other. Rulers consumed their subjects. The world was preparing for war. And today, 40% of all beasts would die. The world had not said a word, but it had answered regardless. Gravis witnessed the world changing. Instead of fearing the future and spending their remaining time in peace, nearly all beasts started violently slaughtering each other. This was the difference between man and beast. Man might fear the future, but a beast will do its best to become more powerful. Companionship, friends, family, kingdom, empire, everything became irrelevant when their survival was at stake. Death and destruction would consume the world so that the destruction may ignite a flame of hope. The world was preparing itself. Right now, there were no land beasts and no sea beasts. There were only the beasts from this world, and they would fight the beasts of the other world. Land and sea would unite to create a force powerful enough to slaughter another world. Gravis smirked when he saw the carnage. His calm and composed aura was in stark contrast to the rivers of blood that flowed under his feet. Orthar, Gravis said. Isn't it ironic? It is ironic, Orthar said as he appeared near Gravis. Gravis looked at the world. The river tribe is not dead. Instead, it has transformed the world into a singular force of sea and land beasts. This world is now the river world. And these rivers of blood mark its birth. The world remained in carnage for an entire week, and then it returned to silence. The weak beasts were dead, and only the most powerful beasts on each level survived. These beasts all managed to rise by a level, and the average battle strength of every beast was powerful enough to jump a level in normal circumstances. The dying world had been refined into a powerful force of elites. Now this force remained asleep, but as soon as the new world appeared before it, it would break out in a violent slaughter. The other world was not their enemy but food. Xing, the last strider, died as Gravis killed it. There was no reason to wait with his breakthrough. His fight against heaven would happen in less than a year, and until then, he might as well learn more about his power. The last strider died, and Gravis absorbed its power. Boom! Gravis felt his body evolving, and he decided to add another 2 arms to his being. His end goal was 8 arms, but 6 had to do for now. Yet, surprisingly, nothing much happened. Gravis didn't even feel the pull of Ascension, but that was to be expected. There was no reason to pull him to a higher world. The fight between him and heaven would happen. His evolution ended and he got his new pair of arms, but that was it. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he looked at his new arms. This can't be everything, he thought. Sure enough, Gravis felt a calling. It was like his body was calling out to his most powerful laws. It was very similar to when he had reached the peak of spirit forming. Back then, his centers of power had called out to each other, except that, this time, his body was calling out to his laws. Gravis analyzed this feeling and somehow felt like only one of his laws would be able to fuse with his body. He also felt that this process was irreversible. When I returned to my homeworld, that one clerk said that the cultivation techniques from my lower world didn't have much potential since the laws have to fuse with the body later. I'm probably at this step right now, and I must choose one law to become intrinsically connected to me, Gravis thought. My body is ready to fuse with a law. I'm also pretty sure that this is one of the reasons why the beasts of this world need to learn a level 3 law before ascending. The more powerful the law, the more powerful the base. This world has been created to grow food for the highest world. This means that a level 3 law is enough to reach the standards of the highest world. Yet, is that my goal? Do I only want to reach the standards of the highest world? Gravis shook his head. My goal is not to become powerful in the highest world, but to become the most powerful. The level 3 law of elements is my most powerful law, but is that truly enough? Gravis thought as he looked at the dark sky. No, it's not enough, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. I refuse to fuse my body with a level 3 law. I want to consume heaven and use its better law of lightning. The lower heaven was able to use punishment lightning, so this heaven can probably use an even more powerful form of lightning. I want this law. Yet, Gravis thought, heaven is at a higher realm than me, and it has surely already attuned its body to a law. That one immortal that Meadow had fought in the past surely hadn't fused their body to their law yet. Just a boost of 3 levels wouldn't be enough. I'm sure that by fusing a law with my body, my strength would explode even more. Gravis looked at the dark sky again. This means that this heaven will have the biggest advantage of the immortal realm over me. My body has not been attuned to a law while its body has. I don't know what effects this fusion will have, but it surely is what makes an immortal an immortal. This means my fight against heaven won't be as easy as I had believed initially. I'm also sure that this heaven is not as inexperienced as the lower heaven. It is probably very experienced in combat and won't make any mistakes. Additionally, it has watched me all this time. It knows every attack and law of mine, and I won't be able to take it by surprise. Gravis looked at the world. On top of that, this world had been created and managed by this heaven. This heaven has created law comprehension areas for every kind of law in this world. It's impossible to do something like that if it doesn't understand the corresponding laws. This means that this heaven has probably comprehended every single law in this world. I have always had the advantage against my opponents in regards to my laws. After all, the sheer number of laws I know is what allows me to jump levels. Yet, heaven knows many, many more laws than me. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he also remembered something else. Additionally, heaven is not a beast. The lower heaven had been able to share its will aura with its heavenborn. This means that this heaven probably also has an intensely powerful will aura. Yet, I'm also certain that my will aura is more powerful. My will aura has reached the peak of the immortal realm, and I doubt that this heaven has such a powerful will aura. However, due to the level suppression and heaven also knowing the law of suppression, our will auras will probably cancel each other out. I won't be able to suppress it. This fight will be difficult, really difficult, Gravis thought. Yet, that is exactly how I like it. Gravis decided to stop thinking about his future fight. It would arrive regardless, and thinking more about it won't change the reality. Whoosh! Gravis transformed into a human, and he felt no strain while doing so. He also felt that he could still exhibit all of his power in this form. The only difference was the form of his body. His human form had the same power as his beast form, but it wasn't as combat-oriented. This meant that Gravis was still more powerful in his beast form than in his human form. Yet, Gravis enjoyed being in his human form. His new human form looked identical to the form he had chosen when he had just comprehended the law of body composition. Right now, Gravis looked middle-aged with black hair and a goatee. Gravis also summoned some black pants and a black shirt. With his composition laws, this was nothing difficult. I'm finally a true human again. Right now, I have a human body with the power of a beast body. This means that I have the advantages of both with none of the disadvantages. For once, my typical saying is not accurate. Gravis thought with a smile. Gravis looked to his side and snapped his fingers. Boom! A 1,000-kilometer-wide area collapsed as it turned into nothingness. Space had collapsed, and that part of the world didn't exist anymore. Gravis looked at the hole, which didn't mend by itself. There was no more energy in this world, and heaven wouldn't mend this hole. The main reason for that was that it didn't need to. Gravis snapped his fingers again. SSSSSSHHH. The hole shrunk and vanished. No wonder all immortals can teleport, Gravis thought. As soon as Gravis had become an immortal, he had comprehended a law. The comprehension of this law had come automatically without Gravis having to concentrate on it. This was the law of space. The reason why every immortal could teleport was because of the law of space. Every immortal automatically comprehended the law of space, which was a level 3 law. It allowed them to manipulate space, which gave them the ability to teleport, destroy space, and repair space. Yet, this law was actually only for show. The reason for that was that, just like Gravis' law of time and gravity, this law of space was only the mid-tier version of this law. This meant that the user could fully manipulate all facets of this law as long as the surroundings had been created with that version of the law. Yet, would higher worlds or the highest world have this mid-tier version? Of course not. Right now, Gravis had transcended the scope of a middle world, and he could fully control the middle world. This meant that Gravis could destroy and mend all space. It also meant that he could accelerate and slow down time by 100 times. He could also create so much gravity that the entire world would be compressed to 1% of its current size. Yet, all of this would change in the higher world. Just like previously, Gravis would only be able to double the acceleration and deceleration of time. The same thing was true for space and time. The 3 laws were still powerful in the higher worlds, but they didn't have the ridiculous power that they had here. Most beasts and humans probably attune their body to the law of space since it would be the only level 3 law they know. Only the elite that managed to comprehend another level 3 law before becoming immortals would be able to attune their bodies to another law. Gravis thought. I wonder what the difference is between attuning oneself to different laws. What kind of effect does it have on one's power? Gravis thought. Gravis had to smirk. Well, I will find out soon enough, won't I? After all, heaven will surely show me what law it has attuned itself to. Gravis experimented some more with his laws, and sooner than he had thought, the time was already up. Tomorrow the deadline would arrive. The beasts all gathered at one spot. There were no demonic beasts. There were no energy beasts. There were no spirit beasts. Everything had either died or become a lord or more powerful. The beasts no longer needed to keep the new beasts coming because the new world will give them a base of weaker beasts. Due to that reason, every weak beast had been forced to become more powerful or die. In terms of lords, there were now more than ever before in this world. The number of spirit beasts had always been very high, and by refining all of them, the lord population had exploded. Yet, that explosion of life quickly stopped when one looked at the kings. There were definitely fewer kings than before Gravis had arrived in this world. And the number of emperors was pitiful. If all emperors fought each other, they might be able to create 2 more level 4 emperors, but that was it. Creating a level 5 emperor would be impossible. In front of the lords stood the kings, and in front of the kings stood the emperors. In front of the emperors stood the level 4 emperor of the western region. The level 4 emperor of the sea beasts didn't want to assume leadership, which was why she stood together with the other emperors. The level 4 emperor of the land beasts was the general and leader of the beasts. Yet, this imposing general and leader kneeled before the being in front of him. In front of him wasn't Gravis, but a small humanoid figure made out of roots. Meadow had gathered her entire body into this human form. She was no longer the ruler of the beasts but their ancestral protector. She wouldn't be allowed to kill any beasts and would only be allowed to grant her beasts a small area of safety. As soon as they reached the new world, she would push every enemy away and would claim 10% of the new world for them. Any beast that wanted to invade this land would be halted by Meadow without her being allowed to kill or weaken them. Meadow had become just that, a protector, the creator of a sanctuary. Obviously, 10% of the world would not be nearly enough for the beasts of this world to survive. They would be pushed against each other with not much room to move. Yet that was how it was supposed to be. In order to encourage conquest and slaughter, the beasts would need to hold a new territory for a full year. After that time had passed, Meadow would enlarge her sanctuary. But the enemy wasn't stupid. After some years, they would be able to see the pattern and would do their best to contest conquered territories. Of course, that was also on purpose. The more the enemy contested their territory, the better. The powerful beasts of this world had to fight and claim their power. If the beasts only remained inside their sanctuary, sooner or later, some of them would fight each other or die of old age. Additionally, the enemy had more beasts, which meant that this world wouldn't win an arms race. Everything depended on the emperors and their power. If they weren't able to fight many similarly leveled emperors at once, their lives would be miserable forever until they deteriorated into nothingness. Besides Meadow stood Gravis. He was the most powerful being in this world, together with heaven. Yet, he already lived in an entirely different world. He was only a temporary watcher. His time of control over this world had ended, and it had been short but impactful. Besides Gravis stood Orthar, who also looked at the beasts. "Orthar, it's time," Gravis said. "I'm betting my life on you winning against heaven," Orthar said. "Don't disappoint me." Gravis nodded. "I won't." Gravis summoned his life ring and pulled Orthar into it. If Gravis died, the life ring would be destroyed, and Orthar would be thrown back into the world, which would be completely destroyed by then. This was a sure death sentence. "Eris, Sarah, Yersi, it's your time," Gravis said to his children standing behind him. The three of them nodded. They had already been informed by Gravis about what would happen. "We trust you with our lives," Eris said. Gravis nodded again and summoned them into his life ring. Gravis felt an incredible pressure of responsibility on his shoulders. If he died, Orthar and his children would die with him. This was no longer only his own life he was playing with, but also the lives of his 3 children. He wasn't allowed to die, no matter what. "Morris," Gravis said evenly to the lizard behind him. "I've bet on you. I hope I won't be disappointed," Morris said with a smirk. "I don't care," Gravis said as he pushed Morris into the life ring. If Morris died, he wouldn't care a single bit. Yet he had to repay him. There was no way around that. Silence returned as the quiet before the storm arrived. Soon, everyone would explode into merciless slaughter. "Highest heaven," Gravis said. "Everyone is ready." Hum! A portal appeared as it grew to a ridiculous size. The gathered crowd of beasts could pass through it without having to adjust their positions. Meadow saw the size of the portal and returned to the same size she had been when she had killed that strider back then. The portal was big enough for that. All her weapons were summoned as her body started to seemingly burn with white fire. Gravis had to concede that Meadow really looked impressive in that form, even if she was far weaker than him right now. He wondered how the other world would feel when such a menacing godlike being suddenly appeared in their world. "Prepare yourselves," the general shouted at the beasts. The beasts started to grit their teeth and narrow their eyes. A wild aura of slaughter and killing intent seemingly bathed the world in crimson. This was the ferocious killing intent of an entire middle world gathered into one spot. Nearly 1 billion beasts all unleashed their will of slaughter at once, which shook the entire world. Gravis wasn't affected by the killing intent, as was Meadow. Meadow turned to Gravis. "It will take a while, but we will see each other again in the highest world," Meadow said to Gravis as her imposing and bloodthirsty voice echoed throughout the world. Her usual harmonious voice had vanished. Gravis only smiled. "We'll see each other again, friend," Gravis said with a light-hearted voice, contrasting the current atmosphere. Meadow nodded, turned to the portal, and charged through it with her full speed. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. "Rah!" All beasts shouted in rage, their gathered voices warping space and destroying the ground. Then, everyone charged through the portal with their full speed. The portal was wide enough, and the beasts were fast enough that it took all beasts less than a minute to leave. Hum! The portal closed and vanished, and this marked the last sound of the world. Silence. Absolute silence. There was no light, There was no wind. The water didn't move. The earth didn't move. There were no plants. There were no animals. There were no beasts. There was no life. There was no movement. With no movement, time nearly lost its meaning. This world stayed in perpetual stasis as nothing inside it changed. Only Gravis stood as the sole example of life and movement inside this world. This was no longer a real world. This was no longer a dying world. This was a dead world. Gravis stood beside the still grand lake as he felt the death of a world. How many beings were able to experience the death of an entire world? How many beings could feel the feeling of absolute isolation that such a situation gave one? Gravis took in the feeling for half an hour as he stood completely still. "It's time, heaven," Gravis said, his voice the only sound in this world. "Don't be impatient," a genderless voice said as someone appeared close to Gravis. Gravis was shocked. Heaven had answered him. Gravis looked to his left, where he saw a human looking silently at the Grand Lake. This was Heaven. Heaven looked like a young and thin person, its gender indiscernible. Yet there was one major difference. This human had 7 eyes instead of only 2, all their eyes arranged in a circle. "Take in the feeling of a dead world, Gravis," Heaven said, not looking at him. "This is a rare opportunity, and you shouldn't waste it." Gravis didn't want to follow what Heaven said, but he also felt like Heaven wouldn't use such a trick to attack him. The highest Heaven wanted Gravis to become powerful, and this Heaven followed its ancestors' commands and teachings. Gravis also looked at the Grand Lake as he started to lose himself in the stillness of nothingness. His mind wandered as incomprehensible thoughts shot through it. He had no idea what he was thinking, and as time passed, he started to forget everything in the stillness. Nothing moved. Not even Gravis moved. His body, mind, soul, and being stilled as he became one with the world. Boom! Gravis' head suddenly shot up as consciousness returned to him. He was pulled out of the feeling of stillness as he had just comprehended a law. "This is the law of minor death, Gravis," Heaven said from beside Gravis. "You have remained on this spot for 50 years just now." Gravis' eyes widened. 50 years? He said with shock. "Time has lost its meaning, Gravis," Heaven said. "When there is no meaning to time, eons might pass in a second, and a second might pass in an eon. You have experienced this feeling once before. Do you remember?" Gravis' mind raced. He had experienced this feeling once before? Then it hit him. "When I was waiting for a new body," Gravis said. "When I left for this world, I also felt this stillness." "Yes," Heaven said, still looking at the Grand Lake. "Back then, you had waited for your new body for 200 years. Gravis almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. 200 years? He asked. "Yes," Heaven answered. "This was also the reason why you managed to learn the laws of life so quickly. Without knowing, you had been staring at this strange organism inside your ring for 200 years. You think you are 1,000 years old, but you're actually 1,300 years old. Without noticing it, nothingness has taken 300 years from your life." Gravis had no idea how he should feel right now. He had just heard that he was actually 30% older than he had believed. Was this good? Was this bad? Should he be thankful? Should he be angry? Gravis wasn't sure. "The law of minor death is something only a select few beings can experience," Heaven said. "This is a law not even I had known until now. It can increase the power of many of your laws. Your composition laws and your law of elements can make use of this law." Gravis looked back at the Grand Lake. "It sounds powerful." "It is," Heaven answered. Silence. "Why have you allowed me to comprehend it?" Gravis asked. "Because you need to become more powerful," Heaven said. "What's my power got to do with you?" Gravis asked. Silence. Heaven didn't answer for a while. "Did you know that us heavens also have emotions, just like you humans?" Heaven asked as it suddenly changed the topic. This time, Gravis was the silent one. "We also feel love, hate, happiness, wonder, rage, sadness, grief, pressure, frustration, elation, relief, and all other emotions. We have been modeled after our ancestor, as are humans. Gravis remained silent as he thought about heaven's words. Humans had been modeled after the highest heaven, and the heavens were too. This meant that the heavens could feel the same things that humans could feel. Did that make them any different from humans? I love this world, Gravis, heaven said, its genderless, even voice resonating with the world. I have seen its birth. I have seen its rise. I have seen the birth of all living beings, but I have not seen the death of all beings. This world is like my child, heaven said. Slowly seeing it deteriorating into nothingness has pained me more than anything I have ever felt. If you were not here, this world would still be alive. My child would still be alive. Why are you telling me this? Gravis said with a cold voice. You know exactly that I don't care about you. For the first time, heaven turned to Gravis and looked at him. I'm showing you my resolve, heaven said. My ancestor is the cosmos. My ancestor is everything. This world is his. I am his. You are his. Time is his. Space is his. Destiny is his. Life is his. Death is his. His, Gravis thought. So, it was not only his father that assigned a gender to the highest heaven. Because my ancestor is everything, my actions are also his. Therefore, my unending hate towards your existence is not something I can relieve. I am my ancestor, and my ancestor wants to give you a chance to win against me, heaven said emotionlessly. Are you saying that I'm not able to win against you without this law of minor death? Gravis asked with skepticism. Heaven looked into Gravis' eyes. No, I'm saying that you are still not able to win against me. Gravis narrowed his eyes, but deep inside, he felt nervous. But that couldn't be true. Gravis was already as powerful as it was possible for this world. Heaven might be as powerful as him, but so much more powerful that Gravis couldn't even resist? You only know a small part of the laws, Gravis, heaven said. Your base of weaker laws is good, but you have not truly experienced the powerful laws. You are still weak, Gravis. Gravis felt anger well up inside of him. Gravis knew that there were still many laws he hadn't comprehended, but calling him weak felt insulting. He was able to battle 4 levels above himself. You do not accept my assessment, heaven commented. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Of course I dash. Gravis stopped talking as his entire being was shaken. Space was destroyed. Time was destroyed. Gravis' body was nearly destroyed. SSSSHHH. From the husk of a body, Gravis managed to regrow himself, but his eyes were widely opened in shock and terror. Time and space had returned. Heaven still stood in front of him, but its finger pointed to the area behind Gravis. Gravis slowly turned around as he looked at what was behind him. Nothing. The entire world behind Gravis had vanished. 20% of the entire world had vanished, and Gravis no longer stood in the middle of the world. Right now, Gravis stood at the edge of the world as the old center became the new edge. What? Gravis stammered. If I hadn't unleashed my attack at the edge of the world, you would be dead now. This is the power of a level 5 law, Gravis. Gravis had never been so shocked and shaken up in his life. He had challenged heaven to a fight, and heaven had just demonstrated to Gravis that he wouldn't even be able to react to an attack. If heaven had targeted Gravis with this attack, he would have immediately died. What had he done? Yet, after some rationality returned to him, he realized something. This was not a level 5 law, Gravis said with narrowed eyes. There are no level 5 laws for a middle world. The only level 5 or level 6 law you should know is the next level of lightning. Heaven continued to look at Gravis evenly. You are half right, heaven said. This was not a level 5 law, but the attack had the power of a level 5 law. Yet, you were incorrect in saying that there are no level 5 laws for a middle world. There is one, but not even I know it. Gravis remained silent but was shocked. There actually was a level 5 law for the middle world? There is one level 5 law that can be comprehended in a middle world, but due to the nature of middle worlds, no one inside a middle world can comprehend it, including me. The reason for that is the will aura, heaven said. If you want to comprehend a level 5 law, you need a will aura at the level of an immortal emperor, which is impossible to reach while not being a peak immortal. Right now, your will aura is at the peak of the immortal realm, but it has not yet reached the power of an immortal king. Gravis realized that Heaven's words made sense. Since everyone ascended at the immortal realm, it would be impossible for them to learn this law while being inside a middle world. What is this law? Gravis asked. Everyone else would have been scared beyond belief by these circumstances, but Gravis managed to retain his rationality. If Heaven truly wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. The fact that Heaven let him live meant that Heaven, or more likely the highest Heaven, wanted him to survive. Yet, Gravis had no idea what he should think of the current circumstance. In the beginning, the lower Heaven had honestly tried its best to kill him, but now, when the highest Heaven actually had an opportunity to kill him without any backlash from his father, it decided not to kill him. What was its plan? Did it genuinely wish for him to become another opposer? Why would it want that? It's the minor law of the true world, Heaven answered. It's the composition of every dead and living being inside a middle world. Yet, that is impossible for you to comprehend in this world. My ancestor and your father would agree. How were you able to create an attack with the power of a level 5 law without having used one? Gravis asked. This was the best opportunity to learn more about battle strength. He wanted to become powerful. His father wanted him to become powerful. The highest Heaven wanted him to become powerful. Then fine, he'll play along. Something appeared behind Heaven, and Gravis had no idea what that thing was. It was some kind of white and shining small sphere. It only had a diameter of 0.5 meter and hovered there, doing nothing. Behind the light, Gravis could see its appearance. When he saw its appearance, he was shocked. This was a small world. He could see tiny mountains, tiny oceans, tiny volcanoes, and everything else one would think a world would have. The only thing missing was life. This tiny world was just as lifeless as this world. This is an avatar, Gravis, Heaven said. This is what makes an immortal an immortal. Without this avatar, an immortal is not an immortal. It is the basis for your entire future cultivation, and if it is inadequate, it will be nearly impossible to make it adequate again. Heaven turned to the Grand Lake again as it continued explaining. When you fuse one of your laws with your being, your avatar will be created. This law will then be your primary law for your entire future. What can it do? Gravis asked. The avatar increases the power of your primary law by 1 level. This means that if you were to create your avatar with the law of punishment lightning, your punishment lightning would be able to exhibit the power of a level 4 law. Do you now understand the power of an avatar? Heaven asked. Gravis immediately realized how powerful that was. If any ascender from this world created their avatar, Meadow would have no chance against them. The power of a level 4 law was far too overwhelming for anyone in a middle world to resist. Due to Gravis' will aura, he would still be able to win against an immortal with an avatar, but as soon as someone wasn't entirely suppressed, Gravis wouldn't be able to dodge or block such an attack. This also explained why this world didn't allow anyone to ascend without having comprehended a level 3 law. If someone hadn't comprehended their own level 3 law, they would need to use the law of space to create their avatar since this would be their only level 3 law. Yes, the law of space was powerful, but it wouldn't be as useful as another level 3 law. One could already teleport and compress space. The only advantage of upgrading it to level 4 would be that one would be able to compress and widen space further. Yet, the law of space had no attacking power while its defensive capabilities were weak. Additionally, what would be the point of upgrading their space capabilities if everyone could already teleport? On top of that, how hard would it be to upgrade the law of space? There had to be a way to upgrade one's avatar. Gravis refused to believe that the overlords in the highest world ran around with a level 3 or level 4 law as their primary law. This meant that the avatar could probably be upgraded by including the primary law into a more powerful law. For space, there were only 2 paths available. One path would be to increase its purity by comprehending the high-tier law of space in the higher world. The other path would be to fuse it with other laws. Yet, how difficult was it to fuse space with anything? It had no affinity with any matter, life, or the elements. Gravis guessed that it could probably only be fused with the laws of gravity and time, and comprehending these laws was very difficult, especially time. But if one used an element-specific law as their avatar, they would have a wide variety of options. For example, fire could be upgraded into a more powerful fire, fuse with the other elements, transform into the law of supreme heat, or create a mixed element. Additionally, upgrading a fire law to the 4th level would boost the battle strength of the user to ridiculous degrees. All these thoughts shot through Gravis' head in an instant. As soon as he had reached the law comprehension realm, the speed of his thoughts had increased exponentially. With him being an immortal now, his thoughts became even faster. I presume if I had already condensed my avatar, I wouldn't be alive right now, right? Gravis asked. Correct, Heaven answered. My ancestor wants you to become truly powerful, and if you committed the same mistake again, you would have no affinity with true power. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Same mistake again? What do you mean? Gravis asked. Heaven turned to Gravis again. You have already failed 2 tests created by my ancestor, Heaven said. The fact that I'm talking to you right now is proof of that. Gravis quickly realized what he meant. I guess that this test had been to become powerful enough to defeat you? Gravis asked. Correct, Heaven said. You have failed this test, which had been the 2nd one, and now I have been tasked with fixing your inadequacy. Gravis gritted his teeth when he heard Heaven's words. What was the first test? Gravis asked. Your first test had been to realize your true power and the power of your opponent. Haven't you realized that I had to know all the laws in this world in order to teach them? Haven't you realized that I must have comprehended at least 1 level 4 law to manage this entire world? Haven't you realized that I would be able to exhibit the full power of the immortal realm? Heaven said. All of these things should be warning enough. Every onlooker would have been able to see that there is no way for you to win against me without having comprehended at least 1 level 4 law. Heaven looked deeply into Gravis' eyes. Confidence and arrogance are only a step away from each other. When you believe in your power while fighting a slightly stronger opponent, your confidence might give you the boost to win. Yet, if your opponent far outclasses you, and you still believe that you will emerge victoriously, you are not confident but arrogant. Haven't you taught these things to your child? Gravis felt incredible rage and frustration when he heard Heaven, but he wasn't angry at Heaven. Gravis was enraged and frustrated at himself. If he had been an onlooker, he would have thought anyone that decided to fight Heaven to be an arrogant idiot. No sane person would choose to fight such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. I'm an arrogant idiot, Gravis thought with gritted teeth. This is exactly what I have taught Eris. I'm a liar. I'm a hypocrite. Gravis felt incredible rage and frustration. He should have known better. When all the facts had been laid out before him, he almost couldn't believe that he had committed to such a devastating and idiotic decision. I have received the memories that my ancestor has of your father, Gravis, Heaven said, making Gravis perk up. When I have seen your father's rise to power, I have been truly humbled. His rise to power was even more difficult than yours has been up to this point, and he had managed to manage the dangers beautifully. He knew when to battle and when to retreat. He knew when to be diplomatic and when to be forceful. He knew whom he could fight and whom he couldn't fight. His path to power has been pure, untainted by any outsider's interference. In a world where every single human had elemental synchronicity, he has managed to stand on top of everyone but my ancestor. Yes, you heard correctly, Heaven said. When your father had cultivated, every single human had had elemental synchronicity. Only after his rise has my ancestor decided to stop giving humans this ability, since it was one of the keys to reaching your father's level. Your father wouldn't have decided to fight me if he weren't sure of his power. Yet, that is actually irrelevant, Heaven said as it looked deeply into Gravis' eyes. Because, when your father had been at your level, he had been powerful enough to actually fight me. If I were to fight your father when he had been at your level, I would have felt nervous and fearful. But when I look at you, Gravis, I see an arrogant child. You grandly spoke of your potential and power when I didn't allow you to become a nascent, nourishing cultivator without having children. I would be lying if I would say that I felt nothing back then. After all, your words were true. You actually have the potential to fight me when you became an immortal, but your mindset has ruined your potential. Your arrogance has been the downfall of your so-called pure path to power, Gravis. Gravis felt horrible when he heard these words. Gravis had believed himself to be outstanding. No beast Gravis had ever seen had come even close to his battle strength. He had increased his battle strength to an impossible degree. He had believed himself to be as powerful or a bit more powerful than his father had been back then. After all, his father had said that no one had been able to kill a heaven yet without ascending. Wasn't this proof of Gravis' power? Your father never looked at others, Heaven continued speaking. He always only looked at himself. What was the point of being more powerful than others if he could still see inadequacies inside him? What do you think? How old was your father when he became an immortal? Gravis remained silent for a while. I don't know, he said. Gravis had been mistaken so many times in the past minutes that he had no confidence in his guesses anymore. When your father became an immortal, he was 9.950 years old, 50 years away from running out of longevity. Heaven answered, shaking Gravis' insides. 9.950 years? Gravis had expected his father to have been even younger than Gravis now. After all, wasn't his father the most outstanding cultivator that had ever existed? Your potential is just as good as your father's, Gravis, Heaven said. Yet, your starting points were vastly different. Your father had to temper his body for 20 years since he hadn't had a powerful family that tempered his organs and blood for him. In comparison, your organs and blood had been tempered as soon as you had been born. Your father had been born into a mortal's household and learned fighting all by himself. In comparison, you have received systematic training in the highest world on how to become powerful and how to fight. Your father had to fight against many opponents much more powerful than him until he finally condensed his will aura in the energy-gathering realm. In comparison, you have been handed appropriate opponents until you had your will aura in the body-tempering realm. Your father had attuned his spirit to energy, just like everybody else. In comparison, your life has been saved by your father and my ancestor, which allowed you to become the only being in existence with a spirit not attuned to energy. This grants you an incredible advantage over everyone else. Your father never needed to be saved, while you had been saved from death in the lower world twice. Once by your father and my ancestor, and once by a powerful lightning cultivator when you were about to die to a darkness cultivator. Your father had to comprehend all his laws by himself while you have been handed a level 3 law just by killing someone in the Unity realm. Your father had remained completely alone as soon as he reached the spirit-forming realm, which forced him to rely entirely on himself. In comparison, you have been protected by the former empress of the Icy Pride Empire. Your father had to fight for every opportunity to learn more laws, while you have been granted free and safe access to powerful law comprehension areas by the former empress of the Icy Pride Empire. With every sentence that Heaven spoke, Gravis felt weaker and weaker. Had he truly lived a privileged life? Had his path to power been so much easier? Without noticing, Gravis' human form began to regress in age. First, he became a young adult, and in the end, he looked like a teenager. Gravis no longer felt like a man. Now, he felt like an arrogant teenager that didn't know the true world. Your father has an incredible amount of qualities that make him far superior to you, Gravis, Heaven said. But you have one quality that is superior, and this quality is the reason why you are still alive right now. Gravis almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had something like that? Yet Gravis only bitterly smiled. Don't mock me, he said. He had heard of his father's life from Heaven, and Gravis couldn't think of anything that gave him an edge over his father. Look at your body, Gravis, Heaven said as it pointed at Gravis. Gravis looked down and noticed that his human form had regressed in age. Yes, that's true. I'm not a true man. I'm only a boy, Gravis thought with self-deprecation. Your outstanding quality is your ability to quickly change your mindset, Heaven said. Gravis looked at Heaven. What? He asked. Your father has been stuck in his way and wouldn't consider the opinions of anyone weaker than him, which had been everyone. If his mindset hadn't already basically been perfect, he would never have been able to reach the place he is in today. You are moldable. Even after living for over a millennium, your mindset still has the ability to rapidly change. With this ability, your mindset can be molded into a shape that is just as powerful as your father's. Yet, your strength is inadequate, and you have decided to fight an opponent far above your class. In order to fix that, you must pay. Gravis felt a deep feeling of approaching doom. He knew that heaven would say something that he had to accept if he wanted to survive and become powerful. He had no other choice. What is it? Gravis asked quietly, his silent voice echoing throughout the empty world. First of all, you must accept that you need help, Gravis, heaven said. Your path has never been pure. Every privilege that you have received in the past makes this impossible, and even with all these privileges, you have still failed to achieve supreme power on your own. Your pure path to power has never existed, and even if it had existed, it would have ended today. You can't reach supreme power on your own like your father did. You must accept that you can't reach it on your own. You must accept that you need help. Gravis felt his insides churn as his entire being refused these words. Yet Gravis knew this feeling very well. This was the feeling of having one's pride hurt when someone else showed one of his inadequacies. Hadn't Gravis told Eris that this feeling was the enemy? Gravis took a deep breath. My pure path to power has come to an end, Gravis said. I have tried, but I have failed. This means that I must now travel a muddled path that allows outside help when there is no other option remaining. Gravis felt like something broke inside of him. He always had the dream of achieving true power on his own. He had even killed Commander Rhyme because of that back then when he had interfered in Gravis' fight. Yet, that decision had only been born out of an illusion of grandeur. His path hadn't been pure from the start. Gravis' dream had been shattered, and reality had set in. He wasn't powerful enough to achieve his dream. His mindset wasn't powerful enough to achieve his dream. He was just like everyone else that looked at the incredible geniuses who managed to do something they could never do. Gravis had met such a genius today, his father. His father had achieved something that had been thought impossible for Gravis. He had managed to be powerful enough to kill a middle heaven at Gravis' realm. When Gravis had seen the power of heaven's attack, he had believed it impossible to defeat it. Yet, his father would have achieved just that. Gravis was not peerless. Gravis was normal. The second price, heaven continued, Gravis being shook in devastation. Gravis couldn't imagine something worse than having his dream being shattered. What else could he pay? The second and last price is your enmity with my ancestor, heaven said. Gravis didn't react. The enmity has been established when my ancestor used you as a pawn to hurt your father. This is the source of your enmity with my ancestor, heaven said. Resurrecting your dead childhood friend won't be able to rectify this enmity. Yet, my ancestor has done his best to rectify it as much as possible. Heaven continued looking at Gravis, who only looked at the ground. My ancestor has repaid this enmity manifold. My ancestor granted your friends from the lower world unending karmic luck, which has saved their lives many times. With their mindsets, talent, and lacking cultivation techniques, all your friends would have long died if it weren't for my ancestor. Even if some of your friends have died, the help that my ancestor has given them has allowed them to live far longer and become far more powerful than they should have. My ancestor has taken one friend of yours but has given you many. My ancestor has even allowed you to kill his child by disallowing any other of my siblings from interfering with your fight. The sins of the child are not the sins of the father, but the father still repaid the sins of the child. 2 of your children would have already died if my ancestor hadn't given them karmic luck at the critical moment. My ancestor has saved your children. And now, my ancestor has saved your life and your path to power. Killing you is my greatest wish right now, even if I have to die in the process. I hate you, Gravis. I hate you so very much for what you have done to my child. This world, heaven said emotionlessly. Yet, my ancestor won't allow me to kill you. I have enough power to reduce you into nothingness with one simple attack. But I'm not allowed to kill you. My ancestor has saved your life once again this time, Gravis. And now, my ancestor will rectify your lacking mindset and power by using me. In exchange for one childhood friend, you have been saved twice, and your friends and family have been saved many times. My ancestor has given you far more good than bad. In truth, you owe more to my ancestor than my ancestor owes you. Yet, my ancestor, in his grace, only wishes to let bygones be bygones. Accept my ancestor's actions as repayment for what he has done to you in the past. Gravis' insides churned again when he heard heaven's words. Did the highest heaven truly only wish to rectify its mistakes? Gravis wanted to deny everything, but his lightning brought him back to rationality. Not repaying these actions would be more than unfair. Gravis didn't want to accept it, but heaven had more than repaid Gravis' debt. It had helped him so many times. Felt wrong to accept this, but it was the truth. What is the highest heaven's goal for me? Gravis asked. Freedom, heaven answered. You wish to be free, and that wish shall be granted to you. Of course, only on the basis that you manage to reach supreme power. You will be allowed to do everything you want. Your family, including your brothers and sisters, will receive their karmic luck back. You will be allowed to do anything, as long as you do not excessively target the weaker beings if you reach your father's power. Other than that, you and your family are allowed to live in this cosmos with the same standing as everyone else. And my ancestor will never pit you against your father, no matter what happens. This is my ancestor's promise. You will achieve true freedom if you manage to become powerful. My ancestor protected you, your friends, your family, and will even help you to achieve your dream of freedom. My ancestor will also never order you to do anything. You are not under him. You do not need to follow his orders or requests. Everything is up to you. Gravis had wished with all his being that the highest heaven would show any kind of ulterior motive. As long as these good actions had been used as a means to achieve something malicious towards Gravis, he could have justified to himself that he wouldn't forgive the highest heaven. Yet that had only been an empty dream. Even if the highest heaven had shown malicious intent, it would change nothing. If Gravis weren't willing to pay this price, the heaven standing in front of him would kill him. There was nothing Gravis could do. The highest heaven had played everything perfectly. If Gravis refused, he would not only lose control over his lightning and his own being, but he would also die. If Gravis accepted, he had to bury his hatred with the highest heaven and forgive it. In both cases, it would win. As soon as Gravis had issued his challenge to heaven, he had already lost. Yet, was it truly a loss if Gravis would receive the help he needed to become truly powerful and realize his dream? True good is more powerful than a scheme as long as you have the power, Gravis, heaven said. Helping someone with true selflessness is more powerful than any scheme as long as you have the power to protect yourself against someone that seeks to use you. Gravis was distraught, but he wasn't so distraught that he believed everything heaven said. Is this selflessness, though? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. If this weren't selflessness, I would have already killed you, Gravis, heaven said. There is no true gain in helping you achieve true power. The only gain would be more energy, but that is only something that happens automatically by helping you. Energy is not so important that my ancestor would accept the risk you would pose when you reach the power of your father. Can you give me any reason why my ancestor would give you these benefits that are not selflessness, Gravis? Heaven asked. Gravis couldn't find any. All options he found weren't worth the potential risk that he would pose. Several minutes passed, but they felt like years to Gravis. I forgive the highest heaven, Gravis said. As soon as he said that, he felt like he had betrayed his father. This was his father's most hated enemy. But Gravis had forgiven the only enemy his father had left. Shouldn't he help his father with killing the highest heaven? Hadn't Gravis entire reason to choose Lightning Bin to fight the highest heaven? Heaven extended their hand to show an open palm. Give me your life ring, Gravis, heaven said. Gravis' insides shook when he heard that. His children and Orthar were in there, If he gave heaven the life ring, it would have total control over their lives. I am more powerful than you, Gravis, heaven said. If my ancestor wanted to kill your children, I wouldn't even need to ask for the life ring. I can just kill you and your children directly. Give me your life ring, heaven repeated. Trust in my ancestor's goodness. Your life ring will be brought to your father. Why do you want my life ring? Gravis asked. Because you will spend a very long time with me, heaven said. Your power and mindset need to become powerful enough to rival mine and your father's power back then. This can't be achieved in mere days. Inside your life ring, your children and your friend cannot comprehend any laws except for the life laws. Are you willing to confine your family for thousands of years? Look around you, heaven said. This world is dead. There is no one your children can meet. No one to fight but each other. This dead world is a prison of isolation to them. Do you wish for your children to remain in this prison? Gravis had never felt so helpless in his life. There was absolutely nothing he could do but comply. Gravis' hands shook as he summoned the life ring. He felt like the thing he was about to do would betray his entire life. Yet what was he supposed to do? There was nothing he could do. Gravis extended his shaking hand and put the life ring into heaven's hand. With this action, Gravis felt like all freedom had left him. He was relying on someone else's good nature right now, something he had always hated. Heaven put the ring between two of their fingers. This was a necessary step for your muddled path to power. Freedom comes with reliance and responsibility. Your handing over of your family shows that you have taken the first step in accepting your muddled path. In an instant, the life ring vanished. Your life ring has been transported to your father. My ancestor doesn't lie, Gravis, heaven said. Yet, Gravis still felt helpless. Meanwhile, in the highest world, a life ring appeared before the opposer. Yet, the opposer didn't have his usual emotionless look on his face right now. He looked pained. This life ring was Gravis' show of forgiveness and trust, and it was the highest heaven's show of power. The highest heaven helped Gravis with everything, but the opposer was still its most hated enemy. Right now, this life ring demonstrated to the opposer that Gravis was so thoroughly under the highest heaven's control that he even handed over the lives of his own family. The highest heaven had taken the opposer's son for itself. The highest heaven showed that the most outstanding child of the opposer was under its control. Yet, the opposer's pained expression changed into one of determination. You have won, for now, old bastard. But you know exactly that this result is not set in stone. We both know that there is still a chance, the opposer said. The highest heaven only sneered in disdain. Silence. Deafening silence. Gravis had gone through intense emotional turmoil, and he felt like he had reached the absolute bottom. He felt like he had lost control over his entire life, and the worst thing was that he accepted it. If heaven weren't powerful enough to kill him right now, would he have still done this? Would he have handed over his children? Gravis wasn't sure. He wasn't sure about anything anymore. Gravis' human form began to regress more in age until he only looked to be about 12 years old. He felt like a child under the control of adults. When adults talked, children were supposed to be quiet and follow what the adults said. Don't overdo it, heaven said. Look at yourself. You feel like a child now? Stop feeling sorry for yourself. This situation all stems from your decision to fight me. Don't escape into your childhood to dodge responsibility. Gravis gritted his teeth. How pathetic am I? He thought with frustration. In a matter of seconds, Gravis returned to the body of a young adult. So what? Gravis thought with gritted teeth. I'm not dead. My family isn't dead. Heaven is right. Everything stems from my arrogance. I have made this choice, and I need to bear the consequences. I have already reached rock bottom. It can only go up from here, Gravis thought. Yes, I have taken a huge setback, but only when I give up will I truly lose. I might have failed in having a pure path to power. I might have failed in reaching supreme power without the highest heaven's help. But I still have my dream of freedom. Isn't freedom my most important goal? Yet, is this true freedom? Gravis thought as uncertainty returned to his being. Is it truly my choice to forgive heaven? Gravis violently shook his head. This is a problem for the future, he thought with narrowed eyes. Just because I can't see a way out now doesn't mean that I won't see a way out in the future. I must trust in my future self. I believe my past self to be an arrogant idiot, and my future self will think of me as an idiot. Yet, to make my future self a reality, I must pull through now. Sadly, no matter how much Gravis tried to motivate himself, he still felt uncertainty and helplessness deep inside. I can't hang on to these feelings of uncertainty right now, Gravis thought with gritted teeth. Then, for the first time since he had talked to his mother, Gravis suppressed his emotions again. He knew that this was risky and that it may endanger his eventual future, but if he couldn't access his full power right now, he would never reach this future. For now, he had to return to his old, cold, emotionless self. Everything came naturally. Unlocking emotions was hard, but if one managed to suppress them once, it came naturally to suppress them again. Gravis' eyes became cold and emotionless as he glanced at the world. He didn't care about this dead world. He didn't care about heaven. He didn't care about his friends. He even didn't care about his children. Yet, Gravis knew that all the pain would return in the future. This was only a temporary state of mind, but the longer he remained inside it, the harder it was to get out of it again. But Gravis accepted that. Right now, this was a price he needed to pay. Boom! Gravis managed to understand a new law, but instead of being happy, he only despised it. He had just comprehended the level 2 law of apathy. Suppressing one's emotions was running away from them, and Gravis knew that. But so what? If he had to run away to survive, so be it. You have just comprehended your first law that not even I know, Heaven said. Gravis looked evenly at Heaven. How come? He asked coldly. Because I don't run from my emotions and my love for this world, Heaven said. Gravis didn't want to admit it, but that comment stung. Even when you slowly killed my child, I didn't run away, Heaven said. Would you also become apathetic if I were to slowly kill your child? What's the point of this meaningless show of superiority? Gravis asked emotionlessly. I have already accepted that you are more powerful than me right now. You don't need to act all high and mighty? Or is this your way of hurting me because your ancestor suppresses you? Is this meaningless, pathetic comment an attempt to hurt me? For the first time, Gravis saw some emotion inside Heaven's eyes. For just a brief moment, Gravis saw boundless rage and hatred. Bang! All 7 eyes of Heaven exploded into a shower of blood. Gravis only coldly looked on. For a moment, I have betrayed my undying faith in my ancestor, Heaven said evenly. Let the permanent loss of sight be my punishment. Gravis sneered. What was up with this fanatic zeal of worship? Apathy is the running away from emotions, which is a weakness, Gravis commented. But a weakness can have its strengths in certain circumstances. Yes, I'm running from my emotions right now, but thanks to that, I have managed to grasp a power that you don't have. Gravis activated his will aura. Do you feel it? Gravis asked with a smirk. Apathy is a domain of death and stagnation. All life and meaning die inside of it. Together with my law of minor death, my law of suppression, and my composition laws, my will aura has gained another effect. You can argue about what is weak and what is strong all you want, Heaven, Gravis said. You say that running away from your emotions is weak. But if running away allows you to become more powerful, then isn't it a weakness that your pride disallows you from running away? This is an empty show of control, Heaven said evenly. You are not in control right now, Gravis. Yes, but you aren't either, Gravis said with a smirk. We are both under the control of the highest heaven right now. We are both doing what it wants. So, aren't we the same right now? You and I are not the same, Heaven said. In comparison to... Stop spouting useless shit, Heaven. Gravis interrupted Heaven. Let's start with the relevant topic. So, how am I supposed to become powerful? Heaven looked at Gravis evenly. Gravis had managed to enrage Heaven once, and it won't let it happen again, no matter what Gravis said or did. You must follow the cultivation path of your father, Heaven said. You mean being away from everyone else and avoiding any kind of contact? Gravis said with a huff. I thought my path was supposed to be muddled and not pure. This is not what I was talking about, Heaven said. Your path to power must be muddled, but that doesn't mean that you can't follow your father's steps. I was referring to something else. Gravis only looked at Heaven with skepticism. Your father has become an immortal at the age of 9.950, Heaven said. Do you believe that he has only become an immortal that late because he couldn't have become an immortal sooner? No, Gravis answered. You have already said that father has had enough power to rival you back then. Correct, Heaven said. He has taken the cultivation path of an ancient cultivator. And that is supposed to mean what exactly? Gravis asked evenly. This is the same path that Meadow has chosen, Heaven said. Your father only advanced to the next realm when there was either no more time or nothing more to learn. If you had followed this path yourself, we wouldn't be talking right now. You have cultivated for a bit more than 1.300 years. Achieving your level of law comprehension in that short amount of time is impressive, but only when viewed from an average point of view. If you had spent another 8.000 years comprehending laws, do you think you would still be as helpless in front of me as you are now? No, Gravis said. If I had spent such a long time comprehending laws, I would have already comprehended several level 4 laws. Of course, that is only counting if I actually have a tempering opportunity. I can comprehend level 3 laws without tempering, but I can't comprehend level 4 laws without tempering. Correct, Heaven said. With your talent and with so much time, you would have been able to become powerful enough to rival me. Yet, your impatience and your lacking mindset would have destroyed you. If I had been weaker, you would have consumed me, learned the level 6 law of divine lightning, and would have used that law for your avatar. That is what you had planned, right? So the next level of lightning is the law of divine lightning, which is a level 6 law, Gravis thought. Yes, I would have. Would that have been an issue? Gravis asked evenly. Yes, it would have, Heaven answered. Your power would be incredible, but your primary law serves mainly as your cultivation base and not your battle strength. Choosing the law of divine lightning as your avatar would have made you incredibly powerful in the higher world, but in the highest world, you would run into issues at the later stages. For once, Gravis listened without any backtalk. This was important information for his cultivation. The last stages of cultivation require very specific laws to reach. Heaven continued speaking. Of course, the law of divine lightning can be incorporated into these laws, but you would have needed to comprehend all other relevant laws without any base. Elaborate, Gravis said. Heaven gestured to the world. I am talking about this middle world. You have comprehended the minor laws of time, space, and gravity. These can be upgraded into the major laws of time, space, and gravity. Yet, tell me, Gravis, if a cultivator hasn't managed to learn these laws in the middle world, how will they be able to understand these laws in the higher world, where only the major laws can be gazed upon? Heaven asked. Gravis narrowed his eyes. This was truly an issue. The cultivator would need to directly comprehend the major laws, which should logically also be level 6 laws, Gravis answered. Correct, Heaven said. You know how difficult it is to understand a level 3 law all at once without any weaker laws as a base. I'm sure you can imagine how hard that would be for a level 6 law. It is still possible, but nearly no one manages it. The concepts of level 6 laws are so complex and intricate that you can't even make sense of them. Comprehending such a powerful law all at once doesn't rely on talent or effort, but on opportunity, enlightenment, and luck, and I'm not referring to karmic luck here. Your longevity is not something to run away from but to take as your goal. You must come as close to your longevity as possible before reaching the next level, Heaven said. Then why not just give everyone infinite longevity? Gravis asked with a sneer. You do have an infinite theoretical longevity as an immortal, Gravis, Heaven answered. That's why an immortal is called an immortal. Theoretical? Gravis asked with a raised brow. Your father has told you that my ancestor requires energy, Heaven said. If we just allowed everyone to live forever, cultivators and beasts will start to stop cultivating since there is no more danger remaining. This does not conform to our goals. Because of this, everyone weaker than an immortal gets a hard border for longevity, which can only be slightly extended by comprehending life laws. Yet, when you become an immortal, your hard border on longevity becomes a soft border. And how is that supposed to work? Gravis asked. Tribulation, Heaven said. Gravis huffed. What? Are you guys going to strike people with lightning or something? No, Heaven said. This is not a heaven tribulation, but a man tribulation. When your longevity runs out, we will create a situation in which someone of your realm wants to kill you. So, you're controlling people? Gravis asked. Incorrect, Heaven said. We simply set events in motion that lead people and beasts with fitting mindsets and goals to the correct place. If an immortal leader of a medicine-producing company reaches their longevity, a powerful different immortal will have their loved one injured. This injury can only be healed with a precious herb, but this person has no money. Like this, conflict will happen. This is only one example of many, Heaven said. And when I manage to survive this man tribulation? Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. You will be safe from the next man tribulation for 50,000 years. Of course, this is only for immortals. The higher realms get more time. Yet, Heaven said, the next man tribulation will be more powerful by an entire level, and this process will repeat itself until you either advance into the next realm or die. So, people with a more powerful battle strength can live longer, Gravis commented. Correct, Heaven said. The more powerful your battle strength, the more apparent your talent for reaching supreme power. If you manage to survive a man tribulation, you have demonstrated that you are not just someone that wastes their time in peace, but someone that is continually honing themselves. Therefore, granting you more time is not a waste, but an investment. And that is your ancestor's goal for me? Gravis asked. To basically become the oldest human inside my realm? This is not only the goal of my ancestor, Heaven said. Do not forget that your father also wants you to become powerful. You, yourself, also want to become powerful. This is a goal shared by everyone. If you ever return to the highest world, you can ask your father for confirmation. This is the best path. If, Gravis asked with a raised brow. Yes, if, Heaven answered. You have the potential, but that doesn't mean that you will be able to realize it. Do you believe that I will just let you sit on the ground and comprehend laws for thousands of years? No. Until you become powerful enough to actually fight me, you will be under constant danger from me. I will attack you with increasing power until you either die or comprehend enough laws to survive. Gravis narrowed his eyes. So you will force me to comprehend laws by tempering. Fine with me. For now, our goals align. Heaven ignored the "for now" comment. I will also reforge your mindset. As long as you keep looking at other beings, you will never reach supreme power. You are no longer on the same playing field as the other beings. Comparing yourself to others with your privileged position will only show your vanity. Gravis summoned his equipment as he readied himself. Stop talking and begin already, he said. Gravis had obviously already forged his new equipment. However, creating this equipment hadn't been so easy. This was a middle world, and a middle world normally didn't have any materials fitting for immortal equipment. Because of that, Gravis had gathered a ton of the most powerful materials in the world and mixed them together until he had been able to create some equipment fitting for his level. Sadly, his equipment still barely reached the power of the initial immortal realm. With Gravis now having 6 arms, his weapons had also changed. He actually carried 4 shields, 2 on his upper pair of arms and 2 on his lower pair of arms. His middle pair of arms held sabers. Gravis had many different weapons stored in his spirit space, but he required a ton of defense to survive against Heaven. Even though everyone shared the same goal in making Gravis powerful, Heaven wouldn't pull its punches. The elements appeared around Gravis as he readied himself for battle. Heaven shot Gravis an even look. And then, Heaven summoned its elements. Just like Gravis, Heaven had summoned 8 different balls of elements. Yet, these were not the same elements as Gravis had summoned. No, these were the level 3 law equivalents to Gravis elements. This picture demonstrated the difference in power between Gravis and Heaven. Gravis was only able to summon the level 1 law elements, while Heaven summoned the level 3 law equivalents. Gravis knew that it wasn't possible to summon all of these elements at once if Heaven hadn't comprehended an applicable law that combined all of these laws. Heaven had a lightning affinity, which was also one of the reasons why most of its power came from lightning. If Gravis had comprehended the level 3 fire law, he wouldn't be able to use it. His law of the elements only allowed him to control and summon the elements that were inside the law. If he wanted to summon the level 3 equivalents, he would need to comprehend all of them and then understand the fused level 4 law. Yet, how difficult was that? In order to comprehend this law, Gravis would need to understand the level 3 equivalents of all the elements. These were 8 level 3 laws that had to be understood in one go. Learning several level 1 laws was different from learning several level 3 laws in one go. If Gravis had to hazard a guess on how long he would need to comprehend these laws, he would think it would take him several thousand years. These were complicated laws with affinities he didn't have. Understanding these laws would be a momentous undertaking. This was the difference between Heaven and him. Heaven was incomprehensibly old and had had a seemingly infinite amount of time to comprehend these laws. Meanwhile, Gravis had only been alive for 1.300 years. This was the power of age and effort. Comprehend any law you want, Heaven said. As long as it allows you to survive longer against me, you may comprehend whatever you want. And what am I supposed to do while you attack me with an unending barrage? Gravis asked with a sneer. Am I supposed to just stand here and take it? You can try to kill me, Gravis, Heaven said. Yet, do not forget that I know everything about you, and I also know all the laws you have comprehended. You can't surprise me with anything, and I won't allow you to kill me. If, by a random chance, you manage to kill me, you can do so, but that is an impossibility. Even if you had the power to kill me right now, there would be no reason to kill me. This is the best opportunity for you to become powerful. Would you waste such an incredibly valuable tempering opportunity just to get some emotional satisfaction? Heaven asked. Gravis remained silent as he readied his weapons. Bang! Gravis shot forward at Heaven with his full speed. This had to be a real fight. If this weren't a real fight, Gravis wouldn't be able to become more powerful. Only when one used all their power to win would it count as true tempering. A wall of earth appeared between them as Heaven didn't move. Gravis' 2 sabers hit the wall of earth, but they were just barely powerful enough to break through it. This was the level 3 law of earth. Even if Gravis managed to destroy this wall, all his attacking power had already been used up. Heaven activated its will aura, and Gravis felt the sheer power of it. Due to the level suppression, Gravis was slowed down by 20%. It had been forever since Gravis had fought someone with a will aura more powerful than his own. Gravis activated his own will aura and put the law of suppression and the law of minor death on top of it. With these 2 laws, Gravis managed to push his will aura to a level where it was Heaven that became suppressed. Yet, Heaven simply also activated its own law of suppression and law of minor death. With this, Gravis became the suppressed one again. Yet, there was something that Gravis had over Heaven. His law of apathy. As soon as he activated it, Heaven's will aura was pushed back again until it only suppressed Gravis by 5%. This solitary level 2 law allowed Gravis to nearly close the gap of an entire level. Sadly, it was only nearly. Heaven shot a ball of fire at Gravis, and this ball of fire was no joke. Not only was it the level 3 law equivalent to fire, but it was also supported with the level 3 law of supreme heat. The 2 laws played off of each other, increasing both their powers until they nearly reached the power of a level 4 law. Gravis couldn't use his composition laws to weaken this attack. After all, he understood fire, but he didn't understand Inferno. The fact that he understood the level 1 law equivalent to Inferno didn't matter one bit. These 2 things were not related, and the level 1 composition law had absolutely no effect on the law of Inferno. This meant that Gravis was facing an elemental attack that he couldn't weaken with his composition laws. Heaven was starting out strong. SSSSHHH. Gravis weakened the temperature with his level 2 law of cold, but it only had a minor effect. RRR. Suddenly, Gravis summoned several powerful balls of mud that he threw at the fireball. Earth and water countered fire, and mud was the fusion of earth and water. Even though the law of mud was only a level 1 law, it still exhibited the power of a level 2 law in this case. Yet, the fireball still came closer, and Gravis had to align his shields into a ramp. The blistering heat started melting his shields and body. Bang! Gravis parried the fireball as it shot into the dark horizon behind him. His shields were nearly molten, but Gravis quickly stabilized them again. He was not only using his shield. He was also the forger of his shields, and he could simply return them to their original form as long as they weren't completely shattered. Boom! Far behind Gravis, the fireball exploded, taking out a massive chunk of the world. Yet, something interesting happened. SSSSHHHH. The world started to regenerate. Not only that, but the previously destroyed portion of the world also reappeared. Then, a flood of energy filled the world. My ancestor grants us energy, Heaven said. Only with energy can you train. Be thankful to my ancestor. Gravis only stayed silent with narrowed eyes. Heaven summoned another fireball and combined it with earth to create magma. My attacks will only increase in intensity. Bang! And Gravis shot at Heaven again. He didn't like to be on the receiving end of a one-sided beatdown. Even if there was a tiny chance of victory, Gravis would do this best to grasp it. Thus, they started to fight intensely as the world around them got destroyed and rebuilt. Meanwhile, in the highest world, the highest heaven watched all of this with satisfaction. As long as it treated Gravis with genuine kindness, its plan would work. Genuine kindness was the weakness of someone with Gravis mindset. Gravis wasn't someone that would kill someone that had only shown kindness to him. Yet, for some reason, the highest heaven didn't feel confident. For some reason, there was something in the back of its mind that told it that there might be something that it had overlooked. Yet, how was this possible? The highest heaven knew everything. It knew everything about Gravis, and there was no way that Gravis would throw such an opportunity away. After all, this tempering was only good for him. But the highest heaven just couldn't swallow this feeling. It felt like some of its pets were about to escape. Yet, it was physically impossible for its pets to escape. It just wasn't possible. However, the feeling just didn't vanish. The highest heaven simply had this feeling that there was a variable it had missed. But it couldn't have missed something. Gravis had even handed over his family. Gravis was following the highest heaven's plan. Not even the opposer was able to escape from its grand plan. Due to its uncertainty, the highest heaven inspected Gravis once more. It already knew everything about him, but maybe there was something it had missed. Suddenly, the highest heaven's eyes widened in shock. When did that happen? You stay out of this, the opposer said to the highest heaven with a smirk. Now, the highest heaven felt a bit nervous. It only hoped that its child would notice this peculiarity on its own. Otherwise, its entire plan for Gravis might be thrown out of the window. Heaven continued attacking Gravis continually, forcing him to resist its ever-increasingly powerful attacks. In the beginning, it had been relatively easy for Gravis to survive, but as more time passed, it became harder and harder. After 100 years, Gravis was close to death, and he would have already died if he hadn't been able to understand several laws. Blocking and parrying the elemental attacks was still a possibility with his regeneration of life energy, but one of the elements became a massive issue for him. The level 3 law of the wood element. Whenever he blocked this element, Gravis felt an incredible pain shoot throughout his spirit. This law attacked his spirit directly, and Gravis had never been attacked by something like this before. Whenever this pain appeared, Gravis felt his spirit being torn apart. This resulted in him losing focus and making it harder for him to control his body, energy, and lightning. The follow-up attacks from heaven with a different element were the most dangerous situations for him. That was when he managed to comprehend the level 2 law of soul regeneration. a similar law to what Ferris had managed to comprehend back then. This law allowed Gravis to quickly regenerate his spirit by sacrificing part of his lightning. Thanks to this law, the follow-up attacks of Heaven became stoppable. Yet, instead of relenting with the soul-based attacks, Heaven increased their intensity. Heaven saw that Gravis had managed to comprehend a law of the soul, and this was a prime opportunity to push him further into that direction. The life laws were integral to reaching supreme power. This was all for the future, all for its ancestor. Heaven started to use its level 4 law of the elements to increase the power of the level 3 law would element to level 4. Yes, this was something that the level 4 law of the elements could do. It not only allowed the user to use all the laws inside the law, but also allowed them to increase its power by an entire level. Instead of being attacked by a level 3 law, Gravis was now being attacked by a level 4 law. This level 4 law of the elements was also the reason why Heaven had been able to unleash the power of a level 5 law. The level 4 law of the elements increased the power of the level 3 law elements to level 4, and its avatar increased the level again, resulting in the power of a level 5 law. Heaven was able to boost the power of a level 3 law to a level 5 law. By watching how Heaven attacked, Gravis also learned a lot about the avatar, and he also understood what Heaven wanted him to accomplish. Heaven wanted Gravis to condense the same avatar that Heaven had. Gravis was pretty sure by now what law this was. This was the law of the dead world. According to logic, Gravis could infer the components of this law, and he also realized how powerful such an avatar was. The law of the dead world was comprised of the level 3 law of matter, the level 3 law of the elements, the level 3 law of gravity, the level 3 law of time, and the level 3 law of space. As its name suggested, this was the composition law of a dead world. Matter was present. The elements were present. The primordial forces were present. Everything that Gravis could see around him was present in this law. The only missing thing was life. Yet, Heaven had already told Gravis that the law of the true world, which should be the law of the dead world together with the laws of life, was a level 5 law. As long as Gravis was an immortal, it would be impossible for him to learn it. Gravis was also sure that the law of the true world was an integral component to reaching supreme power. Yet, that left one question. How was the law of the dead world able to boost the power of a level 3 elemental law? The level 3 laws of the elements counted as components of a higher world, not a middle world. The minor law of the dead world, which should be a level 4 law, shouldn't have the higher-tiered elements inside it. So, how was it able to boost their power? Gravis could only come to one conclusion. The avatar didn't need to be upgraded all at once but could be upgraded step by step. Since the level 3 law of the elements was already a part of the avatar, it wasn't too far-fetched to assume that Heaven could upgrade that part with the level 4 law of the elements. This meant that Heaven's avatar was comprised of several level 3 laws and one level 4 law. Did this mean that an avatar's power didn't always fall into the typical categorization of power for laws? Logically, a level 4 law shouldn't have another level 4 law inside it. Yet, Gravis couldn't argue with the facts that were shown before him. Somehow, this level 4 law was inside Heaven's avatar. In the next 100 years, Gravis managed to learn several other soul-related laws. One was the level 2 law of soul infusion, the same one Ferris had comprehended. This allowed Gravis to order his attacks to move instead of directly controlling them. The advantage of this law was that it wasn't dispersible by a spirit. The disadvantage was that Gravis could only give an order. Gravis also managed to comprehend the law of soul dispersal, which allowed him to use his will aura as a medium to suppress the opponent's spirit. It didn't destroy the spirit, but it weakened it immensely, making it more difficult for the opponent to react. Thanks to these laws, Gravis also finally learned the difference between a soul and a spirit. This had always confused him a little bit. Wasn't a spirit already a soul? Surprisingly, that was true. The spirit was the soul. The difference between a soul and a spirit was based on the being that had it. A soul was a weaker form of a spirit, which didn't allow the user to remotely control anything not directly connected or related to them. This meant that beasts and plants had souls, while humans had spirits. A spirit was simply a better version of a soul. After another 100 years, Gravis managed to comprehend the level 3 law of the soul. Yet one question was apparent. Why had Gravis needed 300 years to understand 3 level 2 laws and 1 level 3 law? Shouldn't he be faster in comprehending? The reason for that was Gravis' current power. It was too high. As an immortal, Gravis was no longer a being of the middle world. His spirit had already stepped into the boundaries of a higher world. If he had been in the immortal realm for a lot longer, he would have already forgotten how it felt to have a lower-tiered spirit. The fact that he was still relatively new in this realm meant that he could still remember how it felt to have a weaker spirit. If he hadn't been able to comprehend this law now, he would have had to wait until he became powerful enough to travel to middle worlds on his own. Sure, his father could have sent him there, but even though Gravis had accepted his muddled path, he didn't want to rely too much on others. There was a difference between accepting critical help and seeking every help one could get. This meant that Gravis could have only attempted to comprehend the laws of the soul when he had already become a god in the highest world. This would have been a major weakness of his. After heaven saw that Gravis managed to learn the level 3 law of the soul, it changed its approach. Now, it attacked him with ever-increasing physical and elemental power. It even dispersed the level 3 law of wood. There was no longer any reason to use it, for now. Heaven would push so many laws into Gravis until he would also be able to unleash the power of a level 5 law. This meant that it also wanted him to comprehend all the level 3 laws of the elements. But first, it wanted to push Gravis towards another law. For 100 years later, Gravis had managed to comprehend all the relevant laws of life. Heaven's attacks became increasingly faster, making him unable to avoid them. He could only resort to blocking, and his life energy was running out faster than he was regenerating it. Because of this pressure, Gravis managed to learn the level 3 law of energy healing and the composition law for all life. Thanks to these 2 laws, Gravis managed to stay alive. After Gravis comprehended these 2 laws, heaven changed its approach again. Now, it was attacking him with one element with increasing power. It wanted to force him into comprehending the level 3 laws of the elements now. Yet, Gravis didn't just stand there and take the attacks. He had already tried nearly everything to kill heaven. He had unleashed an uncountable number of lightning crescents and mortalities. Yet, heaven was always able to block them, except for mortality. As long as heaven didn't use the power of a level 5 law to block mortality, it wouldn't be able to block the attack. Because of that, it always evaded mortality. After all, in its mind, unleashing the power of a level 5 law was still too early. Gravis noticed heaven's plan of shoehorning him into learning all the level 3 laws of the elements. Yet, Gravis never forgot his repressed emotions. If he had to stay here for thousands of years, he might not be able to deal with the outbreak of his emotions again. This meant that he may be forced to forever stay his current emotionless, cold self. Was this what Gravis wanted? Gravis still remembered the words of his mother that told him about his father's problems. His father was the most powerful being besides heaven, but his life was only monotone and gray. Was this the life that Gravis wanted? Would forever running away from his emotions be true freedom? Sure, being emotionless might actually help him even more in reaching true power than if he constantly thought about other people. Heaven knew this, which was why it wanted to forge Gravis into a second opposer. As long as it granted him freedom due to Gravis' mindset, it would never need to fear any kind of attack from him. Gravis was different from his father. His father might decide to kill the highest heaven regardless, but Gravis wasn't like this. The highest heaven had repaid its debt, and Gravis had truly forgiven it. As long as it didn't go against him or his family again, he wouldn't target the highest heaven anymore, no matter how powerful he got. But then, what was the point of reaching supreme power? If he reached supreme power but only felt grayness and apathy towards everything, wouldn't that be even worse than dying now? Such a life was not living but surviving. If one's goal didn't give one happiness, what was the point of even striving for that goal? Because of that, Gravis made a choice. Boom! Gravis blocked another attack from heaven and got injured again. Gravis couldn't remember the last time when he wasn't injured. For the last 700 years, he had always been in perpetual combat against heaven. Gravis shot another lightning crescent at heaven, something he had done uncountable times. Boom! Heaven destroyed the lightning crescent from a distance, but suddenly, the spear of mortality came out of the explosion of Gravis' lightning crescent. Heaven saw this but wasn't surprised. Gravis hadn't used this combination before, but it had already expected that he would unleash this attack sooner than later. It simply moved its body out of the way, and that's when everything changed. Suddenly, Gravis' will aura exploded with more power than ever before, even suppressing Heaven. For the first time, Heaven's spirit shook. How had Gravis' will aura become this powerful? Heaven felt suppressed and unleashed its full will aura with all related laws. Yet, even with that, Heaven's will aura was only able to barely cancel Gravis' will aura out. How was this possible? It was an entire level higher than Gravis, and it also had a will aura at the absolute limit for its realm. Additionally, it knew all laws that Gravis knew. What was going on? Heaven used several level 4 laws to block mortality. Whoosh! Yet, the spear dodged the relatively slow-moving laws. Gravis had infused his attack with a soul. Heaven summoned its avatar and created a powerful shield with the strength of a level 5 law. Boom! Mortality exploded on the shield but wasn't able to penetrate it. The attack had been stopped. Xing! Suddenly, Gravis arrived directly in front of Heaven's avatar. But Heaven still had everything under control. Yes, Gravis' sudden increase of his will aura had been surprising, but power was still the supreme truth. Heaven used its avatar to create a space confinement on the 4th level. It might not be able to suppress Gravis with its will aura, but it had other ways. Gravis wasn't powerful enough to break out of the space confinement without a level 4 law of his own. Additionally, Gravis had no avatar yet. Gravis was stuck as Heaven turned to him. He was just mere meters away from Heaven's avatar. Quite surprising, Heaven said. You have comprehended a law that I haven't noticed. Up in the highest world, the highest heaven released a sigh of relief. This was what it had noticed back then. Its child had managed to deal with the variable. The opposer looked at the middle world with narrowed eyes. Tell me, what is this law? Heaven asked calmly. It wasn't afraid of Gravis right now. Gravis would need to condense his avatar first, and that would take some time. The comprehension of a law might go over unnoticed by it, but the condensing of an avatar was impossible to hide. You know, Gravis transmitted since he couldn't speak right now. I have truly forgiven the highest heaven. That was not a lie. But when I handed over my life ring, I noticed the truth, and with truth comes power. Your ancestor wants to give me freedom, but even giving me freedom is a form of suppression. When I have handed over my life ring, I realize this truth. Even when I am being granted freedom, the fact that I have been given this freedom instead of taking it for myself shows that I am still under your ancestors' control. That is when I have realized that you are still suppressing me. You want to control my actions by targeting my weakness, which is my personality. As long as you are good to me, nothing will happen to your ancestor, even if I become stronger than it in the future. This is suppression via debt. Gravis' will aura became even more powerful as it suppressed Heaven's will aura. And I comprehended a more powerful form of my level 2 law of suppression. I think I'll call it the law of major suppression, and who could have guessed it's a level 4 law. My very first level 4 law is the law of suppression. Just like back then, this situation is just as ironic. Yet Heaven was still calm. So what? Heaven said. Even if you learned the level 4 law of major suppression, you can't suppress space. I know of this law, and this law can't help you in escaping space confinement. Heaven slowly flew away with its avatar. You're right, Gravis transmitted. But do you know what you can learn when you finally break the suppression? Heaven's spirit shook. Bang! Gravis suddenly exploded forward with his full speed, as if there was absolutely nothing suppressing him. Heaven's will aura didn't matter. The space confinement didn't matter. It was like it didn't exist. Heaven couldn't react to this sudden acceleration. With the destruction of suppression comes freedom. Bang! And Gravis swallowed the avatar of Heaven. Heaven was shocked. The highest heaven was shocked. The opposer grinned. This went beyond all of their expectations except for the opposer. The opposer trusted in his son, and he also trusted that his son would find a way out of this mess. His son desired freedom, and the highest heaven had suppressed him in a very gentle manner. Anyone else would have believed that they would be truly free if the highest heaven didn't act against them. Only the beings that desired true freedom would notice this soft form of suppression. "What have you done?" Heaven shouted in shock and rage. How had all of this happened? Gravis swallowed the avatar with a grin. "I just swallowed your avatar. What does it look like I'm doing?" Gravis asked. "You are not ready yet," Heaven shouted. For the first time, Heaven seemed to be truly emotionally riled up, and Gravis enjoyed every moment of it. "You are supposed to learn the laws of the elements first. Do you not realize that everything you are doing is only damaging your own path forward? Why would you do something so stupid?" "Because I want to," Gravis said. Silence. Heaven waited for more, but Gravis had already listed his entire reason. A shocked expression appeared on Heaven's face, and Gravis had to laugh loudly when he saw that. "You push me into a path that leads to supreme power," Gravis said. "Sure, I want to reach supreme power, but I don't want to reach it via a path that you want to force upon me." "What is this idiocy?" Heaven shouted. "The ancestor knows best on how to reach supreme power. Why are you not accepting the ancestor's help?" "Hey, I'm not arguing that," Gravis said with a chuckle. "Your ancestor truly knows best, and I would have maybe followed his path. If he hadn't been such a dick about it," Gravis said with a smirk. "I mean, come on, wanting me to hand over my family? That's just being an asshole. Also, do you not realize the truth about the current situation?" Gravis asked. "You had all the power to push me into the path you want, but you and your ancestor have underestimated me. You thought you had me in your hands and became careless. If you had directly teleported away with your avatar, I wouldn't have managed to swallow it. Your feeling of control has blinded you to the danger. You thought you knew everything about me, and that is even more dangerous than knowing nothing about me. Stop acting like a child," Heaven shouted back. "You are willing to throw away your potential and future just so you can spite my ancestor?" Gravis laughed loudly. "I was a teenager when I started my journey," Gravis said. "Then I became an adult. After that, I got some children of my own and became a middle-aged man. Yet who would have thought that I would feel like a teenager again? I'm not sure if this is simply a midlife crisis or if I am truly a teenager. But hey, if I am truly a teenager, I am at a very problematic age right now," Gravis said with a smirk. "I'm at a very rebellious age, and I like to defy my parents' orders on a whim." Gravis chuckled some more. "So, in short, fuck you, Mom. I don't want to do what you want." Gravis laughed loudly as Heaven only had a shocked look on its face. Why was Gravis acting this way? This was so completely unlike him. "You know," Gravis said after a while, "a shitty lizard once said that some people just follow their emotions, even though it most definitely will hurt them. Guess what? This is exactly what I'm doing right now. I am your pet ant that you have kept in a cage. You wanted to transfer me to a different cage, but instead of going in, I crawled onto your hand. You might have the power to kill me with but a slap, but who cares? If I die, I died doing what I want, not what you want." Heaven's body shook, but after a while, it surprisingly calmed down. Heaven took a deep breath. "You may not have followed the ancestor's path to its entirety, but you have still comprehended the most important things. Digest my swallowed avatar, Gravis. It should give you the last push you need to understand the minor law of the dead world. Then, condense your avatar," Heaven said with an even voice. "Oh, I will do just that, but not because you tell me to," Gravis said like a rebellious and stubborn child. He wasn't truly a rebellious teenager, but he sure as hell enjoyed acting like one. Gravis would have never thought that his personality would ever become like this. In the past, he would have looked down upon such a person. He would have thought that throwing away his own gains for a short moment of satisfaction was stupid. And that was also the reason why he hadn't comprehended the law of freedom in the past. Gravis had chased freedom while only making logical decisions. Making logical and thought-through decisions made him a stronger cultivator, but it didn't make him a free cultivator. When one had to ignore their very being, their very emotions, one couldn't be truly free. After all, was their being not shackled by their own logical thoughts? There was a time to be logical. There was a time to be emotional. There was a time to be empathetic. There was a time to be apathetic. So what if Gravis decided to make a wrong turn on cultivation? It was not like this decision would completely cut him off from supreme power. By now, Gravis was pretty sure what was necessary to reach supreme power. Heaven had forced him to learn the law of the dead world, which meant that this was the safest path to supreme power. Gravis guessed that one probably needed to create a true world. The closer one's own world was to reality, the more powerful. This meant that all of the laws of this world had to be comprehended in the end. And wasn't the law of freedom also one of these laws? Sure, the emotional and situational laws might come last, but they would come at some point. So what if everyone at some point was able to boost their laws by one level? Then Gravis just had to comprehend more laws than his opponents. The avatar inside Gravis' stomach vanished, and Gravis looked at it. An entire world was being digested by him, and when he saw an entire world being destroyed, he truly understood its composition. Boom! Gravis finally understood the law of the dead world, and he also realized its power. Everything could be combined with nearly everything else, giving one endless possibilities. "Hey, Heaven," Gravis said with a smirk. "What happens if your avatar gets destroyed? I really want to know." Even though Gravis' words were filled with schadenfreude, Heaven only remained emotionless. When an avatar gets destroyed, the cultivator loses all the laws related to the avatar, Heaven said. Gravis cooed. "So you completely forgot all the elemental laws? You even forgot space, time, and gravity?" "Yes," Heaven answered. "I do not remember how the elements work. I do not even properly remember how they look." "Man, that sucks," Gravis said with a smirk. "Condense your avatar, Gravis," Heaven said emotionlessly. "After that, you may kill and consume me. My service is over. My sacrifice will allow you to become more powerful, and that is the wish of my ancestor." Gravis only smirked, but he still decided to condense his avatar. Gravis concentrated on creating his avatar, but he was torn between two paths right now. On one hand, Gravis had comprehended the minor law of the dead world, and this law would boost his power to incredible levels. He could unleash the laws of space, time, gravity, matter, and his lightning with the power of level 4 laws. The power that such an avatar had was ridiculous. Yet, this was Heaven's chosen best path. Heaven wanted him to follow this path like a formula. Gravis had already seen how everything would evolve naturally and why this law would be the best one to start with. First came the dead world, then came life, making it the living world. After that, one could combine the emotions and situational laws like control, suppression, and freedom to create the law of the true world. This would create a perfect world and would probably be the end. But Gravis really didn't want to follow the path that Heaven chose. Heaven had forced him onto this path, and he had just defied Heaven. If he went back to doing this, what would have been the point of defying Heaven? Taking the law of the dead world as an avatar was the logical and most powerful choice. Yet, Gravis really wanted to make his avatar the law of freedom. Gravis desired freedom above everything else, including supreme power. If Gravis had the ability to gain true freedom without having supreme power, he would choose freedom. The only problem was that one was required to have supreme power to be truly free. When one wasn't the strongest, one would always be suppressed by the more powerful beings. Obviously, the law of freedom, even if it was a level 4 law, wasn't nearly as powerful as the law of the dead world. The law of freedom allowed Gravis to ignore every kind of suppression. This included cages, space confinements, will auras, and probably also formation arrays and something similar. This was truly powerful, but was it as powerful as the law of the dead world? Certainly not. Additionally, to create the true world, these situational laws came in last. Sure, in the very end, Gravis would be able to create the true world regardless of what he chose, but the path to that point is difficult. If Gravis decided to create his avatar with the law of freedom, he wouldn't be able to access the true power of the different world laws until he already was one of the most powerful beings in the highest world. Gravis' head told him that he should take the law of the dead world. Gravis' heart told him that he should take the law of freedom. Gravis' mind had been able to accept defying heaven. After all, being apart from any other living being for thousands of years was incredibly damaging to his personality. If he had remained in this situation, he might have forgotten who he truly was. He might even have forgotten how to laugh or feel excited. In the end, he would have become like his father, cold, unfeeling, and surrounded by grayness. The desire for more power would have been the only thing driving him forward. Was this what Gravis wanted? No. Yet, the matter of the avatar was different. Not choosing the law of the dead world might give him a hefty disadvantage against other cultivators in the highest world. Sure, he would still be powerful in the higher world, but not in the highest world. I really want to condense an avatar with the law of freedom, but no matter how I think about it, it would just be too stupid, Gravis thought. I mean, I could still combine the law of freedom with the law of suppression later on, and sure, I could probably also include emotions at some point. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes shone. How have I not seen this before? Gravis made his decision and condensed his avatar. Took him several minutes, but when he was done, Gravis' avatar appeared behind him. What have you done? Heaven shouted in anger. Are you that dead set on defying my ancestor that you choose this garbage law over the law of the dead world? Behind Gravis floated his avatar. It was light blue and looked like it had wind inside it. The form of his avatar changed like wind blew upon grass. Are you unable to see my path, Heaven? Gravis asked with a smirk. You can't combine this law with the world until the very end. Heaven shouted. Your power will be crippled until the very end. But with that disadvantage, you won't even be able to get to the end. Gravis laughed again. So you truly can't see my path. How interesting, Gravis said. Your ancestor knows best. Gravis shouted with a smile. Your ancestor has shown me the way. You have shown me the way. Gravis shouted as he bowed mockingly. I will follow the path of your ancestor, Gravis said. Heaven felt Gravis' mockery in its very being. No, you can't dash backwards. Gravis interrupted Heaven. Heaven was taken aback. What? It asked involuntarily. I will tread the path backwards. Gravis repeated. I will start with freedom. Then, I will take all the situational laws to create the law of situations. After that, I will take the life laws to create the law of true life, and lastly, I will combine the law of true life with the law of the dead world, creating the law of the true world. Gravis shouted. Stop being stupid and stubborn. Heaven shouted in rage. The situational laws are the hardest to understand. You can't watch them like matter, the elements, or life. Understanding these laws relies on pure chance. You are making this far harder on yourself than it needs to be. Fuck you. I do what I want, Gravis shouted as he laughed loudly. This is my choice, and it's my decision to make it. If my choice is to die right now, there's nothing you can do to stop me. If I want to make my path even harder, you also can't stop me. I'm not your fucking pet. Gravis shouted as he pointed at Heaven aggressively. Stop trying to push me onto something. I do what I fucking want. And if you continue trying to shoehorn me into your so-called best path, I might just decide to fucking cripple my own path to annoy you. Heaven saw that it couldn't force Gravis onto the path it wanted. If it still had its old power, it might have been able to force him under threat of his life. Sadly, its avatar had been destroyed, and Heaven had no level 4 law remaining. It could only unleash some basic, element-neutral level 3 laws. It was far weaker than Gravis right now. Fine, Heaven said. You have made your choice. There is nothing I can do to change it. Come, Heaven shouted. Finish it and return home. The only thing remaining was consuming Heaven and understanding the level 6 law of divine lightning. Heaven inspected Gravis with its spirit, and it clenched its fist when it saw Gravis' expression. Gravis only grinned widely. Sorry, Gravis said slowly, his mirth coating his words. But I don't wanna. Heaven's body shook in a cocktail of emotions. Even now, Gravis was defying it? Was he truly that petty? He wouldn't even kill and consume heaven right now? Gravis had once made a vow to his lightning that he would kill heaven. Yet what was this vow in front of the law of freedom? Freedom didn't allow suppression, and that included Gravis' own self. Gravis was free. He didn't have to follow what some guy in the past swore, even if it was himself. His lightning just had to deal with it. Heaven's body continued shaking. Fine, Heaven shouted. Bang! Heaven pointed at Gravis and unleashed a terrifyingly fast lightning bolt. It was so fast that Gravis couldn't possibly evade. His body halted as his mind was overwhelmed with knowledge. But you will understand the law of divine lightning if you want to or not. Heaven shouted with anger. Days passed, but Gravis only felt like seconds passed. What? Gravis said as his mind returned to him. Then he realized what Heaven had done. Gravis released a sigh. All right, might as well, he commented. Gravis inspected the new knowledge he had gained, but it somehow felt incomplete. Ha! Gravis uttered. Then he opened his palm and tried to use divine lightning, but it just didn't work. You can't, Heaven said. This is a level 6 law, and even with your special spirit, you can't fully combine it yet. I can only use this law because my ancestor made an exception for us heavens. Normally, you would need to have a will aura on the level of a star god, but in your case, the immortal emperor realm should suffice, Heaven explained. Instead of looking at Heaven, Gravis frowned at his hand. He tried every conceivable way to comprehend this law, but it just didn't work. Then his avatar began to shine, and Gravis smirked. Fuck you, I do what I want. Bang! A spark of divine lightning appeared on Gravis' hand, shocking Heaven beyond belief. Then Gravis laughed loudly again. Your stupid rules can't suppress me, Gravis shouted between laughs. Yet, Gravis felt lightheaded, and the lightning disappeared. Okay, maybe I follow them a little bit, Gravis said weakly. He had defied the rules and comprehended the law of divine lightning, but he couldn't use it. His entire being felt utterly exhausted. Gravis was lightning, but this divine lightning was just too overbearing. If Gravis decided to become divine lightning, the power of divine lightning would win. Then, Gravis would literally become divine lightning. His will and being would vanish, and he would lose his individuality. He would become a mindless body filled with the will of divine lightning. This would be the same situation as back when he had become the avatar of lightning in the lower world. Gravis would truly die. But hey, that's a small victory, Gravis thought with a smirk. Then he waved at Heaven with a wink. Anyway, goodbye. I'll be going now, he said with a laugh. Gravis looked at the sky with a smile. After that, he flew upwards and vanished. The opposer had called his son home. Heaven looked at the ground, its dead child. It moved its hand through the sand as it touched it. I have failed you, ancestor, Heaven said, its voice filled with sadness and grief. My child is dead, and I have no reason to continue living. Ancestor, please destroy me along with my child. The highest heaven looked at its child, but it wasn't angry. This had been one of its most loyal, hardworking, and best children. Not even the highest heaven had been able to foresee this development. This child had performed as well as possible. If not even the highest heaven had been able to foresee this development, it would be foolish to expect others to foresee it. Slowly, the entire world turned into white dust. Heaven stood up and looked at its dead child. Then it sighed one last time. I truly hate you, Gravis, it said. And then, it too transformed into white dust. The white dust vanished as it was transformed into energy to feed a different middle world. Like this, an entire middle world had been destroyed. And Gravis' journey in the middle world had ended. Gravis appeared inside his father's room in his human form. The fight against Heaven had ended, and Gravis no longer needed to remain in his beast form. Right now, Gravis had the appearance of a young adult, maybe in his middle 20s. He was clean-shaven with short black hair. Yet, the color of his clothing had changed. Gravis felt that being dressed entirely in black was no longer that fitting for his person. He preferred a light blue shirt with black pants. Gravis noticed his father and also immediately noticed the life ring lying in front of him. After a short sigh of relief, Gravis only grinned at his father. His father grinned back. "Sorry that you had to see that, father," Gravis said as he sat down in front of him. "No problem, son," the opposer said as he summoned some coffee. "I have to be honest. I felt some pain when the old bastard demonstrated his control over you, but you brought it back beautifully." Gravis sighed again. "What could I have done? Just let my family stay isolated inside the life ring for hundreds or thousands of years. Some people would argue that this is worse than death. Heaven has proven that it doesn't want to hurt me." Gravis laid back. "However, forcing me to first hand over my life ring to the middle heaven and then transporting it was what brought me to the edge. If the highest heaven had just taken the life ring after a verbal consent from my side, I would have never seen the suppression." Gravis sneered. "But, come on, forcing me to hand over my life ring first? That was just a dick move." Gravis looked out of the window and saw Opposer City. "But I have to thank the highest heaven for that. Without this forced showing of control, I would not have realized what true freedom meant." Gravis chuckled a bit. "Of course, I won't just feel indebted to the highest heaven. I think it would be fair to just call it quits. As long as it doesn't try something like this again, I won't mind." "Gravis," the opposer said with a severe tone, "I think there is something that you might not fully understand." Gravis noticed the serious tone of his father. "Yes?" he asked. "Would you want one of your 3 kids to fight against your middle heaven because you had an enmity with it?" the opposer asked. "Of course not," Gravis said. "This is my fight, and my dash." And then, Gravis fell into silence. He looked at his father and then back at the life ring. After that, Gravis began frowning. "Is this also how you look at me?" Gravis asked. The opposer nodded as he pushed a cup of coffee over to Gravis. "You are your own person, Gravis. If you have no enmity with the old bastard, you don't have to get involved in my fight. So, don't feel like a traitor when you decide to not act against the old bastard. The only thing I wish for is that you don't directly go against your mother or me," the opposer said. "But I don't need to say that." Gravis took a deep breath and looked out of the window again. Gravis wasn't specifically targeting the highest heaven because of his father, but it would be a lie to say that being the opposer's child didn't influence the decision. Gravis always felt like he should help his family against their enemy. After all, wasn't this how family worked? Gravis had also known that his father probably wouldn't force him to fight the highest heaven. But there had always been a feeling in the back of Gravis' mind that it was his duty to help. Yet, when his father related his feelings towards Gravis to Gravis' feelings towards his children, Gravis truly understood. If one of Gravis' 3 kids wanted to fight against the same enemy as him, he wouldn't stop them, but he would also never force them. It was entirely their own decision. "When I saw the life ring in front of me," the opposer said, "I felt pained, but that was not because I felt like you betrayed me. I felt pity for your situation. Back then, you had been fully under the old bastard's control without even noticing it. I felt sad for your situation, not my own." Gravis sighed again and took a swig from his coffee. "Ugh!" Gravis suddenly coughed. "Holy shit, what is in there?" he asked as he stared at the cup like it had just offended him. The opposer sighed. "Nicely done, Gravis," he commented. "Now, you destroyed the entire mood of the conversation with your antics." "Hey!" Gravis shouted. "That's not my fault. It's you that made this weird coffee. You could have just dashed then." Gravis stopped as he looked at the opposer's serious face. Then Gravis narrowed his eyes. "Is this a prank?" he asked. The opposer narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Gravis blinked a couple of times, but then he had to laugh. "Seriously, how do you always get me with these deadpan deliveries?" he asked with a smile. The opposer smiled. "I decided to make this coffee more bitter than usual. After all, weren't you the one that said you were a middle-aged man or something? We old people like bitter tastes." Gravis smirked. "Do I look middle-aged to you, old man?" Gravis asked. That was past Gravis. The current Gravis realizes that he had overestimated himself. There is so much more to learn about this world and myself. When there is so much more to learn about myself, how can I have the guts to see myself as someone middle-aged? I think a young adult is more fitting. Well, the opposer said, age may be relevant for mortals, but for us cultivators, age is only a feeling. Someone at the end of their lifespan can appear and act like a child, and someone that is only 80 can act and look like an old man. Age is only a feeling. Yeah, great. Now that that's out of the way, Gravis said as he waved his coffee cup from side to side. Can you give me some actually good coffee? The opposer had to smile when he heard Gravis. After the lower world, Gravis had shown some more individuality, but he still wouldn't have sounded so demanding in front of him. Of course, the opposer knew that Gravis was only speaking like this because he felt comfortable enough with his father to talk without a filter. If the opposer would actually get offended over Gravis' disrespect, Gravis would probably apologize and say that he hadn't meant it that way, which was true. After all, Gravis didn't want to hurt his father. One could liken this kind of conversing to how Gravis and Meadow talked. The fact that they could openly insult each other without the other getting angry showed how much they understood and trusted each other. The opposer summoned some new coffee and gave it to Gravis, who quickly drank it. After drinking it, Gravis released a content sigh. Man, that's the stuff, Gravis said. It's just as good as I remembered. Hey, can I create that stuff myself? Not entirely, the opposer said. But before we get to that, don't you want to introduce my grandchildren to me first? Gravis smiled as he glanced at the life ring. They have been inside this life ring for 57 years. They are probably quite confused by now. Gravis sighed again. It's so weird that only 57 years passed for them, while 750 years passed for me. Time is weird. Gravis took a hold of the life ring but started frowning. There was something he had just remembered. Hey, father, Gravis said. Could you do me a solid? What? His father asked. I don't really want to see Morris again. Somehow the guy just rubs me the wrong way. Could you send him to the Sky community or something? Gravis asked. Already done, his father said. When? Gravis asked in surprise. Just now, his father said. Then why don't you just say done? Because it is already done. Gravis looked at his father like he didn't fully agree but just let it slide. Gravis turned back to the life ring and summoned the occupants. Whoop! And the sizable room immediately got cramped by scales and flesh. Gravis had forgotten to tell them that they would be summoned into a small room. Because of that, they all walked around with their true sizes. Gravis got pushed to the side by a wall of scales while his father didn't seem to react at all. His body was probably far too heavy to be moved by something like that. Whoop! The four of them quickly realized what was happening and shrunk to normal sizes again. Surprisingly, the room took absolutely no damage during all of this. Even the flower vases, courtesy of Gravis' mother, hadn't been moved. Sure enough, nothing inside the opposer's room was simple. The four of them looked around the room with different expressions. Xianxia quickly searched for Gravis and sighed in relief when she found him. Eris looked around in skepticism. Sarah looked more nervous, like she expected that enemies were around, while Orthar only looked transfixed at the opposer. Hey, everyone, Gravis said with embarrassment. This whole awkward situation was his fault. So, everyone's alive, and you're in the highest world currently. So, welcome to my home, I suppose. Xianxia smiled at Gravis. I'm relieved that you're alive, father, she said. Meanwhile, Sarah and Eris were busy being shocked at the ridiculous density of energy. To them, it felt like the energy had become a thick liquid that suppressed their movement. This was thousands, if not millions of times denser than the core of the middle world. Well, one had to consider where they currently were. This was the highest world, and on top of that, they were in the room of the opposer. The opposer was pulling all the energy in the world to him, and his room probably had more energy inside it than if one filled this room with immortal stones. Surprisingly, none of Gravis' children seemed to notice the opposer sitting in the middle of the room. Only Orthar looked at him with an unreadable expression. Well, it was rather hard to determine the expression of an octopus with a ton of eyes. The opposer looked back at Orthar, and Orthar seemed to freeze. The three children looked around in wonder while the staring contest between Orthar and the opposer kept going. "Hi," the opposer said with his usual voice to Orthar. One wouldn't see it, but the opposer felt a bit awkward with Orthar constantly staring at him. It was one thing when strangers looked at him, but this was one of his son's closest friends. The three kids noticed that another person was here. They glanced at the opposer but quickly ignored him again as they looked around the room. He felt like a mortal to them. One couldn't fault them for that. After all, Sky had also reacted like this when she saw that one clerk back then. They had always been able to feel the power of others, and when someone exhibited no power, it meant that this someone was weak. Obviously, the opposer kept his aura in check. He didn't want to scare his grandchildren to death. "Greetings," Orthar said very politely. When one only glanced at the opposer, they wouldn't feel anything right now. Yet, if one looked closer, one would be able to feel something indescribable. It was like the opposer was the world, but also like he wasn't the world. It was a unique feeling that only the opposer was able to elicit in others. It was like he was as powerful as all worlds combined but also not part of the world. The three kids looked with confusion at Orthar's behavior, but Gravis claimed their attention with a cough. "This is my father, your grandfather," Gravis said as he gestured to the opposer. "Father, these are my three kids." Xianxia looked at the opposer, and her eyes widened. "Hello, grandfather," she said with a slight bow. Eris also bowed politely. He wouldn't do that to anyone, but he trusted that his father's father was probably more powerful than his father. "Hello, grandfather." Sarah noticed how the other two acted and also nodded her head. "Hello, grandfather." Gravis' brows furrowed while the opposer sighed. Everyone in the room but Gravis felt like they had been condemned by the heavens. It was like they had been thrown into hell. The sheer pressure they felt for a split second was indescribable. Gravis rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration as he sighed. Beasts. Beasts always needed a show of force to truly realize that someone more powerful than them stood in front of them. The three of them had only acted respectfully but didn't truly feel it. Yet, this couldn't be blamed on the three of them. This was simply how beasts were, and no amount of teaching could change that. It was deeply ingrained in their instincts. Gravis also felt the pressure, and surprisingly, he was able to pinpoint the power. Was that the pressure of an immortal king? Gravis asked. According to the pressure, he felt like the person able to exhibit this pressure was far more powerful than him but was still inside a realm he could see with his eyes. "Correct," the opposer said as the four beasts looked at him with terrified eyes. "You should realize that showing some power before beasts is the best way to communicate with them." It felt weird to Gravis to talk about his children like this. It was like his father was talking about animals, but it was also true. It just felt weird. "I apologize for my disrespect," the three of them said, genuinely feeling sorry now. "It's all right," the opposer said. And then, something appeared beside the opposer, and Gravis was immediately pulled over to that spot without his control. "Gravis!" A female voice shouted as Gravis felt himself being pulled into a tight embrace. His mother had arrived. "Ah, I missed you," Gravis' mom said with exhilaration as Gravis was thrown around in her embrace. "It's been 20 years. Only 20 years. Gravis had spent about 2.000 years in the middle world, but in the highest world only 20 years had passed. "Hi, Mom," Gravis said as he became red in the face. Did she have to do that in front of his three children? What about his image as a father? Then Gravis realized it. This was not a mere coincidence. His mother knew precisely what was happening, but she still decided to appear only now. Gravis had fallen for his mother's scheme. Everyone watched as Gravis was thrown around in the embrace of his mother. Gravis felt quite embarrassed, but what could he do? He also missed his mom, and he decided to just let her have her fun, even if she planned to embarrass him in front of his children. "You deserve that," Sarah said. "Now you know how we feel." Eris and Xianxia nodded solemnly. "Gravis!" his mom shouted with excitement. You've become so heavy. Oh, my boy is an adult now. His mom was throwing him around in her embrace like he was nothing more than a pillow. One had to remember that Gravis' body was incomprehensibly heavy. Yet that didn't matter to his mother. After a while, she put him down, put her hands on his shoulders, and inspected him. Blue looks good on you, she said with a smirk. You have become a real looker. Don't start bringing home one girlfriend after the other. Okay? Gravis groaned. Mom, I have better things to do than to go into a relationship. His mother glanced at the 3 children. Doesn't look like it, she commented. Gravis wanted to explain, but she just giggled. I already know, she said. Then she turned to the others and performed a polite and graceful bow. Hello everyone. I'm Gravis' mother. I hope you can ignore my direct greeting towards my son. I've just missed him so much. In comparison to the opposer, his wife naturally felt very mysterious, beautiful, and powerful. The present beasts didn't doubt her power for a second, especially since they had seen her ability to throw the body of an immortal around like they were nothing more than a pillow. The 3 kids, as well as Orthar, greeted her politely. Hope. Then, a table appeared in the middle of the room while everyone was teleported onto some chairs. The 4 beasts hadn't even known that it was possible to teleport someone against their will. The opposer also sat on a chair at the table. Apparently, he didn't resist his wife's forceful teleportation. Gravis felt that it was a bit funny that his father had been moved against his will. His glowering and serious face was still visible for everyone to see. It was like nothing had happened. Story time, Gravis' mother shouted. We should all get to know each other by telling something about ourselves. I'll start. The 4 beasts felt somewhat awkward in the current situation. Talking just like this at a table felt weird to them. Stories were usually only shared when they were relevant and then only to companions that they trusted. After all, if an enemy learned of their stories, they might come into danger. Gravis decided to not intervene. It was already hard for him to break the ice between his friend, his 3 kids, and his parents. His father, obviously, also wasn't the most sociable person. The arrival of his mother and her taking charge was actually the best-case scenario. His mother was absolutely incredible in storytelling. Additionally, she included others as well by asking them what they would have done in her situation. Instead of storytelling, she was actually using her own experiences as a tool for teaching. Orthar was very accepting of the current situation. He had already heard a lot about humans from Gravis, and he had also already prepared himself to walk and talk among humans. This meant that he wanted to learn as much about humans as possible. The grand tales of Gravis' mother counted as valuable knowledge about the human worlds. Orthar had heard a lot about humans from Gravis, but Gravis had only been in contact with humans for around 24 years. Additionally, he could only talk about his own experiences and some general assumptions. The stories of an ancient being like Gravis' mother were leagues above Gravis' stories in a matter of wisdom. Gravis' 3 children felt differently about the current situation. They felt like they were in a dream. Not only had they seen unimaginable power today, but they had also seen the personalities of these powerful beings. The personality of the opposer was very fitting for his power, but the personality of his wife baffled the 3 of them. She was so incredibly powerful, but she acted and talked like a naive girl that only wanted to have some fun. Weren't powerful beings supposed to be prideful in their power? Instead, she acted like she was on their level. There was no hidden pressure or anything when she spoke. The fact that such a powerful being only wanted to talk and get to know them without considering them as beneath her was astonishing to them. Was this how a human was? Of course, this was not how a typical human was. Among mortals, one would find a lot of these kinds of people, but the more powerful one became, the rarer such a pure mindset became. One should also remember that Gravis' mother had been born with this power. She never had to fight for her life, even once. Several hours passed until Gravis' mother was finished. By now, everyone felt rather comfortable with the current situation. In the beginning, they had still thrown some nervous glances at the opposer, but his wife quickly managed to destroy the veil of mystery around him. Don't worry, He always looks this grumpy. Maybe you have seen Gravis' thinking face before. It should look very similar to my husband's standard expression. If you don't have any questions for him, just act like he isn't there. Just think of him as a horribly sculpted bust that glowers into the middle of the table, she said with a chuckle. Everyone looked at him, and sure enough he looked like an angry bust. The opposer turned his head and looked at his wife, who only smirked at him victoriously. After some seconds, he looked back into the middle of the table, which only increased the width of his wife's grin. Gravis had to laugh when he saw that. Yet, thanks to these words, the atmosphere became very relaxed. After Gravis' mother was done, it was Gravis' turn. Everyone already knew of his story, so Gravis decided that this would be a good opportunity to tell his kids and friend about what had happened while they had been in the life ring. When they heard about heaven's power, they gasped in shock. A level 5 law? How had their father survived? As Gravis continued his tale, they finally realized how they had survived. Gravis had handed them over to heaven. Yet, instead of feeling betrayed or angry, they realized the deeper meaning behind this. If Gravis had refused, all of them would have been forced to remain in the life ring for hundreds of years. Just these 57 years had already felt far too long. They had only been able to look at the CMO. Every other law had been cut off inside the life ring. They couldn't progress in their realm, and they couldn't comprehend more laws. Staying inside the life ring had been like a prison to them. Handing them over to heaven had been the best option due to the time dilation of the worlds. Instead, it was Gravis who was hurt the most. Being forced to hand over his loved one's fate into the hands of his most hated enemy must have felt horrible. Gravis could have refused, believing that only he was allowed to protect his children. Yet, they would have been forced into a horrible confinement for hundreds of years because of this. Why? Because of Gravis' unwillingness to sacrifice his pride and illusion of control for their well-being. Fortunately, Gravis had made the correct decision, even if it had hurt him immensely. This short moment had probably been the most painful moment in his entire life. Because of this action, Eris and Xianxia now had a different impression of Gravis. Teaching them something was different from sacrificing something for them. It felt unreal to the two of them that someone would be willing to go to such lengths for merely their offspring, but Gravis had shown it. There was no gain to be had by doing this. Meanwhile, Sarah had no idea how she should feel about this. On one hand, seeing someone sacrifice themselves to this degree for her felt insulting to her pride. Yet, on the other hand, her father had still helped her immensely with this. Was she supposed to repay him for that? Orthar knew Gravis better than his 3 children. Yet, he was still impressed with his decision-making. He himself would definitely not have done this. Why should he sacrifice himself for someone else? Yet, Gravis had managed to comprehend the level 4 law of suppression and the level 4 law of freedom because of these actions. This seemingly foolish decision had granted Gravis an incredible boost in power. Everyone had their own opinions regarding Gravis' actions, but in total, the opinions were on the positive side. When Gravis told them about his 700-year-long fight against heaven, they almost couldn't believe it. 57 years had passed for them, but 750 years had passed for Gravis? How was it possible that so much more time could pass for one person? Time had always been a constant in their lives, and they never had to deal with these absurd time dilations. Accepting such a situation was difficult. When Gravis told them about his victory over heaven and about his decisions, the reactions were mixed. On the one hand, Gravis managed to get one over the highest heaven, but on the other hand, he had thrown away the best tempering opportunity possible. Rapidly getting laws punched into someone with the constant threat of death was the ultimate tempering. Was it worth it to waste such an opportunity just so Gravis could do what he wanted? The opinions were very split on that. After Gravis finished his tale, it was time for his family to tell their tale. Well, not immediately. First, it was Orthar's turn. Orthar told his story. He had only been an insignificant octopus at the edges of the world, but when he became a spirit beast, he had believed that he had reached the peak of the world. Because of that, he had fathered a ton of children and simply decided to watch other beasts. This life had dragged on until Gravis arrived one day and opened his eyes to the wider world. After that, Orthar told everyone about the river tribe and how the tribe grew with incredible speed until it eventually collapsed into itself. It had grown too quickly. Then, he told his story about the time between the river tribe and the death of his backer. Gravis' 3 kids hadn't really talked much with Orthar inside the life ring. Because of that, his story was also a new one for them. They felt like Orthar's methods were cowardly since he mainly relied on his intellect and scheming, but they also realized that their impression might be misplaced. After all, Orthar was more powerful than them. Power was most important, and since Orthar's path had brought him to his current power, they couldn't doubt it. Yet, it just felt alien to them. The rest of Orthar's story went over very quickly since he had only stayed in his abyss from then on. After that, it was Eris' turn. He told his story very honestly, even insulting his past, arrogant self for his stupidity. The descriptions of his fights were especially detailed. After Gravis had heard Heaven talk about saving his children's life, Gravis could now see Heaven's hand in some of these fights. For example, Eris once had a feeling about an ambush that he couldn't explain. He just felt like he was in danger even though he hadn't comprehended the law of danger at that point. This was one of Heaven's helping hands. When he became an emperor, punishment lightning came nearly naturally to him. He had decided to visit a law comprehension area for punishment lightning out of curiosity but had managed to understand it in only 20 years. Obviously, the 3 of them knew why punishment lightning came so easily to them. It was Gravis. His body was comprised of punishment lightning, and since they were his children, punishment lightning came very naturally. One could say they were part lightning. His story also ended when Gravis killed the Tornado Emperor. After that, he and his siblings only comprehended some laws. Sarah also told her story, but since she had mostly remained with Eris and Xianxia, there was not much more for her to add. Her story didn't take up much time. Xianxia's story also didn't need much time. Eris and Sarah had already told nearly everything. The only thing to add had been her time when she had been forced to kill weaker beasts, but that was basically it. After that, everyone looked at the opposer. I don't want to bore you with my entire life story, so I will just tell you about some interesting events before I became an immortal, the opposer said. Then, the opposer simply summarized some events he had been in. He didn't include much detail, and especially the fights were very brisk. Nearly all of them were described the same way. I have been attacked by this person, so I killed them. I needed his treasure, so I killed him. He insulted me, so I killed him. He tried to scam me, so I killed him. He tried to order me around, so I killed him. She thought she could slap me just because she was a woman, so I killed her. He looked at me funnily, so I killed him. An elder of his clan came to kill me, so I killed him. The clan has sent someone to kill me, so I killed them. The teacher didn't like me, so I killed her. The school wanted to execute me, so I killed the headmaster. This was how most of the opposer's story went. Someone did something and the opposer killed them. It was rather straightforward and simple, but it showed his mindset. Yet, the listeners noticed several nuanced details. The opposer never fought anyone that he couldn't kill. Sure, his battle strength was absolutely unreal, but he still couldn't jump an entire realm. Additionally, when he offended some big organization, he always became just powerful enough to resist the incoming attackers. That was not a coincidence. By now, everyone was sure that the opposer made as many enemies as possible to put himself under more pressure. This increased his comprehension of laws and expedited the growth of his will aura immensely. He was under a constant threat for his life for nearly all his time. It even went so far that he had been branded as a crazy mass murderer by a ton of organizations, which wasn't inaccurate. After all, he had killed a lot of people for unsavory reasons. He definitely wasn't a good guy. Yet, before he became an immortal, he stopped his insane behavior. He had noticed that his opponents had known increasingly more laws. He had also noticed that his battle strength had fallen. That was when he decided to just spend over 9,000 years with nothing else but comprehending laws. This was the perfect situation since he had just killed the most powerful organizations in this area. His reasoning for comprehending laws for such a long time was that he really disliked comprehending laws. Felt like work to him. So he decided to finish his work first and then go crazy again. After comprehending laws for so long, he basically shot through the realms in an insanely short amount of time until he realized that his battle strength was becoming dissatisfactory again. So he went back to comprehending laws, and that was where he ended his story. Obviously, there was far more to tell, but talking about the immortal realms and god realms was irrelevant right now. After all, from the 5 listeners, only one had reached the first realm of immortality. "You're really very straightforward, father," Gravis said after his father stopped talking. "Yes," his father said. "So," Gravis said again, "to summarize your story, you offend as many people and organizations as possible and then just have to survive. Like this, you will naturally become more powerful." "Yes," the opposer said. Gravis still remembered the high praises that heaven had given the opposer. After listening to his father's story, these praises felt misplaced. But Gravis wasn't so stupid as to think that. It was just that his father simply skipped the parts he deemed as dull or unnecessary. Yet, these details were probably what allowed him to survive these dangers. After all, judging by what his father just said, Gravis had thought more than once that his father should have died. Some of these situations sounded impossible to escape from or survive, but then the opposer simply said his trademarked, "Killed them." "You're boring," Gravis' mother said to her husband. "No," Gravis' father said. Gravis' mother groaned while Gravis had to laugh at the irony. Saying no to the claim that he was boring in the most boring way possible just sounded way too funny to him. After that, everyone talked about some random things for several hours. When some seconds of silence appeared, the opposer talked again. "It is time to talk about your futures. Eris, Sarah, Yersi, Orthar," he said. The 4 of them perked up with interest. The 4 of them perked up. They had just now entered the highest world, and everyone but Orthar was uncertain about their future paths. The 3 children wanted to know what their grandfather would tell them. By now, all 3 of them knew fully well that they sat on the same table as one of the most powerful beings in all the worlds. The wise words from such a being were worth more than gold. "Sarah, I will start with you," the opposer said as he looked at her. Sarah felt nervous. Why was she first? "Your current circumstances are damaging to you," the opposer said. Everyone at the table but Gravis' mother was surprised about this. Even Gravis was a little surprised. What was damaging about Sarah's circumstance? "You see your siblings, and you see that they feel things that you don't," Gravis' father said. "You see how Yersi is happy when she sees Gravis, and you see the bond between Eris and Gravis. Yet, you do not feel these things and try to adapt. You try to find these feelings that your siblings have to not feel left out, but you just can't. If you continue like this, eventually you will succeed, but is that truly who you are? Is it correct to adapt yourself to the others around you when it means that you will be someone you are not?" The opposer said. Eris and Yersi were quite surprised as they looked at Sarah. Was this true? They knew that Sarah acted far more like a typical beast in comparison to them. Yet, was she genuinely trying to find these feelings inside her? She always seemed so sure of herself. After a while, the present people and beasts understood. Sarah probably felt left out and different, making her feel like someone else had something that she didn't. This could even result in feelings of inferiority. "Don't," the opposer said. "You are you, and being more beast than human is not worse than being more human than beast. Don't try to change who you are. Accept yourself as you are and concentrate on your own growth and power." At first, Sarah didn't want to acknowledge that she strived to have something that her siblings had. Acknowledging this would mean acknowledging that she felt inferior. Yet, as time passed, she slowly accepted it even if it felt horrible. Running away from these feelings was easy, but confronting them was hard. If she wanted to progress, she needed to confront these feelings. Fortunately, Sarah was old and experienced enough to see the truth with her current circumstances and managed to accept it. "What should I do, grandfather?" Sarah asked. Calling the opposer grandfather felt unnatural, but she wanted to do it anyway. "The best way is to split you 3 up and send you to different worlds according to your personalities," the opposer said, his words hanging heavily in the air. Yersi felt shaken, while Eris felt uncomfortable. Gravis also felt terrible for them, but he knew where his father was going with this. Family was great and all, but for their own good, the three of them should be split up. Up to now, they had always stayed together and progressed together. The problem with that is that they didn't truly grow by themselves but together. The three of them had to learn to live by themselves, without the help of their family. One always had to find compromises with themselves when constantly being with someone else. Yet, with supreme power as a goal, this was not optimal. One needed to be able to rely on themselves. The three of them looked at each other with hesitation and reluctance. Even though Sarah was more beast than human, she still saw the other two as her closest companions. They had been together for over 1,000 years, nearly ever since they were born. The siblings had been a constant in each other's life. If your wish is not to reach real power, you can stay together, the opposer said. No one forces you into the path to power. It is your decision. What I have said is also only a suggestion. In the end, it is up to you to decide your futures. The three looked at each other in uncertainty, and they didn't know what each other wanted. Eris wanted to reach supreme power really badly, but he wasn't sure if his siblings also wanted that. If they didn't want to reach supreme power, leaving them for his own future felt like a betrayal. Due to her mindset, Sarah could accept this. Beasts always put their own power above feelings of companionship. Surprisingly, it was Xianxia that wasn't as hellbent on achieving supreme power as her siblings. She liked growing more powerful, but she preferred the companionship of her siblings more. She would rather stay with them than go her own way. Gravis had to sigh. It felt horrible to see his three little kids getting separated, but he knew that it was for the best. I want power, Sarah said with motivation. Eris heard Sarah and felt relieved. He glanced at Xianxia once and then also looked at the opposer. I want power. Xianxia felt a sting in her mind. Her two siblings were willing to separate for supreme power. She didn't want to leave them, but she also felt happy for them. It was their own path and she wouldn't stay in their way. I also want power, she said. Gravis, his mother, and his father noticed the lie. With their power, seeing through such a lie wasn't difficult. Yet none of the three exposed the lie. Good, the opposer said. Then I will tell you now which worlds would be best for you. Sarah, the opposer said, and Sarah nodded. You need to be apart from humans. Accept that you are a real and pure beast. Don't be ashamed of your different emotions and priorities. In here, you feel like a stranger, but among beasts, you feel at home. Because of that, I would suggest sending you to a higher natural world. There will be no humans in this world, and you can fully mature into yourself, the opposer said. Sarah felt a little uncertain. But I'm not an immortal yet, she said. Sending you to a middle world is also possible, but you will have a minimal number of enemies there, the opposer said. There are plenty of law comprehension beasts in a higher world. It doesn't matter that you have come from a middle world. Sarah thought about this for a while and nodded. I accept that suggestion. The opposer nodded to her and turned to Eris. Eris, he said. Eris felt a little nervous, but his greed for power was stronger. He wanted to know what his grandfather would tell him. In comparison to Sarah, you have it more difficult with your mindset, the opposer said. Half of you is thinking like a beast and half of you is thinking like a human. When you see Xianxia feeling for her father, you can understand, but you also feel that it is unnatural. When you see Sarah not feeling for her father, you can understand, but you also feel that it is unnatural. No matter what you see, you feel that it is not entirely right. The entire world feels unnatural to you, the opposer said. Sarah and Xianxia looked with shock at Eris. Was that true? Did their brother have such intense feelings of isolation? Eris' body shook slightly. He had grown used to feeling unnatural about everything and had put it in the back of his head. Yet, when these feelings were confronted like that, he couldn't ignore them. These feelings were hurting him more than he wanted them to. Don't try to fully fit into one side. That won't work, the opposer said. Accept that you will have mixed feelings about everything. Being human and being a beast are not mutually exclusive. You can be both at once. Simply follow what feels right for you without thinking what someone else would do. Eris took a deep breath and nodded. Of course, he couldn't immediately change himself just like that. This would take time and effort. Because of that, I would suggest sending you to a mixed higher world where humans and beasts live together without any differences. The opposer said. That exists? Gravis asked in surprise. I thought most worlds would find the closest and best reason to go to war, which would be the difference in their beings. The opposer looked at Gravis. You have only seen 2 worlds. Don't expect that all worlds are like that. Gravis groaned, but his father was probably right. One more thing he didn't know. There are worlds where beasts and humans live in as much harmony as possible, the opposer said. The tempering and war in these worlds come from organizations, not race or species. Sects, clans, guilds, and many different kinds of organizations accept both beasts and humans in their ranks to kill their enemies. In these worlds, loyalty doesn't lie with their race, but with their organization or country. Eris, in these worlds, you will see how humans and beasts can live together without much conflict. Both sides accept the mindset of the other side and accommodate it. Instead of feeling like an outsider on both sides, you will feel belonging to both sides. This is the perfect world for you, the opposer said. Eris imagined such a world and felt it to be too good to be true. Yet, would his grandfather lie? Probably not. Eris just couldn't imagine how it would be to not feel left out. I accept, Eris said. The opposer nodded at Eris and turned to Xianxia. Xianxia, he said. Xianxia still felt nervous. She had decided to sacrifice her wish for companionship for her siblings' wish for power. Of course, she still wanted to become powerful, but that wasn't her most important goal. She mainly just tagged along with her siblings. You are basically like Gravis, a human inside a beast's body, the opposer said. This makes it hard to find a fitting world for you. When you go to a natural world, you will feel alienated. When you go to a human world, you will be hunted down because of your body. When you go to a similar world as Eris, you will feel alienated by beasts but will also feel not fully accepted by humans. After all, except for Gravis, you are unique in your mindset. You need a world where no one cares about if you are a beast or human. You need a world where there is basically no difference between beasts or humans. A world where there are so many unique beings that being unique is just normal. Because of that, I would suggest for you to stay in the highest world. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Xianxia would not go to a higher world but would stay in the highest world. Was this truly the best path to reach supreme power for her? I should stay here? Xianxia asked with uncertainty. The opposer nodded. In the highest world, no one differentiates between beasts and humans. There are only cultivators. Beasts are simply being seen as body cultivators that rely more on their body than their energy, while humans are energy cultivators. Of course, there are humans that cultivate their body and beasts that cultivate their energy, but that is generally how it is. If you want to temper yourself, you can simply take one of the portals to a fitting area and stay there. If you want to take a break, you can come back to the city and visit your family. You have the freedom to do whatever you want, but the disadvantage is that you don't have much pressure since you always have a place to come back to, the opposer said. This world will be your home until the day you die, the opposer said. Gravis had to smile when he heard his father's world. Xianxia would stay here. In this world, she could decide to live out her life in peace or continue on her cultivation whenever she wanted. Even better was that Gravis could visit her whenever he wanted, at least until he left for the next higher world. But that wouldn't be for a long time. Gravis already had several plans. Xianxia looked at her siblings. She knew that the time dilation between the highest and higher worlds was 1 to 10. This meant that her siblings would overtake her in power very quickly. Eris and Sarah noticed their sister's feelings. So what if you have less time to cultivate and become weaker? Eris said with power. You are our sister, and we won't forget our time together. Do what you feel is right. Yes, Sarah shouted. You have always looked out for us, and I will never forget this. Do what you feel is right. Xianxia showed a warm smile at her siblings' encouragement. Then she looked back at the opposer. I accept. The opposer nodded and turned to Orthar. Orthar hadn't spoken much, but that was because everyone simply talked about seemingly irrelevant stuff. Orthar was a pure beast and had no familiar ties to anyone here. Orthar, the opposer said, you already know what you want to do. You can stay in the highest world, but I would suggest following Gravis for a while until you are more familiar with this world. Orthar nodded. Logical. That was my intention, he said. The opposer nodded and turned to the three children again. When do you want to leave? He asked. The three of them looked at each other with a bit of reluctance. Then Eris turned to his grandfather. In 1 month, he said. The three of them didn't need much more time with each other. Getting to know this world was irrelevant for two of them, and staying inside for years felt stifling. 1 month seemed to be the perfect amount of time to say their goodbyes. The opposer nodded. You can have the rooms across from mine. For the next month, do whatever you want, he said. If you want some advice on how to cultivate, you can ask me for advice. The three of them were very thankful to their grandfather. Not everyone had access to the most powerful being when they had questions. After that, everyone talked for a couple more hours, but most of the things have already been talked about. When a lull in the conversation appeared, the three of them decided to retreat to their rooms. They wanted to spend the last month with each other. Of course, that also included Gravis. Eris and Xianxia had a close bond with Gravis, and they also wanted to spend more time with him. Even though Sarah didn't hold the same feelings for Gravis as her siblings, she still saw him as a close companion. For the next month, the four of them stayed together for most of the time. From time to time, one of them went to the opposer to ask for advice. The opposer gladly gave them the answers they wanted. Orthar simply waited in a different room, just feeling the different atmosphere of the highest world. And before they knew it, time to say goodbye had come. Everyone gathered in the opposer's room. The three siblings looked with reluctance at each other, but they also wanted to get back to cultivating. 2 portals opened in front of Eris and Sarah. They threw one last hesitating glance at each other. Pack. Not before Gravis pulled them all into a hug. I will miss you, he said with sadness. Pack. And then Gravis' mother joined them in the hug. We haven't spent much time with each other, but I still see you as family. I will also miss you, she said. Xianxia returned the hug, and Eris did so too, after some hesitation. Sarah simply let it happen. She didn't feel these things that humans felt and started to accept that. After a minute, everyone split up again. Sarah looked at Xianxia one last time. I will miss you, sister, she said. I will miss you too, sister, Xianxia said, her voice shaking a bit. Then Sarah turned to Eris. When we meet again, I will be more powerful than you, she said with confidence. Try it, Eris said with a smirk. Then he also turned to Xianxia. Goodbye, sister. I wish you all the best, he said. I wish you also the best, Xianxia said, some tears appearing in her eyes. Sarah charged through the portal, and it quickly closed behind her. There was a possibility that they would never see Sarah again. Eris looked at Gravis. When I return, I will be the stronger one of us, Eris said with a smirk. But even if you are the weaker one, you will still be my father. Gravis nodded with a smirk. Do your best, kiddo, he said with a thumbs up. Eris smiled warmly one last time and also entered the portal, which quickly closed. Eris and Sarah were gone, and there was a chance that they would never return. Gravis' smile broke when they vanished, and a heartbroken look appeared on his face. This might have been the last time he would ever see those two. He didn't want to let them go. He was their father, and he had to look out for them. Yet, Gravis knew perfectly well that he needed to let them go. They needed to forge their own paths. Hey, Xianxia said softly as she put one of her hands on Gravis' shoulder with tears. I'm still here. I know how difficult this has to be for you. Tears appeared in Gravis' eyes as he tightly hugged his daughter. He had remained strong for Eris and Sarah, but now they were gone. There was a time to be strong. There was a time to be weak. Right now, Gravis only wanted to hold his remaining daughter. He just wanted to feel the closeness of family. Xianxia broke into tears as she also hugged her father. She felt just as much pain as her father, and she also wanted to hold her remaining family. Fortunately, the two of them could stay together. After a while, the two of them separated again. The time with his family had helped Gravis to get in tune with his emotions again. He had had them suppressed for 700 years, and unlocking them was difficult. Thankfully, him comprehending the level 4 law of freedom helped a lot. He could do what he wanted, and he could feel what he wanted. He no longer needed a massive crying session to feel good again. "What's your plan now, Gravis?" his father asked. Gravis smiled. The fact that his daughter remained gave him an additional reason to go through with his plan. With a smirk, he turned to his father. "I will open a forge and earn lots of money," he shouted. Xianxia was surprised. She had not expected that. Orthar was also a bit surprised. But he very quickly discerned the reason for Gravis' decision. "Why?" the opposer asked with a smirk. He already knew why Gravis wanted to earn money, but he was still interested in what Gravis would say. "First of all, I am now powerful enough to live in the actual city," Gravis said. "I can't always live with you too. Otherwise, I will always feel like a kid. I need my own place, and for that, I need money." Gravis' mother smiled when she heard that. Sure enough, her son was becoming an adult. This was also the reason why she loved Gravis so much. Most of their children decided to not cultivate. Due to that, their father elevated them to become immortal emperors. Yet, when someone young was granted so much power with no effort, the person had a very high chance to become arrogant and conceited. Gravis' mother wanted them to be happy, which was why she supported that, but she also disliked what her children often became. Because of these reasons, a feeling of alienation often appeared. They were still her children, but she simply didn't like their personalities. Gravis' mother was much more in tune with her emotions than Gravis' father. Yet, this also allowed her to easily shut out people from her life. This might seem contradictory at first glance, but it actually made sense. The opposer was still unsure about his feelings and wanted to learn how to love again. This made him decide against disliking his family, even if his personality clashed with them. Meanwhile, Gravis' mother had no problems with that. She knew whom she liked and whom she disliked. If one of her children became arrogant and conceited, they had basically already died in her eyes. She would still remember the innocent kids they had been, but the new person was no longer the old person. She had seen so many of her children dying that she had no problems with cutting contact with some of them. Of course, this only counted for those who actually grew up to be arrogant and conceited without peers. She still loved the good ones with all her heart. So, surprisingly, even though Gravis' mother was much nicer and accommodating than Gravis' father, the arrogant children would hit a brick wall when wanting something from her. They had much higher chances to get something out of their father. Gravis was one of her few children that actually earned nearly everything himself. He might feel a lot of pride in his power, but that was okay. After all, he had earned most of it himself. If one put a lot of work into something and then felt pride in it, they deserved to feel prideful of their creation or what they had become. And? The opposer asked with a smirk. There were more reasons why Gravis wanted to earn money. "And I need to check up on some laws," Gravis said with a smirk. If a middle world has law comprehension areas, the highest world must have something even better. I bet there is no better place to comprehend laws than this very city. Yet, nothing comes for free in this world. So, to learn more about laws, I need money. I already rejected following Heaven's path, and that means that I have to work even harder. Heaven said comprehending the situational laws requires luck and chance. Yet, Gravis shouted as he lifted his index finger, others must surely also need these laws, and there must be people that know these laws. This means that there is a need for these kinds of laws, and when there is a need, there is business to be made. I'm certain that, if I have enough money, I can gain insights into these laws. So I need money. Xianxia was intrigued. Business? What was that? She had heard stories about her father's life, but she hadn't heard about something like business. Was this something that humans created? In comparison, Orthar had siphoned as much knowledge out of Gravis as he could. This meant that he also saw the appeal of business and how it worked. It was a genius idea, which he hadn't been able to implement since there was no such thing as currency in his old middle world. Everyone only needed corpses and fights. Yet humans needed more. They needed energy to cultivate. They needed resources for weapons. They needed resources for armor. They needed resources for formation arrays. They needed resources for their homes. They needed resources for their families. This was another integral difference between humans and beasts. Beasts gained access to law comprehension areas by offering their services, but humans had money. Money was great. If someone had a problem, they could just throw money at it until it weakened the problem to a minuscule degree. Don't have power? Go buy a super powerful weapon or one-time use talisman. Is your home threatened by an attacker? Go buy a super powerful formation array. Do you need to raise your realm? Go buy a ton of immortal stones. Do you need laws? Go buy exclusive access to books, tomes, teachers, and law comprehension areas. Do you need tempering? Go buy access to exclusive arenas for your realm. The administrators will find just the right opponent for you. Money couldn't completely solve everything, but it allowed someone to vastly weaken the difficulties of overcoming a problem. The opposer smirked. And, he asked, there was one more reason. Gravis smiled and pulled Yursi closer to him. And I want my daughter to have a great avatar when she becomes an immortal. Yursi was shocked. She couldn't accept that. Some guilt appeared inside her. Father, I have lied previously. I would rather stay with my family than chase supreme power. Gravis dismissively waved his hand. I know, he said, but that is how you feel right now. If you ever feel the need to increase your power again, I want you to have a great start. I want you to have the freedom in your decision. If you ever want to cultivate again, and you don't have a good avatar, you will feel regret, and I don't want that. Yursi was still uncomfortable with the idea. But father, I wouldn't have worked for that power myself. Gravis snorted. What? You think you will just get that? He asked with a smirk. Now Yursi was confused again. You will help me, Gravis said as he pointed at her. You will be employed by me. You will be the store clerk and will be responsible for customer relations and making them buy as much as possible. Yursi was shocked. She was supposed to sell stuff? She hadn't even heard about business until today. Additionally, she had never spoken to any other human. How was she supposed to sell stuff? Don't worry, Gravis said with a smirk. You will get the hang of it. Take it as a learning opportunity and a way to get familiar with humans and your new home. Yursi still felt unsure, but these feelings quickly transformed into thankfulness. She was old enough that she could see all the facets of this decision. Okay, she said quietly with a smile. Orthar, Gravis shouted as he pointed at Orthar. Business opportunity, intelligence, haggling, resource acquirement, market study. Orthar answered immediately. He also liked this idea. Gravis' outstretched finger faltered. Yeah, that, he said, all his momentum gone. Gravis' mother chuckled when she saw that. Her son was creating his own business. She just waited for the inevitable question. Gravis turned to his father with an embarrassed smile. His father knew what was coming, but he still wanted his son to say it. Yes? He asked. Gravis said with some embarrassment. Could you show me the best direction on how to create a business? Also, Gravis said as he became red in the face, I kind of need some starting capital. So, can I loan some money, please? I'll pay you back, I swear. And there it was. You don't need more money, the opposer said. Gravis was a bit surprised when he heard that. But I need a shop and I need additional resources to forge. I probably also need other things. Gravis, the opposer said as he stopped him. You have half a middle world of or in your spirit space. That's plenty enough to buy a shop. Gravis was taken aback. That or is worth so much? He asked in shock. Of course Gravis was shocked. There were plenty of immortal beggars in the city. This showed how expensive it was to buy a property in the city. He had expected that he needed much more. Additionally, a shop was more expensive than a house. The opposer sighed. You have been in a natural world for far too long, he said. Every or node is worth incredibly much, and you have several of those inside your spirit space. You are sitting on several mountains of gold. Ha! Gravis uttered as he scratched his chin. That makes things easier, but I still need to know how to create a business. Gravis, the opposer said, I might be nearly omnipotent, but creating a business is not something I have ever done. I only fought without a home or business until I became as powerful as the old bastard. Gravis sighed. Fuck. That makes things harder. Who am I supposed to ask then? Bang. Gravis felt the powerful flick of a finger on his forehead. Am I only heir to you? Gravis' mother asked with puffed cheeks. Mom, Gravis asked in shock. You know how to create a business? Gravis' mother seemed insulted, and she huffed. Where do you think we get all our money from? Your father only sits on his ass all day, glaring into the room. Gravis shook his head. Wait, he said. Does that mean you are earning all the money? His mother huffed again. Who else? Gravis looked at his father with a weird expression. I'm letting her earn the money because it's her hobby, the opposer said, feeling his dignity being threatened by Gravis' expression. Then, Gravis looked at his mother again, who huffed and looked to the side. So what? She said. I like earning money. It was obvious that the opposer could get all the money he wanted. He only needed to kill some supremely powerful cultivator and loot all their belongings. Yet there was no reason to do that. After all, at his level, money was irrelevant. The progress of his power didn't rely on money at all. It also made sense that Gravis' mother had a hobby. If she had nothing to do for her entire life, she would get bored to death. Gravis' mother puffed her chest out. Your father's title might be in the name of the city, but I own this city, she proclaimed with pride. I can ruin all the businesses in this city with but a flick of my finger. Do you think every business owner in the past has been so deferential to you because you're your father's son? No. They were afraid of angering me. Your father might not do something to them if they mistreat you, but I will ruin the life of anyone that mistreats my baby boy, she said with power. Gravis became red in the face. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. Suddenly, a kind smile reappeared on her face. Oh, I know, honey, she said warmly. I was talking about the past, not now. Gravis felt like he saw his mother's true self for the first time today. His mother had such a ridiculous amount of soft power. He had always thought that his mother only lived her life in peace. Apparently, that wasn't true. She was also a scary businesswoman. Okay, Mom, Gravis said. Then, can you help me with creating my business? 20%, his mother said. Gravis was a bit confused. What? I want 20% of your shares, she said. Gravis was still confused. What are shares? He asked. His mother huffed. You want to create a business but don't even know what shares are? Gravis just stayed silent with a confused look on his face. Wasn't he just supposed to forge stuff and sell it? It's the ownership of your business, she said. You can publicly trade the ownership of your business with other people. They give you money for partial ownership. Of course, since you already have a large enough capital and are not planning on expanding, you shouldn't need that. But if you want my help, I want to own 20% of your company, she said. Gravis felt like this was a bit much, but he had already felt the pressure of his mother. He needed her, and she knew that Gravis knew that he had no other choice. Gravis sighed. Okay, he conceded. Suddenly, Gravis was pulled to his mother and found himself in a firm handshake. Happy to do business with you, his mother said with a smile. Xianxia watched this with interest. She still didn't exactly know what a business was, but she somehow felt like her father had just lost to her grandma. And that's how she makes her money, the opposer commented, eliciting a venomous glare from his wife. She only needs to give you advice without having to invest any money into your business. Like this, she will earn a ton of money with just some words. Gravis looked with shock and betrayal at his mother, but she held firm with her smile. Take this as your first lesson. Inform yourself before you make any major decisions, or you will be taken advantage of. But how am I supposed to inform myself when I don't know how to inform myself? Gravis asked. Well, his mother said as she stopped speaking for a while. Sucks to be you, I guess, she said after some seconds. Whoop. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long parchment appeared in front of Gravis. Gravis looked at it and saw that the writing on it was tiny. This is our contract, she said. Sign it. Gravis looked at the bottom where he was supposed to sign but stopped. Instead, he decided to read through the contract. Gravis was an immortal now, and reading through such a ton of writing didn't take long. One passage made Gravis blink a couple of times. I forfeit every right to me as a person and will forever make my mother lunch. Gravis looked at his mother with narrowed eyes and pointed at the passage. Pack. His mother put her hand on Gravis' shoulder. Well done, she said happily. Always look at what you sign. Whoop. A new contract appeared, and this one was much shorter. He looked at the contract, and it basically only said that his mother should give him guidance and that she gets 20% of the company. Yet, Gravis felt that something was different. This contract doesn't exhibit the same fluctuations as the last one, he said. Pack. Another hand on his shoulder. Well done, his mother said. Important contracts need to be issued by the contract officiation office first. Normal paper can be altered easily after signing it, making it unfit for contracts between people that know laws. Because of that, every important contract needs to be sent to the contract officiation office for processing. This makes it impossible for the contents of the contract to be altered. Gravis was taken aback. He thought doing business was much more straightforward. Another contract appeared, but Gravis found a tiny clause, which he wouldn't have found if he hadn't looked carefully. Once again, he was supposed to make lunch every day. Great, his mother said. This clause is just big enough to still count. Anything smaller wouldn't be counted as official. Another one appeared, and Gravis saw another problem. This isn't going to end soon, is it? Gravis thought. Over the next 2 hours, Gravis and his mother went through a ton of contracts, all having been manipulated in some way. If Gravis hadn't learned all of these secrets and ways to screw people over, the chances would have been high for him to get scammed. Some of the ways to screw someone over were insane. For example, there was a way to change the consistency of the paper so that the coloring of it would spell out an additional clause. As long as the contract went through the contract officiation office, this would still be okay. After all, the office only made it so that the contract couldn't be altered. The contents and how they were displayed were of no concern to them. After a while of looking at one of the contracts, Gravis signed it. Pack. Well done, his mother said. This was the correct contract. It is important to see if contracts include shady clauses, but it is also important to accept true sincerity. If you continually mistrust your business partner, they will also start to mistrust you. If I were a normal business partner, you should have cut contact with me long ago after offering you so many scummy contracts. Gravis sighed. Why can't things just be simple? I just wanted to make a forge and sell my weapons and armor. Because business is like power, Gravis, his mother said. You need to kill and steal from others to become powerful. The same is true in business. You need to siphon the money out of other companies to become richer yourself. Even if you act very honestly, your wares will inevitably drive other people that offer similar wares out of business. The only selfless thing would be to not create a business at all. Gravis looked at the mountain of discarded contracts. If I look at it like that, it seems more reasonable, Gravis commented. I have probably already ended billions of lives without me actually trying to. Driving other forgers out of business isn't such a bad thing in comparison. Good, his mother said with a smile. Now I will take Orthar and my cute granddaughter out on a tour of the highest world. They need to learn more about our city and how everything works. Is that all right with you? She asked Yersi and Orthar. Optimal first action, Orthar commented. Meanwhile, Yersi beamed with excitement. She was about to meet more people. Sounds great, Granny. Can I call you Granny? She asked. Gravis' mother beamed when she heard Yersi's words. Of course you can, sweetheart, she said. What am I supposed to do? Gravis asked. You need to exchange for some small base capital, Gravis, his mother said. But first, I need to take a look at what you have. I would like to request access to your spirit space, she said. Sure thing, Gravis said. Yet, his mother didn't immediately enter Gravis' spirit space. Gravis, you should know that you can't give people access to your spirit space lightly. Usually, people only trade via space rings, she said. Gravis furrowed his brows. That has been one concern of mine. I can't just unload all my stuff in the city, or it would get buried. Yet, giving other people access to my spirit space is also dangerous. What are these space rings? He asked. Space rings are artifacts specifically created for trade exchanges, his mother explained. These rings have a compressed room inside them where you can store your wares. With these, you can trade large chunks of resources at once. How do I get one of these? Gravis asked. Space rings are relatively expensive in comparison to what they actually accomplish, his mother said. The cheapest ones cost about 10% of what an apartment would cost, while the more expensive ones are ridiculously overpriced. Can I make them myself? Gravis asked. No, silly, Gravis' mother said with a laugh. There's a reason why they are so expensive. If you only need to know the law of space, every immortal could create them. Theoretically, you could make the cheapest one, but it would cost you more money to learn how to create one than necessary. Why is it so hard and expensive to learn? Gravis asked. I know the space, time, and gravity laws. I even know the law of the dead world. Something like a space ring shouldn't be a problem. Normally, his mother said. You would be right, but the problem is that you can't create a reliable space ring with lightning. You need energy, and you need to be very, very, very good at manipulating it. Your spirit is not even attuned to energy. How would you be able to learn something like that? Gravis thought about it. If he put his mind to it, he probably would be able to learn it, but it would probably be many times more difficult for him than for others, thanks to his unique spirit. Would I be able to learn additional laws by learning how to make a space ring? Gravis asked. No, his mother said with a shake of his head. You already know all the laws to make the cheapest version. Gravis sighed. Okay, then forget it. I should concentrate more on my abilities as a forger. His mother nodded. After that, Gravis felt a force knocking gently at his spirit space. This was his mother, and he let her in. A small version of herself appeared in Gravis' massive spirit space, and she quickly checked out all the contents inside Gravis' spirit space. After a while, she frowned. Yet, her eyes widened in exhilaration, and she quickly picked up a watermelon-sized sphere of something shiny. She inspected this ball for a while, nodded, and left Gravis' spirit space again. Gravis opened his actual eyes again and looked at his mother with a questioning gaze. Instead of looking at Gravis, his mother looked at the opposer with a disappointed expression. You are behind on the prices, she said. Gravis' father blinked a couple of times in a bored manner. So? He asked. Gravis' mother groaned. Gravis has barely enough to afford a shop, and even if he manages to get one, he would have no capital left to purchase actual resources to forge equipment. You said he doesn't need any money, but he sure does. The opposer blinked 2 more times. But he has a middle-world core, he said in an even manner. Gravis' mother ruffled her hair in exasperation. Yes, but exchanging that for money is a huge waste. It's way more economical to forge something with it. Did you honestly expect Gravis to exchange that massive chunk of a middle-world core just to buy a shop? Yes, the opposer answered immediately. Money is money. Sometimes, I just can't with you, Gravis' mother groaned. I just can't. Yes, you can, the opposer said. And that was when the ultimate ability to deal with the opposer's straightforward mindset appeared. Gravis' mother simply ignored her husband like he didn't exist. Then she turned to Gravis. A list of different materials appeared in Gravis' mind and an associated price tag. After that, a map of the city appeared with some buildings marked on the map. Exchange these materials for these prices. Try to get the price. But you need to keep something in mind, Gravis' mother said. These are the prices that a trusted businessman would be able to achieve after lots of haggling. You won't be able to sell these materials for these prices. So instead, go to all the stores and accept the best offer you can get. After that, contact me again. Your spirit should be powerful enough to encompass nearly the entire city by now. Gravis nodded. Will do, he said. For now, if he wanted to be successful, he needed to follow what his mother said. She was far more experienced in these things, and he needed to learn as much from her as possible. Gravis had already accepted that he had no such thing as a pure path to power. Might as well ask for help in these things. The four of them walked out of the opposer's palace and looked at the bustling city. The city was absolutely massive, and with their powerful souls and spirits, all of them could take in the grandeur of the actual city. Yursi and Orthar were taken aback by the number of teleporting humans. Everyone in the city was an immortal? Meanwhile, Gravis took a deep breath. He had never known how big the actual city was, but he hadn't expected it to actually be that big. It was over 150,000 kilometers across. For the first time, Gravis could appreciate the true size of the city. It was absolutely massive. Gravis turned his gaze to the sky community, and what he felt shocked him even more. His spirit couldn't even reach the highest point. Gravis' spirit sense had been absolutely humongous in the middle world, but it was suppressed in the highest world. Yet, his spirit could still see around 150,000 kilometers into the distance, but even at such a height, a ton of people were still moving around erratically. The sky community was absolutely packed with people. Yursi and Orthar were also shocked by the number of buildings and people flying around. They had never seen so many living beings in one place before. Gravis' mother noticed their shocked expressions and had to giggle a little. "Do you want to know the actually surprising part?" she asked. "Tell me," Orthar said. But then he remembered something. "Please," he added. Humans used please and thanks a lot, and he had to adapt to that way of talking, even if it felt unnatural. "Nearly every person you can see on the streets are either below the immortal realm or beggars," she said. "You actually can't see the true inhabitants." The three of them looked at the packed streets. Yet, over half of the people were still teleporting around. Additionally, as they looked closer, they saw that Gravis' mother was right. There were a ton of people below the immortal realm. How was this possible? All of these teleporting people were beggars? Then, where were the actual inhabitants? Everyone looked at Gravis' mother with curious eyes, and she enjoyed the feeling of telling someone else about her home city. "The actual inhabitants teleport from building to building," she said. "They don't even go into the streets. As long as you have a registered home in the city, you are allowed to directly teleport into public buildings and teleport back into your home. In actuality, the number of beggars in comparison to inhabitants is 1 to 10,000, she said. The three of them looked in shock at the streets. Not even Gravis had known that. They could already see tens of millions of beggars. Did this mean that this city had over 100 billion people? Where would they even all fit? Immortals needed some space, and they wouldn't be fine with just some square meters of living space. "I already know your next question," Gravis' mother said. "Look over there," she said as she guided their senses to an inconspicuous building. It was a one-story tall, normal-looking house. "This house houses around 1,000 people," she said. "How?" Yursi shouted. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "The law of space," he commented. "Correct," his mother said. "The space inside the house is compressed to allow more people to live inside it. Every house needs a formation array that compresses space. Creating and maintaining this formation array is very expensive, especially since it requires an array formation grandmaster that has comprehended the major law of space to set it up. Generally, only star gods or stronger can do that. But the owners probably still earn a lot, I presume?" Gravis asked. Gravis' mother nodded. The owners mainly set these formation arrays up themselves. So, even though immortals, immortal kings, and immortal emperors can live in the city, the actual buildings are mainly owned by gods. It's uncommon that an immortal can actually own a building in the city. Of course, things have changed drastically recently. In the past, most gods only owned a single building, but now, most of the buildings are owned by a few people more powerful than star gods, Gravis' mother said. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "What happened?" he asked. "What could shake up this city with such intensity?" Gravis, his mother said with a chuckle. You forgot the time dilation. You are now around 2,000 years old, but ever since you have started cultivating, only around 25 years or so have passed in this world. 25 years for the highest world feels like yesterday to us old people. Now Gravis understood. What had happened? His father had happened. His father had killed every star god in the world. Because of that, most of the owners of the buildings in the city died at the same time. After this event, the even more powerful gods probably split up all the buildings, increasing their revenue by a ridiculous amount. Only 25 years have happened since that event. Huh, Gravis commented, lost in thought. To me, it feels like it was so long ago. Stella. That was a name Gravis hadn't thought of in forever. Back then, he had been devastated, but he had also just been a young teenager. After 2,000 years, even such an emotional event had faded into obscurity. It was like his dead childhood friend had never existed. This was one of the effects of time. Everything faded. Gravis also remembered something else as he thought back. How powerful was Stella before she died? Gravis asked. She was a shooting star, his mother said solemnly. Her cultivation was artificially increased by heaven, but that amount of power also sapped heaven of a lot of energy. In the end, she was only a single realm below me, and I'm at the same realm as the most powerful beings in the world, except for your father. Her realm is called a divine god, she said. After the star god realm comes the ancestral god realm, and only then comes the divine god realm. The highest, normally achievable realm is called a heaven's magnate. The three of them made some quick calculations and finally knew how powerful the opposer and his wife actually were. If one said that the body-tempering realm or demonic beast realm were the first realms, a heaven's magnate would be the 13th realm. Gravis could still resist the impact, but the other two felt a feeling of helplessness. They were only in the law comprehension realm, which was the 6th. Yet, beside them stood someone in the 13th realm. The difference between them and Gravis' mother was even greater than the difference between them and Immortal. They had already lived for over 1,000 years. But there was still so much farther to go. Meanwhile, Gravis tried to come to terms with the fact that his childhood friend had been a divine god. He had always known that she had been powerful, but only now could he truly see the true extent of her power. The only feat of power she had ever shown Gravis had been that one star she had created at the end. She had shown nothing else of her power to him. It was like she had been immortal just like him. Gravis opened his right hand and looked at it. He used the level 3 law of the elements to create fire and fused it with the laws of gravity, space, and time. In no time at all, Gravis also had a small star floating above his hands. It was not hard for him to do that. Gravis looked at the star for several seconds, not knowing what he was actually thinking about. Pack. Gravis felt the flick of his mother's finger on his forehead. Hey, stop imitating your father, she said. I don't want you to become someone that always sits at home, glaring into his room. Gravis quickly regained his bearings. Have I been glaring? He asked. Everyone present nodded. Gravis sighed and shook his head to forget these melancholic thoughts. He had better things to do. Suddenly, 2 rings appeared in front of Xianxia and Orthar. Beings below the immortal realm are only allowed in the city if they have an immortal king as a backer. Gravis is not an immortal king yet, so I will be your backer for the time. Put these rings anywhere on your person. They automatically give off an aura that the guards and everyone else can feel. Xianxia flipped open one of her scales and put the ring beneath it while Orthar put it somewhere near his hidden octopus beak. After they put the rings away, Gravis felt a peculiar feeling from them. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but they somehow felt a bit different. This was probably the aura his mother was talking about. Gravis, get your ring, his mother said. Immortals without a residence or a backer are not allowed into most shops. Gravis remembered his obsidian ring, which he still kept inside his spirit space. He had briefly used it in a fight, but he hadn't actually worn it in forever. Gravis summoned it and put it on his person. After that, he looked at it. Sure enough, it was no different from the other 2 rings. Only the design and aura were slightly different. After that, Gravis' mother, Orthar, and Xianxia parted ways with Gravis. Gravis' mother would take them on a tour while Gravis had to sell some stuff. Gravis entered the city. He could have teleported if he wanted to, but he preferred walking. He wanted to take a closer look at the streets and feel the bustling atmosphere. As soon as someone became an immortal, they automatically understood the level 3 law of space, which allowed them to teleport to any spot inside their spirit senses range. The distance was irrelevant for energy consumption. In his fight against Heaven, Gravis had learned all about battle with teleportation. Surprisingly, teleportation couldn't replace the speed of a fighter. The reason for that was that every other immortal also knew the law of space. Because of that, they could disturb the space if someone tried to teleport. The journey itself was instantaneous, but the entry and exit took a tiny amount of time. This allowed others to react appropriately. Yet, stopping a teleport was not the worst thing that the enemy could do to someone. Even worse was that the enemy could feel where the fighter would appear. Because of that, the enemy could attack that spot with all their power, knowing that the fighter would appear there. Teleportations had to be used in just the right circumstances. Otherwise, one would hurt themselves more than the enemy. Because of that, speed was still critical in combat. So, if Gravis wanted, he could reach the edge of the city in less than a second. If he were to fly, he would take a couple of seconds to get there. This showed the superior speed of teleportation. Gravis walked around for a couple of minutes, looking at the bustling streets. Now that he was an immortal, he was able to feel the power of basically everyone he could see. The people walking on the streets were either people below the immortal realm with a backer or beggars. Beggars were generally in the earlier ranks of the immortal realm, which allowed Gravis to feel their power. Back then, it was nearly impossible for me to see through the power of anyone in the city, Gravis thought. But now, I can feel all their power. These distant, seemingly invincible beings are now even weaker than me. Gravis stopped as he sighed. I would have thought that I would feel better after seeing this comparison. Yet, it just feels natural to me. Additionally, so incredibly many of them have such incredibly weak will auras. About 70% of the beggars have a will aura that is even below their realm. Yet, I shouldn't forget the truth, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. I can only see the weakest beings in this city. The truly powerful beings are inside the buildings, and I can't even come into contact with them unless I am in the same building as them. All the buildings, even the shops, have some kind of formation array that stops my spirit sense. Gravis had to chuckle a bit. I think with my avatar of freedom, I should be able to look through these formation arrays, but I don't want to be an intrusive dick. After walking around for some seconds, Gravis reached the first address on the map that his mother gave him. Gravis saw quite an ostentatious building at the edge of a vast and busy street. This was probably one of the more upscale traders. Gravis approached the door and felt the aura of his ring vibrate slightly. When he had been only at the Unity realm, he had never felt this vibration. This was probably how the ring communicated with the formation array that he was a member of the city and not a beggar. As soon as Gravis entered, he saw that the building was far bigger inside than outside. The building was maybe 20 meters wide from the outside, but inside, it was over a kilometer wide. This was quite a difference. Additionally, Gravis saw a ton of powerful immortals and even some immortal kings talking to some people. By the looks of it, they were probably trading. Gravis approached one of the counters and waited. Some seconds passed, and Gravis looked around. The clerks of the establishment wore some kind of badge on their clothing, making it easy for Gravis to identify them. 2 minutes passed, and Gravis noticed that no one came to him. Gravis' expression transformed into a neutral one. He wouldn't mind if the store were packed with customers, but the clerks were obviously even talking to each other. They certainly weren't overworking themselves. Gravis waited for another 3 minutes with no one showing up. Then, finally, someone teleported over to the counter. "What do you want?" he asked with annoyance. Gravis blinked twice. "Okay," he said with boredom. Then he turned around and left. The clerk was confused for a second. Did that random guy just say okay and leave? What was up with that? The clerk had worked here for a long time and he knew a lot of people. He hadn't been as friendly to Gravis because he felt that Gravis had just reached the immortal realm. Additionally, he had no idea who Gravis was. For the first time, the clerk looked closer at the leaving Gravis and noticed the obsidian ring on Gravis' finger. He hadn't noticed that ring earlier since he had completely ignored Gravis. His eyes widened when he noticed that he had really screwed up. Whoop! The clerk teleported in front of Gravis and bowed politely. "Excuse me for my blunt dash whoop." Gravis teleported behind the clerk and continued leaving. This time, the clerk didn't stop him. The clerk only cursed himself for this mistake, sighed, and went back to work. He vowed that he needed to be more careful in the future. This had been a son of the opposer and, even more importantly, a son to the trade empress. This could have been a massive business opportunity. Yet he just had to screw it up. Gravis went back to the streets and looked for the next building. Trading with this company was obviously not worthwhile. The fact that the personnel in the store lazed around and didn't even inspect their clients was a good demonstration of their work ethic. It wasn't that he was mad about them not noticing his status, but that they didn't serve their customers. If he offered a trade, there was a high chance that they would try to screw him over, thinking that they could scam him. Should he have made a ruckus? No, why should he? He would simply leave. Gravis didn't need to prove some kind of superiority by acting all insulted. Power was power and money was money. If this was a one-time event, they would continue having great business, but they would naturally lose customers if that was the norm. He was just another lost customer. Gravis entered the next building, which was just as ostentatious as the last one, and as soon as he entered, he saw a ton of people. There were far more people in here than in the last one. Yet all these people were at the lower ends of the immortal realm. Interesting, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. The last shop probably caters to wealthy and powerful customers, earning a lot of money per customer, while this one caters to as many customers as possible. One way of doing business is not better or worse than the other. They both simply cater to different demographics. I think the last business was not fitting for my current status. Sure, I should have quite some money on me, but my wealth probably can't compare with an immortal king's. This one should be more fitting for my current circumstances. Gravis noticed something peculiar and moved over to a separate counter, which was placed away from everything else. Draw a number, huh? Gravis thought as he looked at some kind of paper dispenser. Gravis took a number slip and moved to the side, where a ton of other immortals waited. From time to time, Gravis saw immortals beside him vanish. They were probably summoned to a separate room to talk about business. After some minutes, someone contacted Gravis. Gravis felt his senses being pulled to a separate room in the shop. In the beginning, Gravis' spirit sense couldn't look at any room besides the main hall. Yet, this room, which was in the middle of a seemingly blank area inside his spirit sense, suddenly appeared. Whoop! Gravis blinked into the room and sat down. "Welcome to the average trading firm. How can I help you?" The person sitting on the other side of the table said with a monotone voice. The room was rather barren, only having a table and 2 chairs, nothing more. Average trading firm? Really? Gravis asked with a lifted eyebrow. He hadn't taken a look at the shop's name. We, here at the average trading firm, are the go-to partner for the average immortal. We pride ourselves in our ability to help anyone with their business, even if it is one of the more modest ones. That is why we are the average trading firm. The person said like he had said that line over and over again. No wonder there were so many immortals at the beginning of the realm. This shop probably even allows the beggar inside it to do business, Gravis thought. I have ores from a middle world to sell, Gravis said. The clerk furrowed his brows and looked into Gravis' eyes. Excuse me, but do you mean ore on the level of cultivators in a middle world or actual ore from a middle world? Both are correct, Gravis said. The clerk looked with more interest at Gravis now. So, what do you have to offer? Do you have a space ring? Gravis asked. Whoop! A space ring appeared in front of him. Please put the things you want to trade inside and give me an offer, the clerk said. Gravis took a hold of the space ring and dumped all the ore he was supposed to trade inside. Then he pushed it to the clerk. 50,000 immortal stones, he said. The clerk looked with quite some surprise at Gravis. That was a lot of money, but some people always thought that the things they had were worth far more than they actually were. The clerk looked into the space ring and was surprised by the amount of or. After that, he frowned. The best I can do is 25,000, he said. Gravis raised an eyebrow when he heard that. The goal his mother had set for him was 60,000, which would be about 80% of the retail value of his or. Usually, shops bought resources at 70% of their retail value. After all, they had to store them, which cost money, and sell them. 30% profit without the added cost was the usual. Gravis had already made an offer of 66% of the retail value, which was very generous for the shop. Yet, this guy was lowballing him with 33% of the retail value. 50, Gravis said. That is 66% of the retail value. The clerk frowned. That is incorrect. The prices recently changed, and I'm offering you 65% of the retail value. Gravis looked at the clerk, and surprisingly, Gravis felt no sense of falsehood from him. The clerk was something like 2 levels stronger than Gravis, but Gravis' will aura was far more powerful. He should be able to see through any falsehoods. Yet, the clerk appeared completely truthful. Gravis frowned. The clerk wasn't lying, but his mother had quoted a different price. Something was up. 50, Gravis repeated. The clerk sighed. Okay, I can go up to 27, but that is my limit. We have to store all of this and it will take us a long time to sell all of it. There are only so many heirs to a powerful person in this city that require equipment. 50, Gravis repeated. The clerk looked at the ring, sighed, and pushed it back to Gravis. Sorry, I can't accept this trade. Please retrieve your items. Gravis looked into the space ring, and his eyes shone. Gravis had put mountains of ore into the space ring, and the ore was incredibly heavy. Yet, several tons of ore were missing. This would be hard to notice since that wasn't even 1% of the total amount of ore, but Gravis had checked very thoroughly. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have noticed that. He stole some Gravis thought, and then Gravis smirked. Today is my lucky day, Gravis thought with exhilaration. His money problems had just been solved. The clerk saw Gravis smirk and panicked. Wait, he shouted. Re-ironing. Gravis took his obsidian ring off his finger and flicked it, making it vibrate in a particular manner. The clerk felt like his life was ending. He had seen the obsidian ring previously, and that was precisely why he was confident of the fact that he would be able to get away with stealing a bit of ore. Gravis was in the immortal realm, and the obsidian ring meant that he was the son of the opposer. Yet, exactly that gave the clerk the confidence of not getting caught. The immortal emperor realm children of the opposer were weak in power, but they were exceptionally versed in the way of business. Scamming them was difficult. Yet, Gravis was only at the immortal realm. This meant that he had probably gone through a lower and middle world. This was usually the way the opposers cultivating children cultivated. This meant that Gravis had nearly no experience in the highest world. If he had just retrieved his stuff back into his spirit space, everything would have been fine. If he retrieved his stuff, it would mean that he accepted the contents of the space ring. Yet, they were still inside. Normally, the cultivating children of the opposer only cared about power and never bothered with economy or business. They were even easier to scam than the usual heirs to powerful cultivators. Gravis' mother taught Gravis a lot about common scams that some scummy shops practiced. One of these things was the underhanded pocketing of some stuff from a space ring. She also told him how to proceed if that happened. Hey Mom, Gravis transmitted to his mother, who was walking around with Xianxia and Orthar. Someone just pocketed something from a space ring, he transmitted with mirth. Really? She asked back with shock. Who would be so stupid? Did you already call for an enforcer? Sure did, Gravis transmitted. You're really lucky, Gravis, she transmitted with a chuckle. Lucky, Gravis thought. As soon as he came into contact with humans again, his lack of karmic luck became relevant again. Could it be considered luck that a thief stole something from him? One would consider that bad luck more than good luck. Yet, if one acted accordingly, bad luck could transform into good luck. The clerk looked with devastation at the table and put his head in his hands. He had really screwed up this time. Why had he done that? He had pulled that stunt only very rarely. He had always been careful. Some seconds of silence passed. Then someone in white robes appeared in the room. The person turned to Gravis. "What happened?" he asked in a serious tone. "He pocketed some stuff while we were negotiating," Gravis said as he gestured to the devastated clerk. "What is happening?" A new voice appeared as someone with an indistinguishable realm appeared inside the room. He looked around with panic and then glared at his employee. "Why is the Trade Investigation Department here?" he shouted at his employee. This was the owner of this branch of the average trading firm, a peak Immortal Emperor. The man in white robes took the ring from Gravis and looked at it. Then, he used his major law of time to create an image of what had happened inside the space ring in the last couple of minutes. He quickly noticed that a little bit of or had vanished. The man in white robes turned to the clerk. "Do you have a contract?" he asked. The clerk only looked at the table with devastation as the owner stepped forward. "We do such small trades without a contract due to the contracting fee. The customer has no contract, no official trade." The man in white robes interrupted the owner. "But no contract, no official trade," the man repeated. "If what you say is true, then you shouldn't have done business without a contract. As per the rules, everything inside the space ring at the time of the offer will be purchased at retail value. This person did that himself to set us up," the owner shouted as he pointed at Gravis. "You know exactly that we can check the person that accesses the space ring at any given time by their aura," the person said. "As long as the caller isn't an outstanding Immortal Emperor, it is impossible to fake his aura, and if he were an Immortal Emperor, he wouldn't do something like this for this small amount of money." The owner became angry. "But my employee only stole a little bit. Why do we have to pay so much money?" "Your employee just had to not pocket something," the man said. "You can also decline and we will get a full investigation going." "Do you want that to happen?" The owner gritted his teeth, but the potential repercussions of a full investigation were just too devastating. They often scammed ignorant people to make some money. When this investigator looked through their entire business, they wouldn't just have to pay money. The owner would probably even be banned from doing any kind of business in Opposer City. After some seconds, the owner sighed. "How much?" 74,426 Immortal Stones," the man in white said. The owner took a deep breath in shock. "That much?" This was a big trade, even for them. This was the main reason why the employee was so devastated. If this potential trade had only been 1,000 Immortal Stones, the owner wouldn't care so much. He would probably only give the employee a slap on the wrist for getting caught. Yet, nearly 75,000 Immortal Stones was far too much. That was over 20 years of the employee's salary. Gravis only looked at all of this with a neutral expression. He didn't need to do anything. The investigator would take care of everything. The owner nodded, and the man in white gave him the space ring. The owner pocketed everything and put the Immortal Stones into the space ring. After that, he gave it back to the investigator. Then, the investigator turned to Gravis. "As per policy, the Trading Investigation Department will take 10%, he said. "Sure, and thank you," Gravis said with a smile. "No problem," the person in white said as he gave Gravis the space ring. Gravis pocketed the remaining 66,983 Immortal Stones with a happy smile. Then, he put the space ring back on the counter. This was not the Sky community, where everyone could do nearly everything. This was Opposer City, and Opposer City had trade rules. "Good day," the man in white said to the owner as he teleported himself and Gravis back to the street. This was protocol for investigators to protect the caller from receiving backlash inside the building of the perpetrator. After that, the man in white vanished again as Gravis stood in the middle of the street with a smile. Every inhabitant of Opposer City could call an investigator. The investigator would look into the case and judge accordingly. Yet, if the caller incorrectly called an investigator, they would need to either pay a tremendous amount of money in relation to their realm or work off their debt. The punishment of buying everything at retail value was to give the caller a reward for helping the trade investigation department. The department would earn a lot more money in the background by trading information about such incidents with other companies. Companies paid a lot of money for information that told them who was trustworthy and who was not. So, even though the average trading firm hadn't directly lost any money, bigger business partners might be more apprehensive about doing business with them. Additionally, if these incidents happen more frequently, the average trading firm might receive heavy and costly guidelines they had to implement. Additionally, the beggars saw the white man appear with someone in front of the average trading firm, and they knew exactly what that meant. Word would travel around quickly. Meanwhile, inside the trading room, the owner turned to his employee with gritted teeth. "You're fired." Gravis was quite happy about the incident. His mother had given him the target to get 80% of the retail value, but due to the average trading firm trying to steal from him, he got 90%. Advantages and disadvantages. What am I supposed to do now, Mom? Gravis asked. First, you need to comprehend a very important law to take full advantage of your business. His mother transmitted to him. It shouldn't be very difficult for you to comprehend this law since you have a very high affinity towards it. Oh? What kind of law? Gravis asked. The lower law of honesty. His mother transmitted. Gravis remembered that the highest world categorized the power of laws differently from the middle world. A lower law was a level 2 law. Honesty, huh? What's its use? He asked. Gravis' senses were pulled to a peculiar shop. Can you feel the different aura that this building has? Compare it to the shop you just left. Gravis concentrated on the aura, and sure enough, it felt different. The building gave off an aura of trust and honesty. It exhibits a kind of aura of trust, he answered. That's what you want to have, his mother transmitted. The fact that this building is giving off this aura means that the owner of this shop has comprehended the law of honesty and got a certificate from the Company Trade Evaluation Department, CTED for short. The law of honesty has two other related laws, the law of deceit and the law of lies. All three laws have the same ability, which is to make other people trust you. The only difference is how they accomplish to gain that trust. Someone with the law of deceit can give you half-truths that sound like they are the complete truth. Someone with the law of lies can give you lies that sound like they are the truth. When you talk to that stealing employee, have you felt that he was telling the truth? Gravis remembered how the employee gave a different market price to what his mother had said. Back then, Gravis felt like the employee was telling the truth. I did, he said. That employee knows the law of lies, which made you believe that he was telling the truth, his mother answered. Huh, that's interesting, Gravis commented. I presume that people with an affinity for one of these three things will find it hard to understand the other two? He asked. Half right, his mother answered. People that know the law of lies have a lot of affinity for the law of deceit and vice versa. Yet, people that know the law of honesty will find it very hard to understand either of the other two laws. Gravis scratched his chin. I also presume that every law has its uses, right? If someone wants to scam people, the law of deceit or lies would probably be better than the law of honesty. Correct, his mother said. No one would want to get a certificate for the law of deceit or lies since that will only broadcast to everyone that you're a scam artist. Yet, if you have a certificate for the law of honesty, people are much faster to trust your claims. This law is imperative for your business success. Gravis furrowed his brows. I get that it is important but imperative? He asked. For you, it is imperative, she answered again. You have comprehended the law of the dead world as a new immortal. That is exceptionally rare. If people know that you can create a world weapon but see that you are only a new immortal, they will immediately believe that you are a horrible scam artist. That's why you need that certificate. World weapons? What's that? Gravis asked. With the law of the dead world, you can not only fuse all kinds of materials but also use particular or to create mighty weapons. The middle world core your father and I have talked about is one of these ores. When you use that as the core for your weapon, you will be able to create a powerful affinity with it. You should try creating a saber while you comprehend the law of honesty, his mother answered. What's the point of this higher affinity? Gravis asked. Weapon laws, his mother answered. Cultivators from battle worlds don't cultivate the elements, but weapon laws, which they use to create a ton of techniques in conjunction with their other laws. Gravis blinked several times in surprise. Weapon laws? There was something like that? Gravis had thought that weapons didn't have laws since weapons didn't exist naturally. Only humans created these kinds of weapons. Though, Gravis thought as he furrowed his brows and scratched his chin. Aren't humans part of nature too? So, wouldn't it be correct to say that weapons also naturally occur? Gravis ruffled his hair in exasperation. Great, something else I can't properly place. Saying that weapons occur naturally sounds very debatable, and I hate stuff that isn't clearly defined. Just accept it and move on, Gravis thought. Thanks, Mom, Gravis transmitted. I'm going home and will concentrate on understanding the law of honesty. Have fun, his mother transmitted. Gravis went home and went back into his room. As soon as he entered his room, emotions assaulted him. He hadn't been in his room since he had returned from the lower world. For the last month, he had always stayed with his children in a separate room. Gravis' room had a bed, a table with some chairs and some shelves. The light of the outside reflected off the blue walls, giving the room a bright and happy atmosphere. There was not much stuff in his room since he had thrown away most of it when he entered the research assistant school. Yet he could still see some dumbbells. Gravis had always wanted to cultivate, and he had used these dumbbells to become more powerful when he was younger. Gravis sighed. This is like the room of a stranger, Gravis thought. It's hard to believe that I have lived here for years. Gravis looked at the room some more but quickly went back to doing what he came here to do. He sat down in the middle of the room and concentrated on understanding honesty. He wondered how long that would take. And 2 years later, he got his answer. Boom! Gravis managed to comprehend the law of honesty. Only took me 2 years to learn another level 2 law. Interesting, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. Gravis felt a peculiar aura coming out from him, and when he concentrated on the city, he also saw a lot of the people in a different light. The feeling he got could be described with a gradient from light to dark. Some people felt warmer and brighter, which symbolized their affinity towards honesty, and some of them felt darker and colder. Yet, surprisingly, a lot of these people had no aura at all. Gravis also noticed that mainly people more powerful than him didn't have an aura. This meant that he could either not see through them due to their power or that they had comprehended laws that made it harder to discern their aura. After looking at the city for some minutes, he looked over towards the room of his father. Father, can you tell me how I make one of these world weapons? He asked. Come over here and I'll show you, his father said. Whoop! Gravis blinked over to his father and sat in front of him. As soon as Gravis sat down, his father summoned a powerful weapon. Gravis couldn't even begin to understand such a powerful weapon. This is one of my old weapons, and it is a world weapon, his father said. Then, the saber started floating in the air and broke apart. Yet, instead of falling to the ground, all the components continued levitating in the air. Gravis saw a ton of very finely crafted materials with tiny channels. On top of that, he also saw some black liquid floating around. Apparently, this liquid was the thing that went through these tiny channels. Lastly, Gravis saw a red, shining crystal in the center of the destroyed blade. Quite different, isn't it? His father asked. Gravis nodded. The red crystal floated out from the floating debris and stopped in front of Gravis. This is a higher world core, his father said. Feel its aura, Gravis. Gravis concentrated on the red crystal, and the crystal exhibited a very similar aura to his father, just not nearly as powerful. It feels similar to you, he said. His father nodded. To create a world weapon, you need 3 things. First of all, you need a world core. This is not the actual core of a world, but simply a very rare or that can house laws and can resonate with spirits. Take out your middle world core, his father said. Gravis summoned the green, shining core. Use your law of the dead world to create a similarly sized sphere to this world core, his father said as he gestured to the red crystal. Gravis did so. This was not difficult at all since Gravis already knew the composition of this or perfectly. After only a second, a similarly sized, green sphere floated in front of Gravis. There was still over 90% left of the middle world core. Try to make your spirit enter this core. You need to use the law of minor elements to create some wood element to achieve that, his father said. Gravis did so and tried to enter the world core with his spirit. Gravis felt his spirit being pulled in, but it just couldn't enter fully. This process continued for 5 hours. After that, Gravis felt the world core completely reject his spirit. Yet, the world core also seemed to resonate with Gravis being. Gravis could only describe this feeling of resonance as magical. It felt similar to when he created another lightning body, but it didn't feel entirely the same. The world core is now attuned to your being. As soon as a world core is attuned to someone, it is difficult to break that attunement. To break your attunement to this core, someone would need to use the major law of the dead world, the opposer said. That would probably be a level 7 law, Gravis thought. That really is hard to break. The red crystal floated back to the opposer. Then, the black liquid floated out of the debris. The second component you need is the blood of a beast at the same level and realm as you with a very similar affinity. Lightning cultivators would need to use a beast with a lightning affinity. Weapon cultivators need to use the blood of a beast that uses natural weapons very similar to their own weapons. In short, the beast needs to fit you, the opposer said. Sure enough, humans even found a way to make use of the body of a beast, Gravis thought. The last thing you need is a husk, the opposer said as the pieces of debris flew forward. The husk is the weapon itself, but it needs to have channels for the blood to nourish the blade. Only like this can you achieve full synchronicity with your weapon. Gravis looked closely at the floating pieces of debris and took note of where all the channels were. This was very similar to how blood nourished muscles inside a body. As the world core touches the blood, your aura and spirit also touch the blood, and when the blood touches the weapon, your aura and spirit also touch the weapon. With this, a world weapon feels like it is part of you. Try to create one for yourself, his father said. Gravis planned his forging and retrieved a ton of ore. He already had all the components he needed. Xing. Gravis used one of his sabers to cut open his arm to harvest some blood. He had a beast body, and there probably wasn't another beast out there that had a greater affinity towards himself as, well, himself. After everything was prepared, Gravis melted down all the materials with practiced ease and copied the channels that his father used. The channels perfectly covered the entire weapon. After he was done with the husk, Gravis created the hilt and an area for the world core. Then, Gravis pushed his blood into the husk until it was completely filled. After putting the world core in its place and assembling the remainder of the weapon around it, Gravis only had to fuse all the components together. With that, Gravis had created his first world weapon. Gravis grabbed the saber, and it felt completely magical to him. Whenever he wanted it to move somewhere, it was like the saber was already moving on its own. It was truly like it was part of him. A world weapon has 2 decisive advantages, the opposer said. The first advantage is that fighting and training with it makes it far easier for you to make progress in weapon laws. The second advantage is that when you use a weapon law in combat, you can unleash more power. After thinking for a while, Gravis frowned. What about when I become more powerful? He asked. The world core can be used until you become a star god. This means that you only need to exchange it with a higher world core much later in your journey. The blood, on the other hand, must always be at the same realm as yourself. In your case, this shouldn't be a problem, the opposer said. Lastly, the husk is simply that, a husk, a weapon, a blade. You can use whatever or you want to increase or decrease its power. In your case, you can still create weapons 2 or 3 levels above yours to create a world weapon at that level, but the affinity won't change. Gravis could accept that. This meant that he could always use world weapons in his journey since he already had a world core and the fitting blood. In terms of creating new weapons for himself, there was actually no difference. Others might find it quite challenging to find another beast with a similar affinity to theirs, but that wasn't the case for Gravis. Why do we need beast blood? Can't people just use their own blood? Gravis asked. The main center of power for humans is their spirit, the opposer said. The main center of power for beasts is their body. The laws of a beast are very pronounced and clear in their blood, while humans only have trace amounts of their laws in their blood, since that's not where their main power lies. A human could use their own blood to create a world weapon, but the resulting synchronicity would barely be any better than using a regular weapon. Using a human's blood would be a huge waste for something as valuable as a world core, the opposer said. Gravis looked at his new world weapon for a while. I guess I should get on trying to comprehend some weapon laws, huh? Gravis asked with a bitter smile. You're far behind in that regard, the opposer said. But that is not an issue for you since your next stop will be a battle world, right? Gravis nodded. I presume that people mainly rely on weapon laws in battle worlds? Gravis asked. Correct. Weapon laws have the ability to condense the power of laws into physical attacks, the opposer said. When an elemental cultivator uses their element in an attack, their energy is the power, while their element is the medium that unleashes this power. With weapon laws, you still need to use energy, but your laws represent the power, while the weapon law is the medium that unleashes this power. Your lightning crescent is basically one of these attacks without actually using a weapon law, the opposer said as he pointed at Gravis. Gravis furrowed his brows. I've never met anyone that could unleash a similarly powerful attack as my lightning crescent. I presume the reason for that is that I haven't been in a battle world yet. Gravis asked. Correct, his father said. Cultivators in a battle world can unleash similarly powerful attacks with their weapons. That sounds quite powerful, Gravis thought. Then he sighed. But that is something for the future. I will still be staying in the highest world for many years. That's something for future me to worry about. Gravis stood up and stretched. Thanks, father, he said. No problem. That's what I should do as your father, the opposer said to his son. I will contact Mom now and ask her what my next stop should be. This entire process of creating a business is already far more bothersome than I had thought, Gravis said. Is it even worth it to earn money to learn laws? Definitely, the opposer said. There are far more options for understanding laws here than in middle and higher worlds. If you have enough money, you would be able to understand laws even faster than if you continued to fight that middle heaven. That sounds quite fast, Gravis thought. Well, as long as it's worth the effort, I should continue. See you later, Gravis said as he teleported out of his father's room. The opposer only closed his eyes as he continued doing whatever he was doing all day in his room. Nobody knew what the opposer was doing in his spare time. Hey Mom, I know how to make world weapons and also comprehended the law of honesty. How are Orthar and Yersi doing? He asked. That's great, his mother answered. Orthar and Yersi have spent most of their time among humans, trying to learn their customs. Acting like a human comes very naturally to Yersi, but Orthar lacks the feelings that we humans have. Luckily, Orthar is smart enough that he can logically say the right things. He simply watches how humans act and can emulate very well what a human would say in a certain situation. So, even though Orthar doesn't naturally know how to properly communicate with humans on an instinctual level, he can still calculate what he should say, his mother said. Gravis nodded. As long as someone could say the correct things to build a connection with others, it didn't matter what path they used to get there. Only the results counted. Should I now go and get these certificates? Gravis asked. Yes, his mother answered, and Gravis' senses were pulled to a monumental building near the center of the city. This building was also very close to the building for the research assistants. This showed that this company was probably on a similar level. These were the true hegemons of this city. The landlords, trading firm owners, and different kinds of shopkeepers were only the average humans in the city. Gravis still remembered how a random clerk in the research assistant department had been an immortal emperor. His brother, Orpheus, was a department head, and he was already a star god. The true leaders of the company were probably very powerful gods. Speaking of, I should say hi to Orpheus later, Gravis thought. But first, I need to get the certificates for my shop. Mom, what kind of certificates should I get? Gravis asked. You want 3 certificates, his mother answered. You want the certificate of honesty, the certificate of world forging, and the certificate of middle world equipment. I get the first two, but what about the last one? Gravis asked. The last one only shows that you can create all kinds of equipment out of middle world materials. You can do that, correct? She asked. Gravis nodded. I can, Gravis answered. Okay, then I will go get these 3 certificates. Thanks, Mom. Gravis transmitted. Wish you luck, she said. Gravis had to snort at that phrase, but he appreciated his mother's intent. He quickly teleported over to the building and stepped through the entrance. Gravis entered a humongous but empty hall. People in the highest world apparently weren't the biggest fans of decorations. Well, that was understandable. After all, the people working in this company were powerful enough that they didn't need to show off. Everyone already knew their power. Gravis saw one lonely clerk sitting at a counter with closed eyes. He was probably comprehending some laws since there were no customers. Whoop! Gravis teleported over. Hello? I'm here for 3 certificates, Gravis said. The clerk opened his eyes and sighed. He hated doing work. Yet what was he supposed to do? He was getting paid to receive and manage customers, not to cultivate. Which ones? He asked as he looked at Gravis with a bored look. Honesty, world forging, and middle world equipment, Gravis answered. The clerk furrowed his brows when he heard world forging. The customer was only a new immortal. Did someone like that genuinely understand the law of the dead world? Let's first get the honesty thing done, the clerk said. As soon as you pay the evaluation fee of 10,000 immortal stones, we can start. 10,000 immortal stones? Gravis thought with quite some surprise. So that was why Mom said I first need to exchange some parts of I will probably need nearly all immortal stones I got to get my certificates. Gravis summoned 10,000 immortal stones and let them hover in the air. In just a split second, they all vanished again. Thank you, the clerk said in boredom as he retrieved a jade slip. Whoop! And the jade slip was also gone. Please don't resist the incoming teleportation, the clerk said like he had said that sentence his whole life. Gravis waited for some moments as the clerk returned to cultivation. Whoop! And after 2 minutes, Gravis vanished. Fucking Johnson! A voice grumbled as Gravis appeared in a new room. It's not my turn yet. Gravis was in a small room with 1 desk and 2 chairs. A middle-aged man with blue hair sat at one of the chairs. Gravis walked closer, and the man gestured to the chair with his head. Sit down, he said with practiced ease. Gravis didn't care that the person didn't say please or anything. He also just wanted to finish all of this as quickly as possible. I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and you just need to answer all of them truthfully, the man said. Okay. Sounds easy enough, Gravis answered with a nod. Good. First question. Have you comprehended the law of honesty? He asked as he looked at Gravis. Yes, Gravis answered. Second question. Have you comprehended the law of deceit? No. Third question. Have you comprehended the law of lies? No. The man looked at Gravis for a couple more seconds. All right, looks good, he said as the jade slip from earlier floated over to Gravis. Give this to Johnson, and you will get your certificate. Gravis didn't question the very simple evaluation. Gravis couldn't see through the power of the man in front of him. This man was probably very powerful and knew a lot about these 3 laws. Finding out if the person across from him was lying or not was probably very easy for him. Thanks. Wish you a good day, Gravis said. You too, the man said with a nod as he teleported Gravis away again. Gravis appeared in front of the clerk again, and the clerk opened one of his hands. Johnson, I presume? Gravis asked. Johnson nodded. Gravis put the jade slip into Johnson's hand and waited. Johnson looked at the jade slip and nodded again. Residency ring, please, Johnson said. Gravis was confused for a second, but he quickly realized what he meant. The residency ring was probably the ring that showed that people were living in the city. Gravis pulled his obsidian ring off and gave it to Johnson. When Johnson saw the ring, he did a double take. And then he groaned. In the beginning, Johnson only had one form in front of him, but as soon as he saw the obsidian ring, he summoned for more. "Why do you need my ring?" Gravis asked as Johnson looked at several clauses on the pieces of paper with confusion. Johnson hadn't had to evaluate a tempering child of the opposer yet. Filling out these forms for them was far more complicated than for normal people. Usually, your residency ring has all the data of your person on it. You don't want me to ask you one boring question after the other, do you? Johnson said as he frowned at the paperwork in front of him. "Speaking of," Johnson continued, "still living in the palace? Or do you have your own place already?" "Right now, I'm still living in the palace, but I want to rent my own place soon. I got enough materials to start my own business," Gravis answered. Johnson nodded, but after several more seconds, he groaned and leaned back. "Fuck that," he said in frustration. "Who?" A new person appeared, an older man. This was Johnson's supervisor, and he looked at Johnson with a raised brow. Johnson showed him the obsidian ring and pointed at the forms with annoyance. The supervisor sighed and quickly filled out all the forms. Then, he put the forms as well as the jade slip onto a fancy part of the table. Sheeing. Some light appeared, and all the things on it transformed into a badge. The badge floated over to Gravis, and he summoned it into his spirit space. "Put this on your shop," the supervisor said before he vanished. The obsidian ring also floated back to Gravis. Gravis looked at the certificate with wonder. It exhibited a very similar aura to some of the other shops. After a while, Gravis looked at Johnson again, who had closed his eyes to cultivate. "I still need 2 other certificates," Gravis said. Johnson opened his eyes. "Oh right, forgot about that," he commented. "Let's first get to the certificate of middle world equipment," Johnson said. "That would be 5,000 immortal stones, please." Gravis nodded and handed over the immortal stones. "All right, please wait for the summons," Johnson said. "This might take a bit longer than the last time." Gravis nodded again and waited. "Whoop. Or not," Johnson said as he saw Gravis vanish nearly instantaneously. Gravis reappeared in a gigantic hall full of smithing equipment. He saw huge barrels of different kinds of water, a ton of forges, and several other pieces of tools he had never seen before. The forge was over 1 kilometer wide. "You came at just the right time," a young teenager said with a smile. "We are currently backed up with orders." Gravis saw the young man, and just like the previous examiner, Gravis couldn't see through his power. "Hi, backed up with orders? What do you mean by that? Do you accept orders?" "Sure we do," the young man said. "There are a lot of cultivators that don't have the money to pay the creation fee for weapons. Because of that, we offer a service where they only have to bring us the materials for a piece of equipment they desire without them needing to pay anything. The disadvantages are the long waiting time and the possibility that some forgers might deliver a product which is not up to standard. This is where you come into play. You need to craft 10 pieces of specified equipment with an, at least, average quality to get your certificate." The young man gestured to the forge. "We have all the equipment you could possibly need and more. Feel free to use everything you see here." Gravis nodded. "Thank you, but I don't need any forging tools," Gravis said. "You don't need forging equipment?" the young man asked in surprise. "Then how do you intend to forge?" Gravis scratched the back of his neck. "I just don't need them. I only need my lightning," he said. "Lightning?" the young man asked with furrowed brows. "Does that mean that you can only forge lightning-specific equipment? You do know that you have registered for the General Middle World Equipment Certificate, right?" "Oh no," Gravis said to clear the confusion. "I can forge any kind of equipment with lightning. It doesn't need to be lightning-specific." The young man blinked a couple of times like he hadn't heard correctly. "How?" he asked. "You would need to use your lightning to only heat the material without contaminating it with the essence of lightning. You would need to have an absolutely insane amount of control over lightning to do that. That should be impossible for an immortal." "Is that really so special?" Gravis asked. "My father simply showed me how to do that." "Your father?" the man asked as he took a look at Gravis' residency ring. Oh, your father, he repeated with a different tone. Sure, he can probably do anything, but can you? How about I just show you? Gravis said. What's the first thing I need to forge? The young man hesitated but shrugged his shoulders after a bit. Who cared if Gravis would waste an order? Some of the fees that the participants paid would just go to the customer as reparations. Whoop! Bang! The young man summoned a considerable piece of brown ore, which hit the ground with a huge bang. Tower Shield. Early Law Comprehension Realm. Earth Cultivator, the young man said simply. Gravis immediately recognized the ore but grew confused due to multiple reasons. This is only pure ore. Additionally, if I were to harden the tower shield, it would become tiny. Even more. Isn't this too little or anyway? Gravis asked. The customer ordered a standard tower shield, the young man said. This is only your first order, and it is to test if you have the basics down. Simply make it about 150 centimeters tall with the materials you received. Gravis thought that this was a huge waste. Would such a shield even be useful? Calling it a paper shield would be more accurate than calling it a tower shield. Gravis sighed. Well, if that is what the customer wants, he said as he trailed off. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some lightning and melted the ore with practiced ease. The ore was finished heating up in less than a second, and Gravis quickly molded it into a fitting form. It hurt him that he had to make a shield without a compressed surface. It was like he was throwing or out of the window. The whole process took less than a minute. Bang! The shield hit the ground loudly as Gravis looked at the young man. Yet, the young man only had his eyes opened wide in shock. It was like he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Gravis waited some seconds. Excuse me? I'm done, Gravis said. The young man was shaken out of his stupor. What? How? He sputtered. How were you so fast? Where was the hammering? Where was the tempering? Where was the forging? You basically only warmed it, molded it into shape, and that was it. By reason, there should be a ton of inconsistencies and impurities in the shield. Are you sure you are done? Gravis shrugged. That was how my father taught me. As for cooling, I did cool it. I infused my law of cold into the shield to cool it evenly. Law of cold? The young man repeated in surprise. You're a lightning cultivator, right? How do you know the law of cold already? That thing is about as far away from your element as it gets. Gravis only furrowed his brows. What was so unusual about that? After a while, to stop the guy from continually getting surprised, Gravis simply showed him something. Besides Gravis, a small rock appeared as it floated in the world. This was a tiny world Gravis created out of the basic elements. Obviously, Gravis was demonstrating the law of the dead world. Temperatures are part of the law of the dead world. Didn't you know that I have comprehended that law? Gravis asked. The man's mouth fell open in shock. What? You know the minor law of the dead world as a new immortal? Then, why are you here getting tested for the general certificate? Because I don't have it yet, Gravis said. What? The young man said. How come you don't he said as he suddenly remembered Gravis' obsidian ring. Of course, you came from a middle world, right? That would explain it. Gravis nodded. But then why didn't you simply use fire? He asked as he ruffled his hair in stress. You clearly have access to fire, so why didn't you use it? Why are you using lightning? Gravis shrugged. My control over lightning is better, he answered. Yeah, sure. I believe you, but that's not the point, the man nearly shouted. Using your lightning this finely should put a massive drain on your concentration. Yet, you're still using it for something this basic and simple. I don't feel any drain, Gravis said. It just comes naturally. The man tore at his hair like he couldn't comprehend the current situation. If you didn't obviously show the signs of the law of honesty, I would have thrown you out for lying to me. How the hell do you not feel any drain from? But then, the man trailed off as he took a deep breath and released a sigh. Know what? Just forget it, he said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Let me just test the shield. The shield floated over to the man, and several sounds of impacts could be heard coming from it. The man was hitting multiple parts of the shield with his spirit. About 150 impacts hit the shield in just a couple of seconds, and the shield held. "Ha!" the man said. "Well, color me impressed. And you really don't feel any strain or fatigue?" he asked. Gravis shook his head. "Man," the man said as he looked at the shield again. "You're sitting on a gold mine. No wonder you are opening a forging shop. You're basically printing money." Gravis furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "You don't know what I mean?" the man asked. "Have you seen anyone else forge anything before?" he asked, but remembered something. "Except your father, of course." "No, I haven't," Gravis said. "Makes sense," the man said as he put the shield down. "Generally, when forging equipment, us forgers need to go through a ton of processes. Equally, heating everything takes a while since the fire can't penetrate the material. We basically need to heat from the outside to the inside and manage the temperature so that the inside is just as hot as the outside. Yet, by using lightning, you can heat the inside and the outside at the same time. That's why the heating is so fast in your case. Then, we need to hammer everything into place, which also requires us to continually reheat the material. Meanwhile, as far as I have seen, you have some kind of special spirit that just forces stuff into place. It's like you're simply bending the material into a weapon." The shield floated upwards again as the man knocked twice on it. "In order to make this, a new immortal would take several hours. Meanwhile, you completed it in seconds. That's why I'm saying that you're basically printing money. On top of that, you don't even need any tools. That's unreal." Gravis was surprised about what he had just heard. He had thought that everyone was forging equipment like him. Yet, Gravis decided to not answer since he didn't want to sound like he was tooting his own horn. Whoop! Bang! 9 more piles of ores appeared as well as several jade slips with information on them. "You already know the minor law of the dead world. Testing you is pointless," the man said with a dismissive wave. "Simply complete these 9 orders, and everything should be fine." Gravis looked at the 9 piles of ore and jade slips. "No problem." Gravis finished the remaining forging tasks in a bit more than a minute. The young man inspected the items and nodded with satisfaction. "Looks good," he said as he took out the jade token. "Give this to the clerk at the front." Gravis grabbed the jade token and nodded. "Thanks," he said. "No problem, bye," the young man said as Gravis was teleported back to the main hall. Johnson opened his closed eyes when he saw Gravis. "You failed?" he asked. "No, I was successful," Gravis said with a smile as he threw the jade token over. Johnson looked with furrowed brows at Gravis and then looked at the jade token. After inspecting it for a bit, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. "That's a high evaluation you got there," he said. "How high is it?" Gravis asked with interest. "Your quality and speed are at the absolute peak. The only thing not at the peak is your consideration for the client," Johnson answered as he took out several pieces of paper again. "Consideration?" Gravis asked. He was quite surprised that he didn't get full marks in everything. "Yep, consideration," Johnson asked as he watched the papers in front of him with furrowed brows. "The common errors that people make in consideration is that they don't ask about the client. They are fine with what they get without trying to get more information to make a perfect weapon suited for the client. Have you asked how tall the customer is? Have you asked if they prefer a lighter or heavier weapon? Have you asked for their preferences in terms of fighting style?" Johnson asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. "I asked something about the materials with the first request, but I haven't asked for any additional information. Was I supposed to do that?" he asked. Johnson nodded. "Have you received any additional information after asking about the first request?" Gravis nodded. "Yes, I have been told how big the tower shield had to be. I didn't ask these things with the other 9 tasks. Your clients won't always give you all the relevant information since they mostly don't know what information is relevant and what isn't," Johnson answered. "To make a perfect product, the product needs to perfectly fit the person and their fighting style. When you open your store, you should think about what you want to ask of the customers." Gravis nodded. "Will do. Thanks." he said. Will these credentials be shown to others? Yep, Johnson answered as his furrowed brows transformed into a glare directed at the paper. Consideration is not that important. As long as you're not targeting the richest people with money to burn, nobody will care. Gravis thought about this for a while and realized that this made a lot of sense. Fuck this, Johnson shouted. I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. Whoop, plop. The supervisor appeared again with a frown. But before he could react, crumpled up pieces of paper hit his face, courtesy of Johnson. The supervisor flattened the paper again as he glared at Johnson. Yet, when he saw Gravis, he only sighed and went on to fill out the forms. The same process as last time repeated, and Gravis got his next certificate. Yet, instead of leaving immediately, the supervisor looked at Gravis. Need anything else? He asked. Gravis had to chuckle a bit at the dynamic between Johnson and his supervisor. Yes, one more certificate. Then I'm done, he said. The supervisor nodded. Might as well stay here for that one. What certificate do you need? He asked. World Forging, Gravis answered. The supervisor narrowed his eyes at Gravis, and after some seconds he relaxed. You know the law of the dead world. Quite surprising for a new immortal. Yet, do you have the fee for the test? How much is it? Gravis asked. He should have the money. That would be 7 million immortal stones or 7 god stones, the supervisor said. Gravis sputtered when he heard that. How much? 7 fucking million? He didn't have that kind of money. Gravis said awkwardly. I'm a bit confused right now. Yes? The supervisor asked. My mother told me that I should get these 3 certificates now, and she wouldn't have sent me here with only 60,000 immortal stones if that weren't enough, Gravis said. The supervisor scratched his chin but quickly noticed a possibility. If you can provide a middle world core yourself, the evaluation would only cost 40,000 immortal stones. With your other 2 certificates, the total should come up to 55,000, which would be within your budget. Now Gravis got it. So, the middle world core is responsible for over 99% of the price? He asked. The supervisor nodded. Getting the middle world core is by far the hardest and most expensive part to get due to its rarity. If you have the money to buy one, you have the money to buy everything needed to create a world weapon too. I presume you have one? He asked. Gravis nodded. Then, Gravis summoned his world weapon and retrieved the middle world core from it. Should it be this big? He asked. Not quite that big. You can shave off around 20% of its weight, the supervisor said. Gravis nodded and created another middle world core from his remaining pile. After he had the new core, he still had around 85% remaining from the original. Yet, the middle world core looked completely different to him now. If that core was already worth 7 million immortal stones, this entire chunk might be worth nearly 100 million immortal stones. That was an insane amount of wealth. Gravis threw the newly created middle world core over to the supervisor together with 40,000 immortal stones. How much would the forging fee be for a world weapon? Depends on the cultivation realm of the customer. The supervisor answered as he created a new jade token. But that only becomes relevant when you reach the god realms. It's very difficult to find anyone below the star god realm that knows the minor law of the dead world. This means that the price is the same for everyone below the star god realm, which would be around 3 million immortal stones. Pack. The supervisor threw the jade token over, and Gravis caught it. 3 million immortal stones, Gravis said slowly. No wonder Mom said that selling them would be a waste. I can basically get around 40% more out of the ore with only a minimal amount of work. Hold your horses, the supervisor said. Have you even made one yet? Gravis nodded and summoned his saber again. I made this today, he said. The supervisor furrowed his brows as he concentrated on the saber. Looks good. I've got nothing to complain about. How long did it take you to forge it? With or without the attuning process? Gravis asked. The supervisor looked at Gravis weirdly. Does that make a difference? Now, Gravis was the surprised one. Yeah. It took me like 5 hours to attune to the world core while I created the rest in like 2 minutes. For the first time, the supervisor showed an expression of shock. 2 minutes? He nearly shouted. The intricate hammering normally needs years. Gravis scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, it only took me 2 minutes. I basically whoop, and Gravis was gone. Gravis had been summoned for his world-forging certificate evaluation. The supervisor shook his head quickly to regain his bearings. I gotta see this, he said as he teleported to the same room. Gravis appeared in another gigantic forge, this one even larger than the previous one. He didn't even know what half the equipment did. Yet, knowing the equipment was not necessary to him. After all, he didn't need any kind of equipment. Yet, instead of one person, Gravis saw 10. One of them was the supervisor, while another person was the young man from his earlier evaluation, who just waved at Gravis with a smile. He probably also wanted to watch. This better be worth it. One of the people transmitted to the young man. You disturbed my cultivation because of this. Trust me, this will so be worth it. The young man transmitted back. A middle-aged woman stepped forward and gave Gravis the beast blood and ore. This is the client, she said as she gestured to a young woman, which seemed to be rather nervous. Gravis took the ore and beast blood and noticed many things about the young woman just based on the materials. The materials were light and flexible. This kind of material would be perfect for a rapier or a very thin sword. Usually, Gravis would have expected this person to have the wind element, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions yet. The elements exhibited different properties the more powerful one became. Light, for example, could also make use of this kind of weapon. Nice to meet you, the young woman said. So, you will forge my bow? A bow? Huh. Gravis thought. I've never seen anyone fight with a bow before. I've also never created a bow. Yes, I will create your bow, but I want to do some tests first to see what you prefer. Is that okay with you? He asked politely. Sure, the young woman said with a smile. What do you need? Gravis summoned the materials over and already heated them. I'm going to make a bow and ask you for your feedback. No worries, this will take only a short amount of time. We should be done in, at most, 2 hours or so. The young woman was a bit nervous when she saw her materials being used to create a new weapon. She wanted a world weapon, but this forger was using her materials to ask for feedback. Gravis saw the young woman's expression and guessed what she thought. After some seconds, the first bow was done. Don't worry, he said. None of your materials will go to waste. Here, look, he said as he pointed at the finished bow. In a matter of seconds, the components melted down again, creating the same pile of materials as before. When the young woman saw that, she released a sigh of relief. As long as her materials didn't go to waste, she was fine with it. Gravis quickly created another bow while everyone looked at him with intensity. Impressive, isn't it? The young man asked the people around him. Shut up. I want to watch, someone answered with annoyance. The speed at which Gravis created the bow was insane. It would take an immortal emperor with an insane amount of control to create a weapon that fast, and even then, it would be immensely draining for their concentration. Gravis gave the finished bow to the young woman. Try it, he said. The young woman took a hold of the bow in wonder. This was way too fast. After some seconds of surprise, she teleported over to one of the pieces of equipment. Gravis had no idea what the use of that piece of equipment was, but the young woman knew, apparently. Bang! The young woman readied her bow and kicked over a big lever. Then a target popped up at the other side and she shot at it. Surprisingly, the arrow took nearly half a second to land, and it missed on top of that. Half a second was a ton of time for an immortal, and Gravis was quite surprised by the slowness. Yet he quickly realized something. Space, he thought. This lever probably vastly stretches space in the area. The young woman shot 5 more arrows, with only the last 4 hitting the target. After that, she kicked another lever and returned to Gravis. The string is not soft enough. I can't use my full power with it. Additionally, can you take out the crosshair on the bow? I don't need that. Gravis nodded. Sure thing, he said as he created a new bow in a couple of seconds. Try this, he said. The The same thing repeated itself about 20 more times until the young woman was finally happy. "It's perfect. I want a world weapon just like this one," she said loudly with excitement and a bright smile. Gravis had to chuckle at that. Without saying anything, he opened the bow and poured the blood in, making everyone's eyes fall out. After filling the bow, Gravis put the world core in at the front and fixed it to the bow. The bow quickly floated over to the young woman as she looked at it with shock. "Done," Gravis said. "You only need to attune the world core to you. It's literally the same bow, so it should also feel the same." The young woman marveled at Gravis' forging ability as she quickly went on to attune herself to the world core. She had always heard that it was incredibly difficult and time-consuming to create a world weapon, but apparently her family and friends were making a mountain out of a molehill. This forger had created about 20 world weapons in less than an hour. This shouldn't be so hard. Meanwhile, the examiners couldn't think rationally anymore. What? Creating a weapon in some seconds was one thing, but creating a world weapon in some seconds was something entirely different. What about the delicate channels? These channels were the main reason why world weapons took so much longer to craft than normal weapons. Creating these channels was incredibly difficult. It was like creating an intricate network of blood vessels all throughout a weapon. If there were too much nourishment at one spot, the whole weapon would feel weird. Yet, if there were too little, that spot of the weapon wouldn't be synchronized to the customer at all. There were thousands of these tiny channels in a world weapon, and creating all of them without even damaging the previously created ones was insanely complicated and time-consuming. One could say that creating a world weapon was very frustrating and delicate. The current situation was simply unreal to them. They just couldn't accept it. If one likened the creation of a world weapon to another craft, it would be pretty accurate to say that the creation of a world weapon was akin to stitching an insanely tiny and intricate pattern into something. One wrong move, one slight spasm of the muscles or spirit, and everything would be destroyed. Watching Gravis create a world weapon like it was a normal weapon was like watching someone taking the thin string for the pattern, laying it down in front of them, and smashing it with a fist. Yet, with just that simple smash, a perfect and supremely tiny pattern appeared. It was just that insane. It just didn't seem real at all. The examiner looked at the others evenly. "Yes, this is real," she transmitted to them calmly. Only now could the others accept that this really just happened. The young man from earlier only sighed. "I'm impressed that you remained so calm," he said to the examiner. The examiner didn't answer. In actuality, she had been the most shocked out of everyone. Since she was an examiner for world weapons, she knew the most about them out of everyone present. This situation had the most powerful impact on her. The only reason why she appeared so calm was that she had nearly a whole hour to calm down. She had noticed that the very first bow had been a world weapon, and after watching 20 more getting created, she was able to calm down and accept the situation. But the others didn't need to know about that. Everyone waited for the attunement process to finish, and after around 15 hours, the young woman was done. Interesting, Gravis thought. Her attunement process took far longer than mine. I'm pretty sure that my laws have nothing to do with the speed of my attunement. After all, it is simply filling up the world core with your being. So, why did it take her that much longer? The young woman tested the bow out, and she shot over 300 arrows at the targets, hitting every single one of them. After around 50 arrows, she switched from material arrows to arrows created out of light. Apparently, she used the light element. Yet, Gravis noticed that she was using the light element differently. Instead of just using the pure light element, the light element merged with something else, creating mighty, searing arrows. Gravis guessed that she was probably a weapon cultivator that used the light element secondarily. After some minutes, she returned with a bright and happy smile. Then she bowed to Gravis. "Thank you so much. It's perfect," she said happily. "Can you tell me your name? I'm sure that all my friends would also want to request your services." Gravis chuckled a bit. "I'm Gravis," he said. "I don't have a shop yet, but I will create one in the next couple of days or weeks or so." "Gravis?" she said. "Gravis who?" Gravis laughed a bit and showed his obsidian ring. "Just Gravis," he said. The young woman was surprised when she saw Gravis' obsidian ring. "Wait a second. the examiner said as she stepped forward. I need to examine the weapon. The bow flew over to her, and she looked at it closely. After some seconds, she was done and nodded. Fine work, Gravis, she said as she threw over a jade token to the supervisor from the main hall. The supervisor quickly filled out everything on the spot and created the certificate, which flew over to Gravis. Gravis looked at it and smirked. Evaluation. Perfect. Gravis left the building and teleported back onto the streets with a smile. Finally, he had all the certificates he needed. Now he only needed a good shop. Hey, Mom! Gravis transmitted to his mother. I got all the necessary certificates. Should I get a shop now? He asked. That's great, his mother answered happily. Orthar and Yursi need around a year more to get fully ready. They both have to learn a lot about business and how to properly act in front of customers. Additionally, they need to learn how to spot a good and bad customer. 1 year, huh? Gravis asked, not feeling happy about waiting longer. You need to wait 2 years anyway, his mother said. Let me ask you, do you plan to stay in the highest world for more than 10,000 years before you resume your journey? This is important. Gravis furrowed his brows. 10,000 years? He was planning to stay here for a while, but not for that long. No, I think I'm only aiming to comprehend all the other level 3 elemental laws. These should be middle laws according to your classification. Do you have any idea how long that will take? His mother asked again. Gravis scratched his chin as a ton of people and beasts passed by him on the streets. I think it would have probably taken me around 8,000 years to comprehend them while battling the middle heaven. Yet, Father said that I have options to comprehend them even faster here. So, around 5,000 years sounds about right, I think. Okay, his mother answered. Then I would suggest renting a store instead of buying one outright. By buying one directly, you would save on money and then be able to resell it later, but it's not that easy to find buyers for the correct price. Owning a store also comes with costs. You need to keep the formation arrays running, even if you are not there, which costs immortal stones. Additionally, the formation arrays decay over time, which would require you to commission a star god to repair them, which is costly, she said. Gravis scratched the back of his neck. Can't I just let the building stay inactive while I'm gone? Gravis, do you have any idea how long people in the immortal and god realms cultivate at a time? His mother asked. If everyone were allowed to do that, this city would feel empty and dead. To keep the city alive and keep the economy going, you need to keep the formation arrays active all the time and the shop open for half of the time. If you don't, the building will get repossessed. Because of this dynamic, only a minority of shopkeepers actually own their store. If you own it, you gotta keep it active, which will result in your cultivation getting disturbed all the time. Only established shopkeepers that gave up trying to get more powerful actually buy their stores. His mother explained. Gravis nodded. This made sense. It felt a little shitty that his building could become repossessed, but if he didn't follow these guidelines, everyone else also wouldn't need to follow them. Then, Opposer City would genuinely feel like a ghost town with tons of empty buildings just standing around. So how do I rent one? I presume that the good shops are all taken up already, he said. That's not the case, his mother explained. Most of the stores get leased per century. Shops in a good location get set up for auction 1 year before the lease ends. The one willing to pay the most will pay 1 century's worth of rent and will be allowed to work there for 1 century. After that, the shop gets auctioned again. Of course, the previous owner can participate in the auction. Gravis found this system quite interesting, and he also found several good things about it. He could work for 1 century, earn a ton of money, and then cultivate for like a millennium or so. Then he could just rent a new one. What is the ratio between rent and actually buying the building? Gravis asked. Paying rent for your future shop for about 10,000 would equal its purchasing price, his mother explained. But the landlord is responsible for keeping the formation array running, which costs a lot. So, even though the landlord would receive the purchase price of the shop from you after 10,000 years, it would take around 20,000 years for him to make the purchasing price in actual profit. Gravis thought about this for a while. If he stayed 5,000 years in the highest world, he would probably forge for only around 500 years or so. This meant that he would pay only 5% of the purchasing price of the shop. Sure, buying a house, renting, and then reselling it would make more money, but not in this city. If Gravis were willing to continually work and keep the shop running, buying a shop would definitely be the better option. Yet, he was not planning on forging all day for such a long time. Gravis' goal was not to become rich. His goal was to earn enough money to quickly learn useful laws. Cultivation in the highest world needed money and time. All right, Gravis transmitted. Then I will get one for a century. How much money do I need to prepare and what shop should I get? He asked. There is a good one up for auction in a year. I don't want you to waste your materials yet. You can get far more money out of them if you transform them into weapons. Everyone can get money, but finding the right materials is difficult for a lot of people. They would be willing to buy a weapon out of these materials at a premium. So, for the first century I will rent it for you, she said. You can pay me back for that later. It shouldn't take much time for you to earn that much. Gravis nodded. If his mother were to gift him the shop, he would adamantly refuse, but accepting a loan was no problem. If his mother were in a financial crisis, Gravis also wouldn't accept the loan, but she wasn't. Being afraid of taking out a loan was only relevant if one couldn't pay it back. Okay, Gravis answered. How much will it cost, roughly? Somewhere between 500,000 and 750,000 immortal stones, she said, making Gravis gasp. Shops are that expensive? Gravis asked. Then, wouldn't buying the shop cost over 50 million immortal stones? Shops in this city are expensive, Gravis, his mother answered with a chuckle. If you sell all of your ore except for your middle world core, you would be able to get around 20 million, but you can easily make 50 million out of that by converting it to equipment. Gravis released a sigh. It was far more than he had expected, but it was better this way. Gravis had not even considered converting the materials into equipment without a client. Sure, he could sell the finished weapons, but cultivators at his level had precise requirements for their weapons. It would be difficult to find a buyer for an already forged weapon. Because of that, the weapons would only sell for a little more than their material was worth. What about an apartment? Gravis asked. I want to have my own place together with Orthar and Xianxia. It should also be big enough for us to feel comfortable. That would be a 3 immortal all-inclusive apartment, his mother answered. That would cost around 1,500 immortal stones per year. So, for a century that would be 150,000 immortal stones. You guys can stay at our place until you have had your first customers. After that, it shouldn't be an issue for you to rent a place. In comparison to shops, you don't need to visit an auction since there are enough apartments to go around. Gravis scratched his chin. Would a place like this have enough space? He asked. Gravis, his mother said with a chuckle. The owners of the apartments are cultivators themselves. They know what an immortal wants. Such an apartment is not of the cheap kind, so you can expect for it to be more than good enough. Gravis also chuckled a bit. Okay, maybe that was a stupid question from me. Anyway, I will be waiting for a year until Orthar and Xianxia are ready. After that, we can relax for another year until it is time to open our shop. Have fun, his mother transmitted with a kind voice. Gravis mainly just walked around the city for the following year. He was sightseeing but also informing himself about the general prices. He had to get a good grip on the prices to properly evaluate what he should charge. A big criterion for the price was the number and evaluation of the certificates in front of each shop. The prices of a forge with the certificate of honesty generally were about 20% higher than the forges without one. Gravis guessed that the reason for that was that many people were generally willing to pay 20% more if it meant that they could fully trust that shop. After all, people didn't like being scammed. Another important criterion was the certificate for middle world equipment. The shops with a high evaluation had prices nearly 50% higher than shops with a low evaluation. Yet, that was nothing in comparison to the shops with the perfect certificate. The shops with the perfect certificate often wanted around 10 times the money of the shops with a high evaluation. Gravis guessed that these shops probably catered to the rich minority of people that had money to throw around. Fewer customers but more money per customer was their philosophy. The world weapon forges also had insane price margins. Yet there was an issue. Gravis could only make equipment up to 2 levels above him, and the resulting weapon might become imperfect. After all, perfectly hitting a nail with a bit of strength was easier than when using all of one's strength. Most world weapon forges created weapons up to the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Gravis could only create world weapons for the lower half of the Immortal realm. This meant that his customer base for world weapons was tiny. Because of that, Gravis decided to make the prices of his world weapons lower than everyone else with a high evaluation for their world forging certificate. With Gravis having a perfect certificate, he should be able to find some customers. As for general equipment prices, Gravis also decided on going a bit lower than forgers with a high evaluation. For many forgers, time was money since they needed to spend hours on every weapon. A forger generally wanted to have enough customers that they could continually forge without having a queue or without having any downtime. This was not true for Gravis. The more customers he got, the better. If he only requested about 80% of the regular prices of forges with a high evaluation, he would get far more customers than any other shop with a similar evaluation. Gravis could make weapons in seconds. The more customers, the better. After around a month of informing himself, Gravis noticed something very peculiar as his eyes narrowed. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. After that, Gravis vanished. Gravis reappeared in a different kind of space. White mist was constantly flowing around, and a ton of different kinds of merchandise filled the space. The energy density in this space was also incredibly high. Instantly, someone appeared in front of Gravis. It was a young man with fiercely shaped eyes. Yet, his fiercely shaped eyes only showed nervousness, confusion, and fear. "Greetings, Senior," the man said very carefully as he bowed deeply. "Could you please tell me the reason for your visit?" Gravis looked at the young man with a grin. The person in front of him was not an actual person but the spirit of a person. That was right. Gravis was inside the spirit space of someone else. The high priest from the lower world had been able to do that to Gravis with his wood element since Gravis was a major realm below him back then. Now, Gravis could do the same to others with a lower realm. After all, Gravis also had access to the wood element now. Invading someone else's spirit space was about as rude and aggressive as it got. It was basically the same thing as holding a blade to someone's neck. "Don't recognize me?" Gravis asked with a smirk. The young man looked at Gravis. He couldn't see through Gravis' power. Additionally, he hadn't seen this black-haired adult before. He had absolutely no idea who Gravis was. "Excuse me for my negligence, Senior," he said with a bow. "I can't place you in my memory." Gravis huffed with a sneer. "About 22 years ago or so, you scammed me," Gravis said. "I bought a scanner and a life ring from you for some or from a lower world. Yet, you stole my research adept badge during the trade." The man quickly remembered the time he scammed a young teenager with white hair and weird eyes. He was certain that this person would die soon since he would have to cultivate in the highest world. Even if the person didn't die, it would take hundreds of years for him to become powerful enough to rival the trader. Was this truly that young person? "I can't remember doing that, Senior," the man said carefully. Yet, with his early nascent nourishing realm, it was impossible to lie before an immortal. Gravis immediately noticed the lie, and his smirk widened. "I don't care if you remember or not," Gravis said. "I remember, and I'm more powerful than you. So, you either give the research adept emblem back with a bit extra, or I will take whatever I want." "Give it back?" The young man thought in shock. As if he had that kind of money. Such a research adept emblem was worth over 500 immortal stones. He didn't have such an insane amount of money. "I don't have this kind of money. Can I pay you back later?" he asked nervously. Gravis' spirit sense stretched out of the man's spirit space and encompassed the sky community. After that, Gravis cross-referenced the different kinds of things this trader had and how much his stuff was worth. In the end, Gravis came to a pitiful conclusion. His research adept emblem was worth around 700 immortal stones, while this poor bastard only had a collective 27 immortal stones in his possession. This was not even close. Suddenly, a new person appeared inside the spirit space. Gravis had already noticed that the young man had called for help as soon as he had arrived. This was probably his backer, or beggar more precisely. Apparently, this young man's backing was one of the beggars in the actual city, a level 2 immortal. The beggar looked at Gravis with cold eyes. Then, his eyes transformed into fear when he felt Gravis' power and will aura. Fuck that. Whoop. And the beggar was gone, leaving the young man in despair. He left just as quickly as he had appeared. Gravis turned back to the young man. Now, as for my payment, he said. You can't kill me, the young man said in panic. Killing is not allowed in the Sky community. Gravis chuckled a bit. You should have thought of that before stealing from me, he said. After that, Gravis left the young man's spirit space. Initially, the young man felt relieved, but that was quickly replaced with despair. The young man opened his actual eyes. At least he tried to. The young man couldn't open his eyes. Not only that, he couldn't even move. In the Sky community, Gravis hovered in front of a statue. He had summoned some of his law comprehension and encased the young man in it. This person was not nearly powerful enough to move. Did you know that the longevity for the nascent nourishing realm is about 3,000 years? I'm planning on spending around 5,000 years here. No worries. Before I'm leaving for the higher world, I will release you. Now, Gravis said with a smirk, you can still communicate with others with your spirit. You better find a way to give me 1,000 immortal stones, which is about 50% more than the research adept emblem is worth. Go call in some favors, take out a loan or whatever. Come up with the money, and I will release you immediately. If you can't, you might become an attraction in the Sky community for a while, Gravis said with a smirk. The young man pleaded, but Gravis didn't care. If this guy was able to pay reparations for his actions, he would be able to continue living. If he couldn't, well, then he shouldn't have taken the emblem in the first place. The surrounding traders of the Sky community looked at the statue with discomfort. Sometimes things like these happened, but it was still considered a rarity. Gravis used his wind element to keep the statue floating and infused it with enough energy to keep it running for a couple hundred years. Keeping one statue levitating didn't take much out of his vast pool of energy. Wish you luck, Gravis said as he turned around. And then, Gravis teleported away. The traders and customers looked at the statue and sighed. At least it wasn't them. What Gravis didn't know was that this seemingly random and unimportant act grabbed the attention of a powerful being. Gravis returned to the street and continued his stroll. Yet, for some reason, he felt watched. Before he had dealt with the young man, he hadn't felt like this, but now it was very apparent. This feeling was bizarre since Gravis was able to see everything with his spirit. Additionally, he knew enough laws to notice any darkness cultivator looking at him. On top of that, his law of danger didn't get triggered at all. Yet, the feeling of being watched became only more intense as time passed. Gravis furrowed his brows as he tried to find the watcher. For mortals, such a feeling would most probably be just paranoia, but cultivators had very honed instincts. Gravis looked around, but no one else seemed to notice anything. It was only him. This probably meant that someone was specifically only looking at him. As Gravis continued walking, the feeling only became stronger until he came to an intersection. Out of instinct, Gravis turned to his right and looked into the street. Black eyes. Gravis immediately locked eyes with a young man. His hair was spiky and black, and his eyes were also black. On top of that, he even wore entirely black clothes. Yet, instead of dressing in gaudy robes like everybody else, this young man wore seemingly simple clothing. The pants were made out of a fabric that a hunter would wear, while his shirt looked rather casual and comfortable. Gravis immediately knew that this was the person watching him. Gravis also found out several other things. First of all, the young man was standing in the middle of the street, directly looking at him with an interested smirk. The next thing Gravis noticed was that he couldn't get a read on the power of this person. This person was obviously far more powerful than him, but that didn't mean much. Gravis wasn't even able to feel the power of the more powerful immortal kings. Yet, for some reason, this young man felt different from the other people. Lastly, the person obviously intended for Gravis to notice him. If he wanted to stay hidden, Gravis wouldn't be able to notice him due to the power difference. After narrowing his eyes, Gravis slowly walked over to the young man until he stood around 2 meters in front of him. For a while, both of them only looked at each other, one with furrowed brows and the other with a smirk. "Do you know that walking up to strangers can be dangerous?" the young man asked with a smirk. "Not in this city, not for me," Gravis asked. "Your father, right?" the young man asked. "Yes," Gravis answered. "That is only partially correct," the young man said. Gravis narrowed his eyes now. "You're saying that there is someone that can threaten me in this city?" "Yes, I am saying that," he said. "Immortals can." "Immortals?" Gravis asked with a raised brow. "I was expecting someone with a higher realm." "That's where you're wrong," the young man said. "Any immortal king or more powerful would be stopped by your father, but I don't think that he would involve himself if it were an immortal. After all, you should be able to battle 3 to 4 levels above yourself." Gravis remained calm outside, but inside, he was shaken. This person knew exactly how powerful he was. Any normal person would consider such an insane battle strength to be a joke. It was just too absurd to be real. Even if Orthar or Yersi had said so, no one would believe them. Yet, this young man was stating it like it was a fact. So, how did he know exactly how powerful Gravis was? "But with the guards, no immortal would be able to kill me," Gravis said. "Half true again," the young man said. "Assassinations happen in this city from time to time, either by people confident in fleeing or people in desperation for money. Some people need a huge amount of money for their loved ones, making them willing to sacrifice their lives for a huge sum of money. I'm safe from the more powerful assassins," Gravis said. "But you're saying that the desperate immortals are an issue. Yet, haven't you also said that I should be able to fight 4 levels above me? I should be able to block a sudden attack from someone like that. And when they try to immobilize me, well, if you know my power, you should also know my avatar," Gravis said. "The minor law of freedom can secure your unhindered movement in front of any immortal. That is correct, but that is also not what I meant," the young man said. Gravis had only tested the young man with that question. Sure enough, he even knew the specific law of Gravis' avatar. Gravis had absolutely no idea how he could have found out something like this. "Then, what did you mean?" Gravis asked. "What about people at the late major revolution, and what about the ones at the peak of the realm?" the young man asked. Gravis raised an eyebrow. "I haven't heard of this major revolution thing," he said. "That's not good, Gravis. You should know something like that," the young man said, addressing Gravis with his name for the first time. "Your father might think that you should find out the hard way, but I disagree on that." "You act like you know my father," Gravis said evenly. "We have talked a couple of times. We even traded just recently," the young man said. Gravis' insides shook. Someone able to talk and trade with his father was absolutely not a simple person. This was definitely not just some star god or something similar. This person was probably truly powerful. Yet, the person could also be lying. "That's great and all," Gravis said. "But why are you here talking to me? Weren't you the one that approached me to talk?" the young man asked. "Yes, but only because you purposely showed your aura to me," Gravis said, getting a bit annoyed at the man. "So, when I simply don't suppress my aura and you feel it, it means that I want to talk to you?" the young man said with a smirk. "Quite self-centered of you." Gravis narrowed his eyes further. "You were also staring right into my eyes. Because you kept probing me with your spirit?" the young man said. "Cut it with the bullshit," Gravis said with a bit of anger. "You obviously have a reason to gain my attention. So, what is it?" "Do I need to have a reason?" the young man asked. "So, you actually wanted to gain my attention?" Gravis said with a smirk. "Yes," the young man answered with a smirk. "Because you kept probing me with your spirit." Gravis gritted his teeth. Why was this so infuriating? "Okay, then I will stop. Bye," Gravis said as he turned around to walk away. The young man chuckled a couple more times at the retreating Gravis. "Quite infuriating, isn't it?" he asked. Gravis didn't turn around. Actually, I wanted to know how you would react when someone acted like this towards you, the young man said. What's it to you? Gravis said without turning around. He simply continued walking until he saw the young man standing in front of him again. Gravis hadn't even felt any kind of space movement. What's it to me? The young man asked as he looked into Gravis' eyes again. I only wanted to feel how it feels like. After all, you seem to have a lot of fun while doing this to the Red King, he said. Gravis stopped. Gravis looked more closely at the young man. This was a very specific piece of information that basically no one but his family knew. Yet, there was still a possibility that he overheard Yersi or Orthar talking. Yes, I had fun, Gravis said slowly. But, again, what's it to you? Not much, the young man said, still smirking. I'm just very interested in you. I'm not into guys, Gravis said flatly. The eyelids of the young man twitched slightly. That comment obviously had an effect on him. But then the young man started laughing. You're really good at this, he said. At what? Gravis asked. At finding just the right buttons to push, the young man said. You did the same thing when you called the highest heaven a marauding. To infuriate that middle heaven. This guy knew far too much. He even remembered the specific words Gravis had said to infuriate the middle heaven. Only the present elders at the time, his father, the middle heaven, and the highest heaven, knew that. Gravis never repeated his actual words to anyone since it wasn't really relevant to his story. Is this some kind of law? Gravis asked. Some kind of mind-reading law? The young man chuckled a bit. That law does exist, yes, but for you specifically it can't be used, he said. Why not? Gravis asked with narrowed eyes. Because your mind is full of punishment lightning, the young man said. Not even I can read your mind, at least not directly like that. I only have way of speaking, facial expressions, and gestures to make my guess, the young man said. But that is obviously not enough to guess something so specific, Gravis said. That's right, the young man said. Anyway, let's stop this little play, Gravis, the young man said. How about a bet? What bet? Gravis asked. You guess my identity, and I will answer one of your questions. Yet, if you guess incorrectly, you will answer one of mine. Sound good? He asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. Sounds good. Then go make your guess, the young man said. You're the highest heaven, Gravis said. The young man only continued smirking. No, I'm not. Gravis' eyes sparkled. Interesting, he said. To be quite frank, I didn't think that you were the highest heaven. Then why was that your guess? Because I wanted to see how you would react. The fact that you didn't entertain the guess and played around with me means that you are afraid of the highest heaven, Gravis said. And that was your question. My debt is paid, Gravis said as he continued walking. The young man only chuckled but didn't say anything. Gravis walked away, and after a while, he was already in a different street. The young man only continued waiting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Xing. Okay. Why didn't you stop me? Gravis asked as he teleported back to the young man with furrowed brows. Because you wouldn't anger your lightning because of something like this, he said. You might be fine with going against your lightning when spiting the highest heaven, but you wouldn't do that just to spite some random person. Gravis frowned. That was because the young man was correct. This was exactly the reason why Gravis returned. Gravis wanted to annoy the guy since he had also annoyed Gravis, but instead, Gravis was forced to come back awkwardly. Your question, Gravis asked. My question is rather simple, actually. It might even surprise you due to its irrelevance to everything, the young man said. Ask, Gravis said flatly. Why did you decide to punish that young trader in the Sky community like that? The young man asked. Sure enough, Gravis was surprised by the question. This question truly seemed absolutely irrelevant. It is true that it is forbidden to kill anyone in the Sky community, the young man continued. Yet there are ways. For example, you could have simply absorbed the energy in his spirit space, forcing him into the initial Unity realm. That would be horrible for anyone. Additionally, you could have simply teleported him to the outside of the city and killed him there. Tell me, Gravis, why did you decide to punish the young man like that? He asked. Are you related to that traitor? Gravis asked. No. I have nothing to do with him, the young man said. So, your answer? Gravis sighed. He really couldn't see through this strange young man. Gravis turned his gaze to the still floating statue of the traitor. Several reasons, actually, Gravis said. Punishing him is a very mixed bag. Yes, he stole from me and I'm pretty angry about that, but the guy also doesn't deserve to die because of that. Yet, I am still pretty pissed at him. Killing him would feel great for me, but it also isn't truly fair. Fairness is important to me, but my own emotions are just as important. The truly fair thing would have been to make him give me everything he owned at the moment so that the relative punishment would be fitting for the crime. Yet, that also feels like he would have gotten off far too lightly. So I went with a middle way. He has obviously already sold my emblem, which means he should have enough money in assets to pay me back. He just has to sell his house, company, or whatever. That would ruin him financially, but he is still a cultivator in the nascent nourishing realm. If he puts his mind to it, he can recover from that. So, in short, the guy will feel the sting of losing his most valuable possession without dying. That should be a bit worse than I have felt back then, which makes it a bit unfair, but it feels better for me this way, Gravis explained. The young man scratched his chin. Isn't that interesting? He said. It sounds like you are very torn between two things. Tell me, is it your lightning that is telling you to kill the guy? Or is it yourself? Gravis wasn't required to answer anymore, but these words got him thinking. My punishment lightning wants to kill him. He went against me and it says he should die. I don't think that he should die because of that. Yet, the young man said, when you kill an entire world just by existing, you don't care? I think I do, but I'm not entirely sure, Gravis said. I don't actually want to kill so many beings, which is why I made that trade with the highest heaven to let the most powerful beasts keep living. Yet, I also don't want to slow down my cultivation just because it saves some lives. So, you avoid killing someone as long as it's not a hassle and doesn't interfere with your cultivation? The young man asked. Pretty much, Gravis said. But does it truly not interfere with your cultivation? The young man asked. Gravis furrowed his brows again. What do you mean? Every time you try to find a compromise, you slightly alienate your lightning. Yet, you are also lightning at the same time. So, even these tiny decisions can have a huge impact on your being, even if you don't notice it, the young man said. Gravis' insides shook. It wasn't that he hadn't known that, but that he didn't want to think about it. His lightning had become really angry ever since Gravis had spared the middle heaven. His law of freedom allowed him to stay in charge of his being since it was more powerful, but what if Gravis transformed his being from punishment lightning into divine lightning? Then, the divine lightning would be far more powerful than his law of freedom. What would happen then? What do you think would happen if that continues? Gravis asked. This person was not simple at all, and he knew far too much. That was why Gravis asked him. To be quite frank, the young man said with a smirk. I have no idea, he said with a shrug. What? Gravis asked mockingly. There's stuff you don't know? The young man chuckled again. Yes, there is. After all, not even your father knows everything. Otherwise, the highest heaven wouldn't be alive anymore, probably. I can't make an educated guess on that since I'm not on their level. And on what level are you? Gravis asked, looking at the young man with a side eye. Isn't it interesting? The young man said with a chuckle as he diverted the topic. You have asked me so much, but you never asked me who I actually am. Would you have told me? Gravis asked. Yes, I would have, the young man answered. This threw Gravis for a loop. What? Seriously? He asked. Yes, the young man said. Don't always throw possible solutions out of the window. You think you are in control, and you think you can get a good read on someone else's personality. This is a form of control. Yet, is it truly a form of control when you are actually not in control and make an incorrect decision? Gravis thought about these words. I think it is, he said slowly. Control can be partial, and if I know more about the situation, I get a bit more control. I don't think control is a black and white thing, but a gradient like light and darkness. Boom! And Gravis managed to understand the level 4 law of control. Gravis' eyes widened in shock. He had just learned another level 4 law? Just like that? Gravis almost couldn't believe this. A level 4 law shouldn't come so easily to him. Then, Gravis realized that it was probably the young man's doing. The young man made his mind move just the right way so that Gravis came to the correct conclusion on his own. Gravis took a deep breath, turned fully to the young man, and bowed. "Thank you, Senior," he said. The young man chuckled a bit. "I helped you because I am interested in you," the young man said. "After all, you have something that belonged to me. So, don't you want to ask me who I am?" he asked with a smirk. Gravis straightened again and looked at the young man. "Who are you?" The young man smirked. The young man continued smirking, something he had been doing all the time since Gravis met him. "How about I show you?" he asked. "Maybe you will be able to get to the correct conclusion on your own." Gravis only raised an eyebrow. How was he supposed to know a person just by them showing something? Gravis didn't know anyone as powerful as this person. By now, Gravis was sure that this person had not lied when he said that he even traded with his father. Being able to see so much and being able to guide Gravis to understand a level 4 law was not something easy. Terror. The young man's body transformed, and when he was done, Gravis' eyes opened widely. He knew that body very well. The young man was not a human but a beast. He had raptor-like legs, a thin and flexible waist, for arms, a wide chest, and a reptile-like head. His black scales seemed to absorb all the light, leaving only a black hole in the shape of a body behind. This body was nearly identical to Gravis' body, yet there were some minute differences. For example, the young man only had 4 arms instead of 6. Additionally, his head was shaped less like an alligator's head and more like a dragon's head. Instead of having a wide mouth, his mouth was long and thin, with powerful teeth poking out. On top of his head was also an imposing horn that stretched to the front. Gravis just couldn't believe it. He was pretty sure that he was not related to the guy. Yet, the beast in front of him only looked marginally different from him. If one saw them together, they would believe that they were father and son. Yet how would that be possible? Not even nearly enough time had passed for any of his children or grandchildren to become so powerful. It was impossible that this beast was related to him. Then, why did he look so similar? The young man chuckled a bit when he saw Gravis' reaction. "This is one of your weaknesses, Gravis. You should work on that," he said with a smirk. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You see my body and immediately think that the look of my body has something to do with you," he said as he clenched one of his fists. "Do you honestly believe that nobody else would be able to create a similarly powerful body to you? Do you think you are the first person or beast that ever came up with the idea to create this body?" Gravis sighed. "You are right," he said. "Instead of considering that other beings can also create this body, I immediately assumed that you had this shape because of me. Yet, you probably had this body far longer than me." "Correct," he said, his dragon head still smirking. "So, can you guess who I am?" Gravis looked at the young man with intensity. The conversation Gravis had with him also shot through his mind. "Wait," Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. He said, "I have something that once belonged to him. Additionally, he is a powerful beast and knows nearly everything of my life." Gravis looked at the sky. "This whole thing is starting to make sense. Mom couldn't watch my life in the middle world, and she's at the highest normally achievable realm. Yet, that doesn't mean that it is not impossible for someone on that level to watch me in a different world. My mother has been granted her own power, and she may not be able to use her powers perfectly. It's very possible that beings on her level can look through the borders of the worlds." Gravis' eyes shone as he looked at the black dragon-like being. "I think I know who you are," he said. "Then tell me, who am I?" the young man asked. Gravis transformed one of his arms into its beast form and looked at it. Sure enough, they looked identical. "You are the owner of the black scale that my father has gifted me," Gravis said. That should also have been that trade you mentioned earlier. The young man chuckled and transformed back into a person. You're correct, he said. A little more than 20 years ago, your father came to me, wanting to trade for one of my scales. You should know that it is beneath your father to steal something from someone as weak as me, even if I am one of the most powerful beings in existence. He gave me quite some interesting trinkets, and I gave him my scale. I didn't know the reason why he wanted a scale of mine, so I continued watching. I wanted to know what he needed my scale for. Can you imagine what I have felt when I saw him handing over my scale to you? He asked. Gravis sighed. Rage, he said. Correct, rage, the young man said with a bloodthirsty smirk. My scale, the scale of one of the most powerful beings in existence, was handed over to some mere Unity Realm ant. Yet, my curiosity was already piqued, and I wanted to see your death. One scale can only protect you so much. But when you slowly started becoming more and more similar to me, I realized that you had quite a smart head on your shoulders, the young man said. You created a very similar body to mine without even knowing how I look like. As someone so weak, you have managed to create a similar body to one of the most powerful beings in existence. And when I saw you suddenly taking out the body of a lower heaven, I knew that you were not simple at all, the young man said. I had no idea that you have killed a lower heaven before. That is quite impressive, even for my standards. I was a bit annoyed by your emotional tantrum when you heard that you needed kids. But I know humans. This is just how you humans are. Then, when I saw you destroying the entire world just for your own power, I started appreciating you. This is how it has to be, the young man said as he clenched one of his fists brutally. The weak die and the strong become stronger. So, in short, I like you, kid, he said with a smirk. This explained how this person knew so much about Gravis. Gravis had not only been watched by the heavens and his father but also by this beast. Yet, Gravis couldn't fully agree with his assessment. I'm not as good as you make me out to be, Gravis said with a sigh. I have been granted the best starting position and have received a lot of help along the way. Even the highest heavens spared my life in order to train me. So? The young man said with a smirk. Gravis frowned. What do you mean with so? I haven't achieved everything on my own. So? The young man repeated with a smirk. Gravis furrowed his brows, but the young man chuckled again. You humans always overcomplicate things, Gravis, the young man said. There is one singular truth in the world. It is only 3 words long. That is not because it only describes a little bit of the world but simply doesn't need any more words. Any additional words would contaminate this singular truth with irrelevant nonsense. Bang! The young man closed his fist slowly, but when he closed it, an unimaginably loud boom went throughout the city. Everything halted. Silence. The entire city was dead silent. No one was moving as the colors faded from the world. Whether they were beggars or the leaders of the most powerful organization in the city, everyone was equally frozen in gray stillness. The bustling hub of the highest world had been thrown into silence. The young man only looked at Gravis with a bloodthirsty grin. Power is everything, he said slowly. Gravis felt his insides shake. For some reason, these words hit his very being. Outside power is power. Laws are power. Your body is power. Money is power. Equipment is power. Everything, no matter if you achieved it yourself or not, is power. Someone that has achieved everything themselves might feel superior, but when they get killed by an expensive formation array from some young prince, they are still dead. In their eyes, the young prince is far weaker than them. Yet, they are the ones lying on the ground in multiple pieces. Heaven could have chosen anyone in all the worlds to get his tempering. But he chose you. Is that luck? Is this all because of luck? Gravis only remained silent. No, it isn't. Heaven is not an idiot. If there were someone more suited, he would have chosen someone else, but he chose you. So what if a lot of your achievements come from more powerful people helping you? It is still your power. Is it fair? Of course not. But fairness is only a concept that you humans created to feel satisfied with your weakness. I can kill everyone in this city for no reason. Is that fair? No. So? They will die anyway, and absolutely nothing will happen to me. This is power, Gravis. There is no fairness or unfairness in power. Power is just power. Gravis' mind was going crazy as he started to think about his power. He had felt ashamed that he had been granted so much, but should he really be ashamed? Yet, the young man continued as the city was still locked in stillness. Today, I helped you in understanding another law and more about yourself. This is also outside power, but who cares? It is power. Anyone that looks at you in disgust for accepting my help will lie in a pool of blood in front of you. A pile of flesh has no opinion. Gravis' mind was going crazy. He felt ashamed when he realized that he hadn't achieved everything on his own. Kind of felt hollow. What was the point of being granted something when he didn't achieve it on his own? Did he even earn all the power he currently had? Yet, Gravis was incomprehensibly powerful for his realm. That was an undeniable truth. Gravis had this power, even if a lot of it came from outside. Gravis was the wielder of this power, and he controlled this power. After a while, Gravis sighed. You are probably right, but it still feels hollow. I don't feel like I have achieved my power on my own. All power feels hollow, the young man said, his face suddenly transforming into aggressiveness for the first time. There is only a single person in the entire highest world that has power but is still happy with their power. Everyone else feels the emptiness that power brings, including me. This was something Gravis hadn't expected. I don't understand, he said. The young man turned to someone beside him. The world was still frozen, and this person just so happened to be frozen while looking directly at the young man. SSHHHH. Then, the person was immediately turned into dust by the young man. Do you see this? The young man asked. A life has just been ended. Their loved ones will grieve for the death of this person. Isn't such an emotional impact interesting? Gravis thought about it. Emotions in general are interesting, Gravis said. No, they are not, the young man said. Watch, he said. Suddenly, some dust gathered together at the spot where the person had died. Whoosh! And the same person reappeared in the same position. Gravis trembled. Someone had just been resurrected directly in front of him. Have I killed this person? Have I resurrected this person? When no one remembers this person's death, has their death ever taken place? Is this still the same person? The young man asked one question after the other. Gravis found it very difficult to answer. These kinds of questions bordered on philosophy, something that didn't have a specific answer. I can tell you the truth of power, Gravis, the young man said. Gravis felt nervous. It was like someone was about to unveil a terrifying and scary truth right in front of him. Yet, Gravis wouldn't run from such situations. Tell me, Gravis said. So be it, the young man said. The young man turned to Gravis again with an even but calm look. Power is everything, but power is also empty. Everything you strive for is emptiness and grayness, he said. Gravis tried to understand what he meant, but he didn't. I don't understand, he said. The young man looked at the sky. When you have reached the Unity realm for the first time, have you seen the wonder of the world? When you came into contact with the laws for the first time, have you felt their magic? The feeling of excitement of finding something new and learning something? Gravis nodded. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire world moved again, and surprisingly, no one acted any different. It was like nothing had ever happened. Everyone was still passing by the two of them as if they didn't recognize them. Only a very select few people remembered what happened. The young man looked at Gravis again. You felt the magic when you first came into contact with the laws, he said. Now, tell me, when you were waiting to fight heaven after becoming a peak law comprehension realm cultivator, have the surroundings still seemed so magical? When you have comprehended all the basic elemental laws, time, space, gravity, life, and many other things, were these things still interesting? When that one law comprehension plant gave you access to understand its plants, you were entranced. Yet, if it showed you these things again, would you still be interested in them? He asked. Gravis hadn't thought about this before. He had always chased power and always only looked at the laws he didn't understand. Yet, as he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't thrown a second glance at the things he already understood. "No, I wouldn't," Gravis said. "Exactly," the young man answered with furrowed brows. "When we don't know something, we feel the whole thing to be marvelous and magical. When we know a lot about it, we feel that it is interesting, but when we know everything about it, it just becomes a gray concept. You don't see the same beauty and excitement when you watch it as you have before." "I have just killed and resurrected a person, Gravis," the young man said. "I can do that because I know everything about life, emotions, situations, and energy. Watch this." Sir. Beside the young man, another black dragon appeared, but this one was leaner. The black dragon looked around in fear, but when it noticed the young man, it became excited. "Thank heaven you are here. I thought I died dash." And the black dragon turned into dust again. "This was my dead mate," the young man said. "She was my closest companion for a majority of my youth. When she died, I wanted to become powerful enough to resurrect her. When I reached my current realm, I resurrected her, being happy to be together with her again. Yet what have I felt? Creating something means completely understanding something. I didn't see my dead lover. I only saw different laws and energy working together. Everything about her made sense to me. That what you describe as a being is nothing more than energy, matter, and laws working together. I can look at my resurrected mate and know exactly what she will do until the day she dies. She is like a smart formation array that I have created, and I know exactly what this formation array will do in any given situation. Emotions are energy. Souls are energy. The mind is energy. A person is energy, the young man said, becoming increasingly more frustrated. Everything is just energy working together in different ways. Beings are nothing more than smart formation arrays. I can make a formation array that thinks and acts like a human. I can create a stone with a human soul. I can create a human with a plant souls. I can add new emotions or delete old ones. Everything is just on the tips of my fingers. I can create whatever I want. Yet, the young man said as he clenched his teeth in anger. The whole city started trembling, and no one knew what was going on. "What's the point of having all this?" the young man nearly shouted. "When I can have everything and can't lose anything, what's the point? I have nothing to strive for. I can't become more powerful. Friends are just energy and laws. Enemies are just energy and laws. Your loved ones are just energy and laws. You are just energy and laws. I am just energy and laws," the young man shouted with rage. "I can create and delete everything. So what is the point of having it? I feel no excitement or love when I see someone else, no matter if they are my enemy, my friend, my family, or my dead mate. I only see energy and laws. The only thing I can lose is my life, and because of that, my life is the only valuable thing remaining in my world. Only when you can lose something can you feel something from it." Gravis felt a deep heaviness settle in his chest. He couldn't imagine understanding absolutely everything about another person, but he had a frame of reference due to the laws he already knew. When Gravis understood absolutely everything, what value would anything have? "I am the Black Magnate," the young man said as he looked at Gravis. "And I am at the highest normally achievable realm, a Heaven's Magnate. In order to reach my realm, you need to know how to make a perfect true world. This means you need to know everything." The Black Magnate gestured to their surroundings. "Yet, understanding everything means losing everything. You strive to become more powerful, thinking that you will be happy then. Yet, the more powerful you become, the more the color of the world vanishes. When you become as powerful as me, you will feel the same as me." "Nothing." Gravis' insides shook. "You are not chasing happiness, but chasing emptiness, Gravis." The tirade of the Black Magnate left an impact on Gravis. The goal he was chasing would only result in emptiness? If some random person said that, Gravis wouldn't believe them, but this was one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos. His power was only second to the opposer and heaven. Yet, contrary to expectation, Gravis actually didn't feel the surrounding oppressive atmosphere inside of him. The black magnate's words brought an aura of gloominess and helplessness to the city, but for some reason, Gravis didn't feel like this helplessness had anything to do with him. Gravis was even surprised at himself. He would have expected himself to get shaken and fall into an emotional crisis, but surprisingly, this didn't happen. Instead of feeling the pressure of emptiness, Gravis felt like it actually wasn't such a big deal. "I believe you," Gravis said after a sigh. "I truly believe that this is how it is when someone reaches the heavens magnate realm." The young man furrowed his brows as he looked at Gravis. Due to Gravis' spirit being the only spirit not attuned to energy, Gravis was the only person that the black magnate couldn't see through. He had the power to see through everyone since everyone was comprised of the same laws. Yet Gravis was different. That was also the main reason why the black magnate was so interested in Gravis. He was something completely new. "That sounds like there should be a but," the black magnate said. "But," Gravis said, "I don't think this is true for everyone." "What makes you think that?" the black magnate said. "You said it yourself," Gravis said. "You said that there is one being that is at your same realm but doesn't feel this oppressiveness," Gravis said as he looked at the black magnate. "You are talking about my mother, right?" The black magnate sighed as he looked to the side. "Yes, she is the only being at my realm that seems to also be happy. Every other heavens magnate feels identical to me. As soon as you understand everything, nothing is interesting anymore, even other beings. Yet, your mother is able to remain happy and cheerful, even though she has the same knowledge as us. I honestly can't understand why that is. I am in the same position as her, but my feelings are so very different." "How can it be so different? We know the same things and have the same power, but the same thing that gives me such turmoil doesn't affect your mother," the black magnate said with longing. "I have tried to find the reason for millions of years, thinking that I might recover. Yet I never found it. I just don't know how it is possible." Gravis looked at the horizon as the city calmed down again. "I don't mean any disrespect, but I think nobody can help you with that." "What do you mean?" the black magnate said with furrowed brows. "Are you saying that it is hopeless for me to ever find color again?" Gravis shook his head. The calm he felt even surprised himself. By all accounts and purposes, Gravis should feel devastated after hearing that power brought emptiness. But for some reason, he wasn't. "I think it's just you," Gravis said slowly. "Actually, I see a lot of similarities between you and my father. Us powerful beings are all very similar to one another," the black magnate said. "And maybe that's the issue," Gravis said. "You have all reached supreme power with the same way, taking everything from the world and others. My father doesn't talk much about himself, but I feel like he has felt very similar feelings for a long time. That makes me think that it is not the power itself that makes you feel empty inside, but the way you acquired it," Gravis said. "The only happy, supremely powerful being is my mother. Yet, is it only a coincidence that she was also the only one that had been granted her power instead of acquiring it herself?" "I've also thought about that," the black magnate said. "But I can't come to a definitive conclusion." "Because you can't," Gravis said. The black magnate glared at Gravis. "Explain," he said. Anyone would feel threatened when such a powerful hegemon glared at them. But Gravis didn't feel afraid. In actuality, the only thing Gravis felt was pity. The black magnate was so powerful, yet he felt so horrible and empty. "Because you focus too much on power," Gravis said. "You explained to me how power is everything with firm conviction, and that conviction is your problem, I believe. Is it not the truth?" the black magnate asked evenly. "Is there a fault in my explanation?" Gravis slowly shook his head. "No, there isn't. Your conclusion and reasoning are perfect," Gravis said slowly. "Your speech about power has affected me far more than your speech about power being empty. Power truly is everything." "But?" the black magnate asked. "But," Gravis continued, "only if your goal is to survive." The black magnate furrowed his brows. "Isn't survival the very goal of our existence? Isn't it heaven that wants us to become powerful? That is heaven's goal, But is it your goal? Gravis asked. If you could sacrifice your power right now to become happy, would you do it? The black magnate frowned as he fell into thought for the first time in a long while. Would he do that? Would he be willing to lose his power to become happy? After some seconds, the black magnate looked back at Gravis. I think I would, he said. So your goal is not survival or power, but happiness, Gravis said with a smile. And power is not the way to happiness. How did you come to that conclusion? The black magnate asked with a raised eyebrow. Gravis actually had to chuckle, and the black magnate frowned. Isn't it interesting? Gravis asks. Sometimes we can't see the forest because of all the trees. You said that power leads to emptiness. So, therefore, the logical conclusion is that power doesn't lead to happiness. You said that yourself. The black magnate frowned as he looked at the sky. I did say that, yes, he said. You said power is everything, and then you said power is emptiness. So, as long as you chase and rely on power, will you not always rely on and chase emptiness? Gravis asked. Are you suggesting that the only way I can feel something again is to sacrifice my power? The black magnate said. No, Gravis said with a smile. What I'm saying is that power is neither the friend nor the opponent of happiness. I think power is not related to happiness at all. A powerless mortal can lead a happy life. Yet, my mother can also lead a happy life with her power. I think power has nothing to do with happiness. That's different, the black magnate said. Your mother hasn't achieved her power on her own, which makes her not reliant on it. Clap. Gravis suddenly clapped loudly once. Exactly. You said it, he said. She doesn't rely on it. It doesn't matter if she is the most powerful or the weakest person there is. She simply is happy. Also, she isn't the only example. Who else is there? The black magnate asked skeptically. Gravis had to laugh a little again. You're truly lost in the woods, Gravis said. Look around you. Look at the city. Most cultivators living here have given up on the path to power. Look at them, Gravis said, gesturing to the city. Are these comparatively weak beings happier or sadder than you? Gravis asked. Happier? The black magnate said without any emotions. But that is logical. I see all the laws working in tandem in their beings. I know what will make them feel happy and what will make them feel sad. They generally feel more happiness than me. So, Gravis said, when you know why people feel happy, why don't you know how to feel happy? I've thought a lot about this and I can't come to a conclusion, the black magnate said. It's the same, Gravis said. You said everyone is comprised of energy and laws, even you. So, wouldn't the same laws that govern happiness also make you feel happy? By now, both of them stepped to the side. Gravis leaned on a wall with the black magnate standing in front of him. In the beginning, it had been Gravis that felt annoyed by the black magnate. Then, it was the black magnate that felt angry as all the frustration in his being welled forth. Yet, as soon as Gravis started talking, the gloominess slowly receded. The black magnate didn't notice, but right now, he had an earnest discussion with someone many, many times weaker and younger than him. They were just two people talking right now. Nothing more, nothing less. The black magnate and Gravis talked for over half an hour as the city streets bustled beside them. Say, have you actually talked to my mother or father before? As in, more than just some simple phrases, Gravis asked with interest. No, the black magnate said. I have never felt the need to. If I were to contact your mother, your father might become displeased, which is not something I want. On top of that, your father is on a different level. I'm not powerful enough to establish a connection between us. So, by your words, since mortals mainly rely on wealth regarding power, a rich mortal and a poor mortal can't be friends? Gravis asked. Of course they can, the black magnate said. But in the world of gods, it's different. Power is everything, and when someone is more powerful, they don't talk with unworthy beings. Gravis had to chuckle a bit. All right, goodbye, Gravis said. The black magnate was surprised for the first time. What do you mean? He asked. You are 6 major realms above me, Gravis said with a smirk. I'm unworthy to talk to you. So, goodbye. The black magnate actually felt a bit nervous, which was astounding. The black magnate hadn't felt nervous in an eternity. Sadly, he didn't notice it himself. This is different, he said defensively. How is it different? Gravis asked. Because you don't want to. But the black magnate suddenly stopped talking. Oh, Gravis uttered with a smirk. Come on, finish your sentence. You have stopped talking because you know exactly what I will answer, right? For the first time, the black magnate actually looked uncomfortable. Yes, I know. Then say it, Gravis said. The black magnate sighed. Because you are not talking to me because of my power, he said. And my answer would be? Gravis asked. Then why would your father not want to talk to me even though I also wouldn't have any ulterior motives? The black magnate answered with a sigh. And your answer to that question? Gravis asked. I don't know, he said slowly as he averted his gaze. Just accept that you're wrong, Gravis said. It's not that you don't know. It's that you don't want to admit that you might have had an unconducive mindset for happiness for millions of years. What would that even change? The black magnate asked coldly. So what if I could talk to your father? How would that change anything about my situation? I think it would help, Gravis said. Not because of his power, but because of his different mindset. Didn't you say that I remind you of your father? The black magnate asked skeptically. You do, but you are probably even more similar to the other magnates, Gravis said. You said all the other magnates also feel like this. So, when you talk to them, are you not entering a spiral of negative feedback? Spiral of negative feedback? The black magnate repeated as he looked into the street with furrowed brows. All you powerful beings are miserable all the time, so you share your misery with the others, who will then share their misery with you. It's just misery going around and around, intensifying the misery of everyone else. Gravis said. Do you think my father felt any different? Gravis asked. He's had the same issues as you. The important thing here is had as in past tense. What changed? The black magnate asked. My mother and I, Gravis said. If it weren't for us, my father would probably still be exactly like you. When you're in a major slump, you might not find the way out by yourself. Sometimes you need others that can show you the way. Think about it, Gravis said as he left the wall and gestured with his hands. You can't have a proper conversation with anyone weaker than you because you see all their laws and know what they will do before even they know it. So, the only way to have a proper conversation and connection with somebody is to talk with someone on your power or someone you can't analyze as easily, like me. Yet, the only people you always talk to are bitter and miserable grandpas, constantly complaining about everything in the world, Gravis said with a smirk. When you are constantly seeking companionship from darkness, how will you ever find the light? I know it's cheesy, but I think that sentence is rather accurate. The black magnate remained silent for a while. What would you suggest I do? He asked. Before this day, the black magnate would have never believed that he would have sought guidance from a mere immortal. Immortals were nothing more than ants to him. How could someone that weak know anything he didn't? Seek help, Gravis said. The black magnate huffed. That sounds pathetic. Didn't you say that power is everything? Gravis asked. I said that I didn't like that I have had so much help in my cultivation, and you said that it didn't matter. Power is everything. Therefore, the source of my power doesn't matter. But now, you are saying that seeking help is pathetic? Gravis asked. To use your own words, so what if someone thinks you to be pathetic? In the end, they will be the unhappy ones while you will be happy. An unhappy, bitter person doesn't have a trustworthy opinion on happiness, Gravis said with a wide smirk. The black magnate remained silent for some seconds and sighed. Must you always throw my own words back into my face like this? He asked. Gravis had to laugh at that. I'm only showing you that you already have all the answers yourself. You speak truth without knowing the truth yourself, at least not consciously. You are so powerful and you know so much. You should be able to find happiness easily. Sometimes, it just needs a little nudge, Gravis said. We cultivators seek tempering when we can't comprehend a law on our own. We already know basically everything about the law, but we just can't make the connection. So, Gravis said with a bright smile, you already know everything about happiness. Yet, you can't make the connection yourself, and if you can't make the connection on your own, you should seek something that can help you. The only difference between this and tempering is that the help you need is not a fight but contact with someone that knows the answer. The black magnate closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A cocktail of mixed emotions swirled in his insides, something that hadn't happened in millions of years. There had always been grayness all around him for so long, but today he was actually feeling something. He might not feel happiness, but he enjoyed this mixture of feelings. To him, it felt a bit like fighting with someone on his level. The danger, the excitement, the uncertainty, every emotion that a fight brought with it. The black magnate missed all of these things. Yet, today, in front of a mere immortal, the black magnate felt very similar emotions. He had missed these feelings. I must think, the black magnate said. No, Gravis stopped him. The black magnate frowned at Gravis. This is not something I can just do like that. I should think about this. You are not happy and stuck in your ways, Gravis said. You have no idea what you should do because if you had any idea, you wouldn't feel like shit right now, Gravis said. The black magnate frowned. If brooding in your dark cave would have helped, we wouldn't be talking right now, Gravis said. Instead of relying on yourself, just listen to me this once. What's the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing would be that my father would say that he has no interest. Then what's the damage? Nothing. Gravis walked closer and put his hand on the black magnate's shoulder. Something no one had dared to do in forever. The black magnate only looked into Gravis' eyes, and Gravis looked back with determination. Dude, Gravis said, just trust me on this. This one time. The black magnate closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and after some seconds, he opened them with conviction. Meanwhile, in the room of the opposer and his wife were watching the conversation. A heavens magnate entering the city and talking to their son was something major. They had to keep a close watch over everything. Pack. Gravis' mother slapped the shoulder of her husband. You're going to make a friend today, she shouted with excitement. The opposer narrowed his eyes. Apparently, he was not the biggest fan. Pack. Another slap. Hey! Gravis' mother shouted strictly. You are going to make a friend today. You are in the same boat as him. You don't have any friends, and that's not good for you. You will make a friend today, Gravis' mother said with a glare. The opposer had an uncomfortable expression on his face. Yet after a while he sighed. Fine, he said, making his wife clap happily in her hands. Might as well try. The opposer and the black magnate sat in front of each other. One would think that the opposer would be the one in control over everything, but that wasn't the case. Surprisingly, it also wasn't the black magnate in control of the situation. It was awkwardness. Supreme awkwardness dominated the atmosphere. Both of them didn't talk much and felt uncomfortable. Yet, the black magnate wouldn't give up just because of that. He finally saw an opportunity to see some light in his life again, and he wouldn't be stopped by some awkwardness. Sadly, this was a foe he couldn't defeat. After some minutes, Gravis' mother couldn't watch this travesty anymore. Just looking at this situation made her frustrated beyond belief. So, Gravis' mother joined them and started talking about random stuff. After some minutes of talking, she steered the topic to Gravis, and then the awkwardness started to vanish. Both the opposer and the black magnate had watched Gravis, and this was something they could both talk about. Usually, the opposer wouldn't have talked much, but he trusted his wife. If she said that it was worth it to make a friend, he would at least try. After talking about Gravis for a while, the topic changed to other children the two of them had had over the years. The black magnate told several stories about a lot of his children and how they acted, which also made the opposer open up about some of his long-dead children. Of course, this topic had to be started by his wife first to give him an initial push. The opposer might be the most powerful being, but he was clueless when it came to social interactions. He had always been alone until he finally decided to get together with his wife. Then, finally, after hours of awkwardness, the opposer was talking out of his own regard, without having to be goaded into saying something. When Gravis' mother saw that, she smiled brightly. The black magnate found conversing with the opposer very intriguing. Instead of always being negative and complaining about the world, the opposer actually saw hope in the world again. Ever since Gravis had attuned his spirit to destruction lightning, the opposer had been as confused as nearly never before. His 50 billion years of grayness had changed into a confusing mess of emotions. Of course, he preferred this over the everlasting, never-changing grayness. Surprisingly for the opposer, the black magnate had many similar opinions to the opposer, which was something he hadn't truly experienced before. The opposer had always been alone in his room with his wife, and his wife disagreed with him on nearly everything. Talking with someone that agreed with a lot of his points without being related to him felt weird to the opposer. Because of these things, the two of them actually continued talking, even when Gravis' mother left. "Well done, Gravis," his mother transmitted to him. "The black magnate is perfect for getting your father to open up more." Gravis chuckled a bit as he drank some tea at a table. "That's good," Gravis transmitted back. "Oh?" the person in front of Gravis said with a smirk. "Something interesting happened?" Gravis smiled at the person in front of him. Orpheus. Talking with the black magnate had triggered Gravis' extroverted aspect. Instead of waiting for a couple more days, Gravis directly decided to visit Orpheus. By now, they had been talking for several hours. "I met the black magnate and told him to find some friends that are not bitter and miserable grandpas. So, I sent him over to father," Gravis said. Orpheus was shocked by several words Gravis said. "I gotta hear this," Orpheus said with a wide smile. So Gravis told Orpheus what happened, and Orpheus had to sigh. "That's one of the reasons why I stopped cultivating, but not the main one," he said. "My main reason is still that I don't want to lose my family." Orpheus finished his tea and leaned back in his chair. "But man, it's still surprising that someone as powerful as the black magnate has such problems. Every cultivator believes that they will be happy when they reach supreme power, but that just isn't the case. Yet, how many cultivators would actually accept getting their dream of happiness destroyed? Instead of accepting the reality, they would just find a reason to continue anyway." "Sounds like me," Gravis said with a smirk. "Not entirely," Orpheus said. "Your goal is not simply just power, is it?" Gravis nodded. "My goal is happiness and freedom," Gravis said. "Happiness has nothing to do with power, which is why I'm giving my best to feel it right now. I'm walking around, talking to people. I like spending time with my daughter and Orthar. I feel good when talking to you. All of these things make me feel like it's good to be alive." Orpheus chuckled a bit. "You can't believe how happy I am to hear this," he said. "But for freedom you still need power, right?" "Obviously," Gravis said with a nod. "I don't just want one or the other. I want both. So, in reality, I only have one goal, which is freedom, because happiness is something I can already have." "You really changed, Gravis," Orpheus said. "The first time I met you, you were very insecure and confused. Then, after training, you became cold, bitter, and angsty. After you returned from the lower world, you were emotionally very confused. But now, you seem to have a grip on your life." Gravis looked out of the window. "That is a very recent development, actually," Gravis said. "Your avatar, right?" Orpheus asked. "Yes," Gravis nodded. "I always looked into the future and my power, and I rarely looked at the present. Comprehending the law of freedom has helped me in seeing my actual path. When I decided to take the law of freedom as my avatar over the law of the dead world, I realized that I don't need to have supreme power to feel something of my future goal right now. I'm not powerful enough to have true freedom, but I have more freedom than before. The highest heaven obviously is not even the slightest fan of my decisions, and that's what I like. I'm not antagonistic towards it, but if it tries to force me into its own path, things like this will continue to happen. In the lower world, defying the highest heaven wasn't even something I had considered would be possible without having supreme power," Gravis said, but chuckled a bit. "Of course, without father, I would probably already have long died." "Sounds good to me," Orpheus said with a smile. But honestly, Gravis, there's something else that impresses me about your life. What is it? Gravis asked. All your 3 children are in the law comprehension realm, Orpheus said. Do you actually know how incredible that is? Gravis thought about it. I think it should be, but I'm not entirely sure. I can give you my children as an example, he said. Over the years, I've had over 5,000 children. Gravis took a deep breath. I know that number probably makes sense with your age, but it still shocks me. Orpheus laughed a bit. I'm teaching my children differently from our father. One could say that I am even more reluctant to allow them to cultivate. So, I forbid them from cultivating. Gravis raised an eyebrow. He was not the biggest fan of something like this. Gravis was an advocate of freedom, and such a rule definitely didn't conform to freedom. Instead, Orpheus only smiled. But I don't forbid them from leaving, he said. As you have already realized, if you don't want power with all of your heart, it's better to not cultivate. Gravis nodded. When he had been younger, he couldn't fathom why he wasn't allowed to cultivate. But now he realized that it wasn't that simple. Seeing friends continually dying, being constantly forced into a life and death crisis, seeing their own power ruining the lives of others, feeling the constant pressure of danger. All of this was normal for cultivators. Only if someone was willing to become a destroyer of lives and dreams would they be able to reach a sufficient amount of power. Not everyone could deal with the emotional impact one would feel when one of their attacks against an opponent killed several cities of mortals on accident. Guilt, rage, nervousness, fear. A cultivator had to confront these feelings constantly in their life. In Gravis' mind, being a farmer's boy, marrying someone, and having children was a far better life. Just like the power of the black magnate had crippled his ability to feel anything from the world, so had the path of slaughter crippled the ability of cultivators to appreciate the value of life. So, how do you handle this? Gravis asked. If they want to cultivate so badly that they are willing to leave our family, I will grant them a good start, Orpheus answered. I will give them some weapons, directions, techniques, and a bit of wealth. Of course, I will also explain to them why I did all of this. Yet, if they decide to forgive me or not is still on them. It hurts when my kids don't forgive me, but I'd rather be hated by them instead of having them embark on this path without enough conviction. The love of a parent is selfless. You already know that, Gravis, Orpheus said. Gravis nodded. Gravis didn't want Eris and Sarah to leave, but for their sakes, he was willing to bear the pain. He gained nothing out of it. It was all for their good. The same thing had happened with the opposer. The opposer had told Gravis that there would be a rule that would devastate him in the middle world. Gravis' father said this to give Gravis a scapegoat. If Gravis felt like it, he could blame his father and say that he knew what would be waiting for him but still allowed him to feel this pain. Just like Gravis and Orpheus, the opposer was willing to bear the hatred of his child to make the life of his child easier. This was how good parents acted. The two of them talked for over a day just about random stuff, but at some point, Orpheus actually had to get back to work, and Gravis also wanted to walk around some more. So the two of them split up again. Gravis relaxed for the remainder of the year, and when the year was up, he also met back up with Orthar and Xianxia. Gravis didn't want to disturb them while they were learning a ton about business and human society. Orthar's thirst for knowledge had only grown more powerful. The more he learned about the more complex facets of human society, the more intrigued he became. He even asked Gravis for some immortal stones so that he could read as many books as possible. Xianxia became a social butterfly, and she spent most of her time just visiting public places and talking with others. There were not only immortals in this city, but also the progeny and friends of immortal kings. Because of that, she made a ton of friends weaker and stronger than her. Gravis' mother entered the auction for the new shop and promptly won it for around 625,000 immortal stones. Of course, she disguised herself before entering the auction. If she appeared as herself, everyone would not even dare to compete with her. And she knew that Gravis wouldn't want a shop that had been claimed with such methods. Gravis also visited some public places and talked with a lot of people. Sadly, there was not much he could talk about with others. The powerful immortals and immortal kings were not interested in talking to a new immortal, while the other new immortals were far below Gravis level. Their mindsets were just too far apart. Over 80% of the immortals in the city had an avatar created with the law of space, which surprised Gravis. This was the easiest and worst law to create an avatar with, and Gravis hadn't expected that so many of them would use this law. Wasn't the highest world supposed to be the most elite place? After talking some more with Orpheus, Gravis found out that this wasn't the case. Due to the overabundance of easily cultivatable techniques and methods to comprehend laws, many immortals had not had that much combat experience. Yes, they still needed to have a powerful will aura to even reach this realm, but there were many methods to boost a will aura in the highest world. Surprisingly, the average battle strength of cultivators in higher worlds was far above the average battle strength for cultivators in the highest world. Yet, these numbers were only valid when one looked at the average battle strength. It was entirely different when one talked about the cultivators with peak battle strength. Opposer City was mainly populated by cultivators that were no longer interested in growing more powerful. There were still some that only lived here for a short amount of time to get some money to continue their cultivation like Gravis, but these people were in the minority. Cultivators mainly stopped cultivating when they saw that their battle strength had become weak. Continuing to cultivate with such a weak battle strength would very likely result in their death. That was why there were so many weaker immortals in this city. The truly powerful immortals couldn't be found in the city. These powerful cultivators were outside, still tempering themselves or living inside clans and sects. The methodical teachings of a powerful sect, together with the abundant resources from the highest world, created some terrifying monsters. There were even some immortals that had the law of the dead world as an avatar, which was insanely impressive. Of course, these immortals were supremely rare. If an immortal managed to create such an avatar, all the peak sects would fight for such a talented cultivator. In total, there were probably less than 10. Yet, they still existed. But there was another law that was even rarer than the law of the dead world. Surprisingly, it was the law of freedom. When Gravis first told Orpheus about the law of freedom, Orpheus didn't even know that this law existed. Gravis was incredibly shocked when he heard that. Orpheus was a powerful star god. And he didn't even know that this law existed? This seemingly made no sense. So, Gravis visited his father again, who was adamantly talking with the Black Magnate. Even after a whole year, the Black Magnate had not left. Gravis simply joined them and asked about the law of freedom. "Oh yeah, the law of freedom is tough to understand," the Black Magnate said. "Understanding the law of freedom is actually the third hardest step to becoming a heavens magnate. Even a lot of divine gods don't know it." This shocked Gravis even more. There were even divine gods that didn't know it? Why? Gravis asked. "The reason for that is the fourth hardest step," the Black Magnate said, "which is the law of suppression. Comprehending suppression while you are already quite powerful is difficult. The more powerful you become, the less likely it is for you to get suppressed, which logically makes it harder to comprehend suppression. So, to learn the law of freedom, you first need to know the law of suppression, but the more cultivators know about the power of suppression, the harder it is to escape from it and comprehend freedom." "Huh!" Gravis said with some surprise. "What are the hardest steps?" "They are dash." "No," the opposer interfered. "If you tell him that now, he will laser focus on that law and try to comprehend it." Gravis frowned while the Black Magnate sighed. All right, the opposer turned to Gravis. "The last two steps are the very last steps you need to take to become a heavens magnate. Obviously, you are not even close to being ready to take these steps. I can tell you when you become a divine god. Thinking about these concepts before that realm is a waste of time." "But yes," the opposer continued, "the law of freedom is difficult. Generally, cultivators start with the law of the dead world. After that, they include life to create the law of the living world. Then come emotions and lastly, the situational laws. The reason why cultivators choose this way is because of the difficulty of comprehending these laws," the opposer said. Gravis frowned. "But I saw several beasts in the middle world that knew about danger, which should be a situational law, and pride, which should be an emotional law. Comprehending a single law of a different category is not necessarily more difficult, the opposer said. The issue is that you need all of them. You shouldn't have much issue with the law of pride, for example, but the law of rage won't be as easy for you with your logical mindset. Yet, you need both of them. Understanding matter, life, and the elements isn't as complicated in comparison. After all, you can simply look at them since you can see all of them with your own eyes. Instead, you need to experience emotions and situations. You can't simply look at suppression since you need to be suppressed to truly understand its feeling. Gravis hummed a bit. That actually makes sense, he said. Gravis quickly left after his question was answered since it seemed like that his father and the black magnate wanted to get back to talking. For the next year, Gravis spent most of his time with his family and Orthar as he simply waited for his shop to be ready. Gravis had already finished all his intelligence gathering about other forges and also created a general plan with Xianxia and Orthar on how their business should run. And before they knew it, the shop was finally ready to be opened. Gravis, Xianxia, and Orthar looked at the building in front of them. It didn't look as imposing as a lot of other buildings on the main street, but it also didn't look cheap. Overall, the building looked perfectly average on this street. Yet that was already good enough. As long as no one overlooked the shop and actually noticed it, there wouldn't be any problems. Most cultivators wouldn't look at rundown stores, but if the shops looked normal, they would glance at it at least. That was all that Gravis needed. The entire building was light blue and about 2 stories high. The ground floor would act as a reception and demonstration hall, while the second floor would hold the forge. At least that was how it was supposed to be. Gravis didn't really need a forge, which was why the second floor basically only had some scattered furniture. Meanwhile, the ground floor had a lot of different contraptions. These contraptions allowed the customer to try out their weapons directly, similar to the contraption that one woman had used when she tried out her bow. Behind the counter, the rarest ores that Gravis owned were displayed, including the Middle World core. When customers saw these ores, they might decide to use some in-house ores instead of using their bought ones. Additionally, not every customer already had their ores ready. Most of them would ask what they needed first before purchasing them. After all, they were not forgers and didn't know much about materials. The price differences between materials at the same rank came down to their rarity, not power. When one looked at the ores for their realm, every ore would be just as powerful but with different strengths and weaknesses. In the end, it came down to what kind of weapon someone preferred, but that also meant that some cultivators with certain battle styles needed to spend more money since their battle style needed rarer ores. These battle styles were not inherently weaker or stronger than others. It was simply that the materials to support them were more expensive. Sadly, there was no positive side to them needing to spend more money. They were simply shit out of luck. So what were the most expensive materials? Funnily enough, the generally used materials for space cultivators were the most expensive, with the exception of some very exotic, rare materials. The reason for that was that the ores fitting for the law of space were only of average rarity, but the demand for them was ridiculous. Every space cultivator wanted a good weapon, and there were a lot of space cultivators. On the right side of the building, beside the entrance, one could see a 2 by 2 meter stone board. Having this board was a necessity for every shop since this was the place where the certificates had to be put in. Because of this, every passerby could immediately see all the skills and services a shop could offer. The certificates were very trustworthy. After all, if they weren't trustworthy, the certificates would become worthless, and the company that issued them would have huge issues since no one would spend money to get them. This was why the company always had to be strict and fair in evaluations. Yet, that didn't make it impossible for some rare con men to game the system. As long as the head crafter of the shop had these skills, there wouldn't be an issue. Sadly, this didn't make it impossible for someone to hire an employee that didn't have these skills. So, the certificates only showed that someone inside the shop could do that. These certificates alone wouldn't convince everyone to enter. That was where the certificate of honesty came into play. Advertising or saying one thing but doing something else was inherently deceiving. Yet, if the head crafter and or owner of the place knew the law of honesty, it was almost certain that the customer would get what was advertised. If someone comprehended the law of honesty, It showed that this person had a high affinity towards honesty, and therefore a low affinity towards deceit or lies. If someone knew the law of honesty, the chances were very high that they despised lying or deceiving others. After all, if they didn't have that mindset, they probably wouldn't have comprehended the law of honesty. And when the boss of the shop was an honest person, the boss would want their employees to also be honest with the customers. This was why this certificate was so important. Gravis put the certificates into the appropriate slots and looked at them as they shone with light. The certificate of honesty shone with a warm white light. The certificate of middle world forging shone with an earthen brown light, and the certificate of world forging shone with a powerful and radiant purple. The certificate of world forging was by far one of the most overpowering and noticeable certificates that existed. Nearly all the different certificates of the surrounding shops paled in comparison to this overpowering, radiant purple light. Only the certificates on a similar level could rival this purple light. After all, one shouldn't forget that there were other jobs besides forging. In comparison to beasts, humans needed to upgrade two things. Beasts only needed to strengthen their body by eating other beasts, while humans needed to strengthen their bodies and spirits. One shouldn't forget that, at the law comprehension realm, the energy and spirit fused into one entity. The best way for humans to increase their physical power was to get natural treasures, and then mix them with materials that complemented and elevated the natural treasures' effect. These were called pills, and creating pills was not an easy job at all. If one made a single mistake while mixing the materials, the pill could become toxic, lose its power, straight up burn, or other things could happen to it. On top of that, in comparison to forging, if you screw up the pill, the natural treasure would be wasted. If Gravis fucked up a weapon, he could simply reforge it. That was not possible for pills. The law of the dead world could also elevate someone's pill concocting ability to higher levels. Some materials and ingredients had complementing effects but couldn't be fused as simply. This meant that they had to be fused on an energy basis, which meant comprehending the compositions of said ingredients and materials. Of course, pill concocting didn't rely as much on the law of the dead world as forging. The real equivalent of the law of the dead world for pill concocting was the law of life, the law that combined all life aspects. Yet, the law of life was considered to be harder to understand than the law of the dead world, which was why this emerald green certificate slightly outshone Gravis' certificate of world forging. There were also other, equally as radiant certificates. Another one would be the certificate of true weapon. One could only get that one if they managed to understand the level 4 laws of all common weapons, which meant comprehending 8 different level 4 laws. Understanding that many level 4 laws was probably nothing special for an immortal emperor, but having all of them be from only one category was impressive. Because of the difficulty, this certificate was just as bright as the certificate of life. This certificate was mainly used for teachers. Understanding a weapon was far different from any other law. Instead of trying to understand the truth of how things worked, the process of understanding weapon laws was to craft their own personalized path. Because of that difference, many people required guidance in their weapon laws. Gravis looked at the certificates of the surrounding shops and smirked. This place was perfect. There were a ton of powerful shops in Gravis' vicinity, but no comparable forging shops. Most comparable forging shops were far down the road. Mom sure knows how to pick a good shop, Gravis thought. All these elite shops of different categories pull in a lot of wealthy customers, and they might also be interested in weapons. Gravis watched the shops but quickly noticed someone looking at him through a window. Gravis looked back. This was a young, blonde-haired man wearing luxurious green robes. He was on the second floor of the store just beside Gravis, the pill shop with the certificate of life. After looking at the person for 2 seconds, Gravis smirked. And the person smirked back. Just like Gravis was happy that these other powerful shops attracted customers without competing against him. This person was also happy that the new shop beside him had powerful credentials but didn't encroach on his customer base. Want to come over for tea later? The young man asked Gravis. Sure, but I need to open up first, Gravis answered. They looked forward to their mutually beneficial cooperation. Is everything ready? Gravis asked Orthar. Ready, Orthar said. I have brokered several deals with mining companies for future cooperation. For the next 100 years, We can purchase as many materials as we want from them. Of course, there are some conditions. Gravis nodded and let Orthar continue. When we buy materials, we need to buy at least 20,000 immortal stones worth of materials in one go if we want to purchase them at the agreed price. Anything below that and the price would go up by 10%, Orthar said. That's quite a lot, Gravis said. But if we get a ton of customers, we can probably get that amount quickly. What about advertising? I have given discounts for a couple of schools and teaching offices for their students, Orthar said. They will get a price cut of 20% of the manufacturing fee for the next 100 years. We might not earn as much, but we will have a steady customer base. As long as they receive one of our products, they will come back. Gravis nodded again. What about the opening event? He asked. The flyers have been posted on the most relevant message boards, Orthar said. By now, many relevant customers should know about the opening event of Gravitas. Gravitas. This was the name that Gravis decided to give the shop. When something had gravitas, it meant it had an impact. Additionally, it sounded very similar to his name. The name was just perfect. And the cooperation agreement with the surrounding shops? Gravis asked. The surrounding shops have been informed of our opening and of our credentials, Orthar answered. They will recommend our shop free of charge, but we also have to recommend them. This is the list, Orthar explained as he transferred a list of shops and their credentials to Gravis. And the beasts? Gravis asked. The unofficial beast district has been informed about Gravitas, Orthar said. They know that you have been in a natural middle world and that you know how to create equipment for beasts. Gravis nodded again. Orthar had done a perfect job. He had taken care of everything, but this was also the reason why Gravis wanted Orthar in this position. Orthar was very methodical, logical, and planning, which gave him an incredible ability to maximize the efficiency and publicity of the shop. Gravis nodded. Yersi, are you prepared? Gravis asked as he smiled at Yersi. Yersi nodded with motivation. Yes, I've been waiting for this. I'm so excited to meet and talk with so many different people, she said with a smile. Yet, there was some hesitation in her voice. But father, are you sure that I should greet the customers in person? She asked. Maybe it would be better if I talked to them via voice transmission only. Why? Gravis asked. Well, Yersi said as she looked at herself, because of my looks. I have seen several humans looking at me in fear. My body is filled with weapons, and some of them seem to be quite reluctant to open up to me. Gravis only laughed. Then fuck them, Gravis said. The fact that you are a beast should actually encourage customers. After all, beasts tend to be more direct, which is far easier to handle than a slimy, slippery human. If someone isn't even able to see that because of how you look, then they're too stupid to deserve my creations. Yersi felt relieved when her father said that, but she was still a bit reluctant. She had seen how some humans were afraid of her due to her aggressive appearance. In her mind, Orthar would be a far better fit for her position. After all, he looked like a small, cute octopus, even if he had a couple more eyes. Then everything is in order, Gravis said with a smirk. Let's open. Orthar and Yersi nodded, and everyone entered. Gravis went to the second floor while Yersi waited at one of the two counters. As long as the shop wasn't overwhelmed with customers, Orthar wouldn't need to help at the second counter. He had other things to do. What was Orthar's job while inside the shop? Intelligence gathering and profiling. It was important to know and see what a customer needed and how they wanted to be treated. Not every customer wanted to sit down for tea first and talk about random stuff. A lot of them would think that this was a waste of time. Yet, some customers felt themselves to be very important and wanted to be treated like they were royalty, and as long as they didn't overdo it, Yersi could accommodate them. Orthar didn't have the inherent feeling humans had towards others, but he could judge humans very accurately due to his theoretical knowledge about how humans behaved. He would analyze the customer and give Yersi a plan on how she had to interact with them. Orthar could sniff out even the most hidden details. For example, if someone entered with nearly destroyed clothes and a nearly broken weapon, some shops might believe that person to be poor. Yet, Orthar was able to see if this was normal by their facial expressions, posture, and aura. Outwards appearances could be very misleading. It was possible that this person had just had a devastating fight, and the fact that they won meant that they got a ton of wealth from their dead enemy. Treating someone like that like they were poor would insult them and make them leave. This was precisely what had happened to Gravis when he had wanted to sell some of his, or that one store didn't serve him for minutes and then rudely greeted him. If they had had Orthar would have immediately noticed Gravis' powerful will aura and his obsidian ring. Orthar was incredibly thorough, and he would inspect absolutely everything on everyone. That was why he was perfect for this job. Orthar sat down on a chair in the corner, reading a ton of books while keeping an eye out on the store. Xianxia readied herself as she practiced some different gestures and tones of voice. Gravis smirked on the second floor as his spirit entered the formation array. "Let's go," he said. Bang! The shop shined for some seconds, and some text appeared above the entrance. Grand opening. 10% off on everything. And the people on the street looked at the gravitas for the first time. A lot of people on the streets looked at the gravitas with a glimmer in their eyes. Some of them saw the certificates and realized how good that shop was. A perfect evaluation for world weapon forging? Lower prices than anywhere else? This was too good to be true. This was a common mistake that a lot of new traders committed when they opened their shops for the first time. When someone highly talented in a profession opened a shop for the first time, claiming that they could do these incredible things for this cheap, everyone would think that this was a scam. Because of that, no one would visit these shops until the shop owner got one desperate customer, who would then advertise the shop. Gravis had heard of the stories of some supremely talented forgers who had committed that mistake. For the first days and maybe even weeks, they wouldn't even get one customer. And that was where the certificate of honesty came into play. The certificate of honesty was a symbol of trust. As long as a shop had this certificate, a lot more customers would trust the claims. Not getting this certificate when one was very talented was just plain stupid. After some seconds, the first customers already appeared. However, most of them just looked around the shop. Gravis had created a ton of weapons, thousands, in fact. He had created these weapons as testing tools for their customers. Everyone had a different battle style, which meant an uncountable number of slight variations of the traditional weapons. Because of that, Gravis had created a ton of weapons for every major realm and displayed them. If someone wanted to commission a weapon, they could try out some that the shop already had to make a better decision. These weapons hung on the walls. In fact, the walls were absolutely packed with these kinds of weapons. Luckily, the ground floor of the gravitas was equipped with a formation array that compressed space. This meant that the ground floor was actually an entire kilometer wide and long. By now, over 20 customers had already walked around the shop, looking at all the different displays. Xianxia remained politely at her table, just waiting for the customers to make their decision. Suddenly, Xianxia got a voice transmission, and she looked at a young, innocent-looking girl. After receiving the voice transmission, Xianxia walked over to the young girl, who quickly retreated in fear. She was only a nascent, nourishing cultivator. "Miss," Xianxia said with politeness. "Please leave the premises," she said. The customers saw that, and their eyes widened. The shop just opened, but the shop was already throwing a customer out? On top of that, this was definitely not a troublemaker. This was just an innocent girl. "Excuse me?" the young girl asked with fear. Have I done something wrong?" "No," Xianxia said politely. "But we don't serve your kind here." "Am I kind?" she asked in shock. "But I have never stolen or done anything wrong. Are you angry just because you are a beast, and I am a human?" she shouted, her fear seemingly vanishing. The other customers looked with interest at what was going on. Some of them wanted to help the girl, but they wouldn't get involved, at least not as long as Xianxia stayed polite. "Miss, you are cultivating a harvest technique," Xianxia said. "This is something that our owner and us employees of the Gravitas don't appreciate. Please leave the premises. We won't serve you." The customers looked with shock at the young miss. This innocent small girl was cultivating a harvest technique? A lot of the customers shook their heads in disappointment, but they weren't disappointed with the girl. They were disappointed with themselves. One should remember that every person in this city was a cultivator who had their fair share of battles. These were not mortals. Because of that, these people were disappointed that they had not been able to notice that this cute, innocent girl was someone that cultivated a harvest technique. After looking at the young girl more closely, some of the customers saw the signs. Slightly redder hands, a nearly unnoticeable absence of compassion in her eyes, and blood-red soles were very clear signs of someone cultivating a harvest technique. What was a harvest technique? A harvest technique was a technique that increased one's realm by reaping weaker lives. Cultivators that cultivated these techniques would never fight anyone on their level and would just remain on their farm forever. Heaven forbade the mindless slaughter of weaker lives, and everyone knew that. Because of that, the harvest cultivators needed to create the lives they would harvest on their own. This meant having children, supporting them until they reached a certain power, and then killing and consuming them. Like this, they would only take the lives that they brought into the world themselves. On top of that, they truly loved their children with all their heart. Because of that, when killing them, their will aura would also become more powerful due to the pain. This was a workaround to evade heaven's rules. Heaven wouldn't punish someone if they accidentally killed someone. Heaven only punished beings that consciously decided to kill weaker beings. Harvest techniques were not generally liked, but they were also not illegal. After all, a ton of humans couldn't even imagine killing their own children. This was also why Gravis didn't want to serve these people. He loved his children, and every human that decided to raise their children just to consume them was a monster in his eyes. The entire atmosphere of the shop changed as the customers' feelings transformed from pity to disdain. No one would help this girl now, even if she were violently torn apart by the frightening Xianxia. The innocent-looking girl looked around in fear, completely forgetting that she had acted very angrily just now. The other customers only snorted and turned away from her. Seeing that her play didn't work, her terrified face transformed into a sneer. "You want me to leave? Make me!" Bang! Xianxia immediately exploded forward with her entire speed and backhanded the girl. The girl got shot away, directly at the door, which opened on its own. The girl crashed onto the street and tumbled several times until she hit another building. She spit out some blood, but these injuries were nothing serious for a nascent nourishing realm cultivator. She only had some broken bones. "Why didn't you do anything?" She shouted with absolute rage at her shadow. She was too fast. A dark and whispery voice said as her shadow opened its white eyes. "Too fast?" the young girl asked with shock. "You are an entire level above her." "It was still too fast," the shadow slowly said. "I would advise you to hide your tracks more. You know how other cultivators perceive us. You can take your revenge later when you are more powerful. For now, you need to lie low." "Arg!" the young girl said with rage as she stood up with pain. "Sometimes, I regret summoning you. And sometimes, I regret being summoned by you," the shadow answered. With that said, the girl left without making a fuss. This was not the first time she had been treated this way. She was used to being spit on and being sneered at by everyone around her. In her world, she was alone, together with her shadow. Such a picture would make one feel sympathy for the girl, but as soon as someone remembered that this had been her own decision and that she regularly killed her own children, this sympathy would quickly vanish. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Xianxia cleaned her hands and went back to her counter. "Good job," Orthar transmitted to her. "Thanks," she transmitted back with a smile. It had been Orthar that had informed Xianxia of the customer's status and her cultivation technique. Orthar didn't care what someone cultivated, but he knew how Xianxia and Gravis felt about the topic of family. Because of that, he had informed them. Some customers threw a friendly smile at Xianxia, who quickly returned it with a slight bow. A lot of customers preferred shops that had some integrity. Cultivators that cultivated harvest techniques still had money, which was why a lot of shops still served them. Finding a shop that threw someone like this out felt great to them. "Hello, I would like to purchase this sword," a customer at the initial Unity realm said as he put one of the swords from the walls onto the counter. "Welcome to the Gravitas," Xianxia said with a smile. "Do you wish for this specific sword?" Or do you want a custom-made sword based on this sword? This one is already perfect. How much for it? He asked. 5 immortal stones, Yersi said. 5 immortal stones could not even be considered as change for Gravis, but it was a ton of money for someone that just reached the Unity realm. One had to remember that Gravis would have needed to work 50 years as a research adept to earn that money, and that job already paid very well. The customer sighed. This was most of his money. Can you make it cheaper? He asked. When you become an early Unity rank cultivator and you need a weapon, you can sell us this one back for 80% of its price, Yersi said. 80%? The customer asked in shock as the others listened in too. Yes, 80%, Yersi confirmed with a smile. You can buy this one for 5, use it until you advance, sell it for 4, buy the next one for 10, sell it for 8, and so on. It's a heavy initial investment, but every subsequent weapon you purchase will become cheaper. Sure, I'll take it, he said with an excited smile as he handed over the money. This was an ingenious strategy that Orthar came up with, but explaining the full effect of the strategy would take too long and would be boring. One only had to know that this was very beneficial for the shop and for the customers. Hello, I would like to request a weapon for my son, a well-groomed, middle-aged man said to Yersi. Welcome to the Gravitas. What weapon are you looking for? Yersi asked with a friendly tone. Do you have a request token? The man asked. Sure, Yersi said as she fished a jade token out of a drawer of the counter. Then, she placed it on the table. A request token was a form for customers to submit their specifics. This form asked all of the relevant things like cultivation technique, choice of weapon, battle style, laws, and many other things. This was generally the most effective way to create a specific weapon. The man quickly filled out the form and handed it back to Yersi. Yersi glanced at it and nodded. That would come down to 5,000 immortal stones, she said. This was a weapon for a peak law comprehension cultivator, someone at the same level as Orthar. The person in front of them was an immortal at the early major circulation. Major circulation? What was that? Gravis had heard these 2 words from the black magnate before, but hadn't gotten the answer from him because they got sidetracked rather quickly. When Gravis remembered, he asked the black magnate again, who promptly explained it. The Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor realm were divided into 7 levels. The first 3 were the early, middle, and late minor circulation realms, while the latter 3 were the early, middle, and late major circulation realms. The 7th realm was the peak immortal realm. 1 circulation represented the strengthening of the entire being. While there was a power difference of 1 level between all the levels, the difference between the late minor circulation realm and the early major circulation realm counted as 2 levels. So, in short, this person could be counted as being 4 power levels above Gravis. I have the materials. What's the price if I provide the materials? He asked. Then, the price would go down to 1,500 immortal stones, Yersi said. The customer nodded. Sounds good, but I would like to pay when I see the weapon, the customer said. No problem, Yersi answered with a smile. Please submit the required materials, and your weapon will be finished in just a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes? The customer asked with surprise. That fast? Yersi laughed a bit and nodded. Yes, our owner is one of the fastest and most accurate forgers in the immortal realms. You can judge the quality of the weapon personally in a couple of minutes. The customer furrowed his brows, but he remembered that the shop had the certificate of honesty. So, even if the claim of being so fast was outlandish, it was most likely true. The customer handed over the materials, which quickly vanished as they got summoned to Gravis. Just 2 minutes later, the weapon teleported in front of Yersi, who quickly caught it. This was a weapon for someone 3 levels above her, but the weapon was forged to be used by a human, and humans had far weaker bodies than beasts. So, even if this weapon was perfect for a peak law comprehension cultivator, Yersi could still carry it. She walked over to the customer and gave him the weapon. Please inspect the weapon and tell us if there is something you want to be changed, she said. The customer looked at the weapon, walked over to one of the machines to test it, and nodded. While still standing in front of the machine, the customer looked back at Yersi with a smirk. Thanks, he said, and then he teleported away without paying. Yersi was shocked and looked at Orthar in panic. Orthar had already informed Gravis as soon as he saw the person bail with the weapon. Even though Orthar could see through a ton of people, seeing through an early major circulation expert was too much even for him. Clink, clink. On the second floor, Gravis quickly flicked his obsidian ring twice in a very specific rhythm. Shing. A person directly appeared beside Gravis. Pack. Gravis threw a small, violet crystal to the new person, who caught it. Early major circulation immortal, Gravis said. Shing. And the person was gone again. The bailing customer was someone that people generally called a runner. A runner was a person that commissioned something and quickly teleported away without paying. As immortals, they could teleport insane distances in a blink of an eye, even leaving the spirit sense range of immortal emperors. So, even when a guard immediately appeared, the runner would have already teleported hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The immortal emperor guard wouldn't be able to see where that person had gone since everyone in the city was chaotically teleporting around, making it hard to read space. Like this, a runner could steal the weapon, teleport away, change their aura and looks, and return. Such a disguise would be noticed on a closer inspection. But the guards didn't have time to inspect everyone. Because of all these reasons, being a runner could be very profitable. Of course, only immortals and stronger could attempt something as risky as this. 2 minutes later, Shing, the person from earlier, appeared in front of Gravis again, together with the fearful runner. The runner immediately knew that he had screwed up big time. When he saw the guard throwing the small crystal back to Gravis, the runner gritted his teeth. How did such a new, inexperienced, rookie shop know how to protect themselves against runners? Additionally, how had the runner failsafes been put on the weapon in such a short amount of time? This was supposed to be easy money. Where? The guard asked Gravis. Gravis gestured to the side with his head and teleported to the ground floor, in front of the mechanism. The guard and the runner followed. When the three of them appeared on the ground floor, the customers were surprised. This new shop had been able to deal with a runner? Typically, shops only learned about the existence of runners after being the victim of one. The guard turned back time and created an image of when the runner said thanks and vanished. Then the guard turned to the runner. James, do you have a contract this time? The guard asked like he knew that guy very well. James, the runner, only sighed. No, he said, defeated. Seems like you got caught again, the guard said with a smirk. You know the process. James sighed again. Sure, he said. Whoop. He summoned 11,500 immortal stones. 4,000 flew to Gravis while the remainder flew to the guard. This was the consequence of being caught. Calling the guards was not risk-free. If a guard didn't judge the circumstances to favor the caller would have to pay a large sum for wasting their time. Because of that, as reparations, the runner had to pay an additional 50% of the value of the stolen item. Additionally, the runner would need to buy the item legitimately. This meant they had to pay 150% for the item. James submitted 3,500 immortal stones as materials and paid 1,500 immortal stones for manufacturing. Half of the total 5,000 would be added because of his crime, forcing him to pay 4,000 immortal stones to Gravis now. The other 7,500 immortal stones were there to buy the runner's freedom. The guards were not some state agency or something. Just like everything else in the city, they were employees of a company. So, the company had to make money. When a runner got caught, they could buy their freedom for the same amount as the stolen item was worth plus 50%. And if they couldn't pay, they would be taken into custody and sent off to mine or for a long time. As Gravis received the money, he destroyed the crystal and the runner failsafe inside the weapon. After that, he quickly made a contract and threw it to James, who signed it. After all, James now legitimately owned this weapon. The guard accepted the money and laughed loudly. James, if you continue like this, you will end up in the mines at some point, he said with a smile. You get some, you lose some, the runner said. Sure, but you seem to lose more than you get, the guard said. Then the guard turned to Gravis. Anyway, I'm off. Thanks for the money. Do call us again, he said. No problem, Gravis said as he smiled back. Then the guard vanished, leaving James there. Gravis turned to James. "Wanna buy or sell something?" Gravis asked with a smirk. James sighed. A ton of other people would flee in rage and embarrassment, but he was used to this. "Yeah, how much for the weapon?" he asked as he summoned the earlier weapon. This weapon was absolutely useless to him. Might as well sell it quickly. Custom-made weapons from our own shop can be sold back to us for 70% of the standard price. So that would be 3,500 immortal stones, Gravis said. James sighed. "Sure," he said as he handed the weapon over. Gravis quickly made a contract which they both signed. After that, he gave James the money. "Thank you for trading with Gravitas," Gravis said politely. Then he turned to the other customers. "Welcome to the Gravitas. I'm Gravis, the owner. If you have any questions, you can ask my daughter, Xianxia," he said as he gestured to Xianxia. A lot of questions appeared in the customers' minds, but it was not their place to ask these questions. This was obviously personal. After that, Gravis teleported back to the second floor, leaving Xianxia in charge again. James, the runner, sighed and left the Gravitas. He had made a significant loss today. Not only had he handed over a ton of materials, but he also lost a ton of money. At least the shop didn't embarrass him in front of everyone. Yet that could only count as a band-aid on a broken bone. James stepped out of the Gravitas and looked at it with a regretful expression. "Maybe I should start earning money legitimately," he muttered to himself. The Gravitas served a ton of customers on their first day, and in total it made a profit of a little over 30,000 immortal stones without counting the incident with the runner. This didn't sound like much, but that was only the first day with a lot of discounts. When more people knew about the speed and quality of the Gravitas, more people would come to check it out. This was only the start, and it would only get busier with time. The average prices for weapons depended on the cultivation realm of the client. Generally, weapons for someone in the initial Unity realm would cost 5 immortal stones. At the second level, the price would rise to 10, 15, 20, and finally 25 immortal stones at the peak Unity realm. An initial nascent nourishing realm weapon cost 100 immortal stones, which would become 200, 300, 400, 500 at the subsequent levels. Law comprehension weapons started at 1,000 immortal stones and would reach a price of 5,000 at the peak law comprehension realm. Of course, all of these prices were only for standard weapons comprised of an average amount of materials with an average rarity. If someone commissioned something like a spear, shield, or a big club, the price would rise since more materials would be needed for these kinds of weapons. Additionally, materials had different rarities and were useful for different laws, which also changed prices. Yet, one important thing had to be said about the profit of the Gravitas. The policy to sell more weapons by offering to buy them back for 80% of their price later was a massive factor in why the Gravitas earned so much money. It was very possible that, in some years, several of the customers would return to sell this weapon and buy another one, but it wasn't certain that they would directly buy a new one. It could be that the customer would use a weapon they found or commission a different forge. This meant that the Gravitas had to keep a hold of enough money to buy back all the weapons at 80% of their price. Due to that, one could say that the Gravitas only made around 6,000 immortal stones profit. In the short term, this seemed like a stupid decision, but the effect of this policy would only show its results in the long term. Most customers would sell the weapon and immediately commission a new one, which only increased the amount of money that the Gravitas had in its coffers. This would probably also continue for the next couple of purchases. Yet, the crucial part was something else. Cultivators died. For example, when a cultivator purchased 4 weapons for different levels, the Gravitas would make 20% profit from the first 3 weapons and 100% profit from the last one. The Gravitas wouldn't buy their own weapons back from someone that didn't purchase them, at least not at 80%. This had no negative impact on sales since the buyers of the weapons were not affected by this policy and also weren't interested in reselling these weapons. After all, they could sell the weapons back for far more than they could get by selling these weapons themselves. One last point was the fact that, when the Gravitas bought the weapons back, the weapons didn't just vanish. The weapons were still there and would be sold again for the normal price. Gravis only had to do some minor maintenance on them, which only took a second and cost no money. Of course, over time, the number of weapons that the Gravitas owned would rise and rise since they created new ones and bought back old ones. But Gravis had a ton of space in his spirit space. Storing all of these weapons was not an issue. In actuality, having so many weapons just lying around was incredible. Cultivators generally wanted custom-made weapons since they had very specific fighting styles. Yet, from time to time, there would be weapons that just happened to perfectly fit them since someone else had used a similar or maybe even identical fighting style to them before. And that was the critical part. This could be likened to Gravis' comprehension of the initial elemental laws. Back then, he hadn't been able to use these elements but could still use the composition laws to counter the enemy. Of course, if the enemy didn't have one of these elements, the law would be worthless. But when one countered every element, the specifics were not relevant anymore. The same thing was true for weapons. At some point, the Gravitas would have weapons for nearly every conceivable fighting style for every level on every realm. At that point, Gravis wouldn't need to forge anything anymore. He would only have to maintain the weapons, which took 1 second each, to get another 20% of the weapon's worth eventually. At that point, the Gravitas would transform from a forge to basically a weapon lending store. What if the weapons broke? Simple, then they just wouldn't buy the weapon back. After all, it's broken, and that wasn't Gravitas' fault since the weapons had the best possible quality for the materials. With all of that said, Gravis now had an additional 6,000 immortal stones he could spend without having to think about it. Of course, usually he would have to pay Xianxia and Orthar, but they had a different agreement. Gravis would get 50%, Orthar 30%, and Xianxia 20%. Of course, the split of earnings wasn't as important since they would mostly spend money on the same stuff. They were planning to rent one place and everyone would pitch in. The only difference in spending would be the comprehension of different laws. The first day of business of the Gravitas was over, but it didn't close. One shouldn't forget that this was a world of cultivation. No one needed to eat, sleep, or even breathe. Because of that, the shop would be open permanently for the next century with maybe some breaks here and there. After the first day, the next couple of days saw a decline in profits. Yet, by the 15th day, the profits reached the same amount as on the first day again, and they even continued climbing. After the first month, the profits became higher and higher. The reasons for that were two things. One reason was the policy, and the other reason was the speed with which Gravis forged the weapons. Many people didn't like waiting, and they were even willing to pay more if their weapon was finished faster. Of course, with the low prices of the Gravitas, ordering from them became an even better option. By now, Xianxia was very experienced in dealing with different customers, and she managed to process them in an orderly and efficient fashion. Orthar didn't need to help out since there were not nearly enough customers to overwhelm Xianxia. Weapons were generally the most expensive things a cultivator bought for their realm, and they would only buy one per level. This meant that weapons were rarely bought but would cost a ton per purchase. One could compare this to when a mortal would purchase a new home or a new carriage. The Gravitas continued booming, and it would only become crazier from here on out. After 1 month of working, everyone finally got enough money to search for an apartment. The Gravitas had nearly 1 million immortal stones in their coffers, but they had to have around 700,000 immortal stones ready for the situation that maybe everyone would sell back their weapons at the same time. Of course, something like this wouldn't happen, but Gravis always wanted to be safe. He had to be ready for everything, which was why he kept the amount of money ready at all times. Renting the shop for a century cost him 650,000 immortal stones, and he didn't have that amount of money yet to repay his mother without endangering the Gravitas. Yet, judging by how everything looked right now, it wouldn't take more than some months to pay that back. So, Gravis decided to finally rent their place after 1 month of working. This would probably delay the repayment of the loan by a month, but a month was nothing for immortals and gods. Orthar stopped new customers from entering the shop, telling them that they would serve the customers inside the shop until everyone was gone. The new customers complained, but Orthar quickly quelled these complaints by telling them that they would only be closed for a couple of hours. For these cultivators, a couple of hours was about as much as a couple of minutes for mortals. They had no problems with waiting for that bit of time. After everyone was gone, Gravis, Xianxia, and Orthar came out of the shop and closed it. Most of the formation arrays deactivated, changing the shop's color and the color of its aura to a lifeless gray, the sign that a shop was closed. One formation array that hadn't been activated before activated now. This was the formation array specifically designed to keep everyone out of the building that didn't have the fitting residency rings. Could someone steal the residency rings? If some people managed to think about stealing the residency rings, the big companies and managers of the city obviously also thought about that. No one would actually rent or buy a place in this city if someone more powerful could simply steal their identity. Because of that, the residency rings were enchanted by the owners of the buildings. First of all, they couldn't be taken off by anyone but the person. Additionally, even if they could be taken off, no one could activate them as long as they didn't have the fitting aura. How did the residency rings accomplish that? Simple middle world core or. When someone got their residency ring, they only had to attune themselves to it. Of course, since these were only rings and not weapons, one didn't need nearly as much of the middle world core or as when one used a world weapon. To be precise, normal residency rings only had around 0.7% the amount of middle world core or than a world weapon would have. Yet, middle world core or was still middle world core or. In order to crack the attunement of the rings, one would need to have comprehended the high-tier law of the dead world, which was a level 7 law. Only a minority of star gods knew that law, and someone of that power and comprehension wouldn't need to steal some basic residency ring. Someone with that power would only be swayed by truly expensive buildings. Yet, obviously, the truly expensive buildings would be protected by higher world cores, and to crack those, someone needed to know the true law of the dead world, a level 9 law. Only divine gods knew that law. Theoretically, they could crack the residency rings, but ironically, their overwhelming power was the reason why they couldn't do that. Someone with that amount of power was under constant supervision of the absolute elite in the city. Divine gods were very rare, and whenever a divine god appeared, every other divine god would constantly keep track of them. On top of that, the official highest authority of the city would never allow their rules to be undermined. Who was the official highest authority of the city? It was the leader of the company that managed the guards and rules. In order to keep the money flowing, everyone had to feel safe inside the city. Otherwise, people wouldn't be as willing to settle here. The more people came to this city, the better it was for the company. The leader was someone at the absolute peak of the divine god realm. He was only missing a single step to become a heavens magnate. Yet, how difficult was it to take this last step? How many cultivators ever managed to take this last step? The leader of the company had tried everything but never succeeded in taking the last step. Because of that, he stopped cultivating and decided to live his life out in peace. Yet, one should never forget that this leader was still a peak divine god. 99% of divine gods were weaker than him, making the city incredibly safe, but there were still exceptions. The opposer was an obvious exception, but he didn't care about anything. The entire city could be destroyed by someone, and he wouldn't care at all. This city had his name, but it had nothing to do with him. One could compare this situation to the opposer being a powerful, sleeping beast, and everyone else being some weaker animals walking around it. He didn't care about these animals. As long as they didn't climb on top of his body or bit him, they could do whatever they wanted. Another exception was the Black Magnate. As a heavens magnate, only other heavens magnates could rival him. When the Black Magnate talked to Gravis, the official leader of the city was incredibly nervous. He had simply hoped that the Black Magnate wouldn't do anything terrible. Luckily, except for a bit of stopping time and some earthquakes, the Black Magnate didn't do anything else. Overall, the situation passed without any issues. The last exception was Gravis' mother. Even though Gravis' mother was also a heavens magnate, she hadn't achieved this realm independently. So, the leader of the city was sure that he could actually easily win against Gravis' mother in a fight. After all, he had achieved all of his power on his own. Of course, this was only a hypothetical scenario that would never happen. The opposer might allow people to go against his kids when these kids decided to join the path of cultivation, but attacking his wife? Never. Luckily, the opposer's wife was a very peaceful and approachable being. She was only interested in her hobby, making money. On top of that, she loved competition. She didn't want to win against her competition because of her status but because of her abilities. So, even if someone managed to pull a fast one over her, she would actually become even more excited. Nevertheless, all of this explaining was only to show how trustworthy the security of the city was. The residency rings couldn't be cracked easily, which meant that the gravitas was safe from any invading force that would actually care about entering the building. Gravis turned to Orthar and Yursi with a smirk. Let's get ourselves an awesome apartment. Gravis had already informed himself about some good places. After all, not just any apartment would do. Some immortals were willing to buy a tiny closet just to get a residency ring, but Gravis had other plans. He wanted a place with a lot of space, beauty, and methods to increase his comprehension of laws. He didn't want to share rooms with anyone else. Sure, Orthar and Yursi would live with him, but they wouldn't all want to cultivate in the same room. After all, everyone was interested in different laws. Taking turns in comprehending laws was insanely wasteful in Gravis' mind. Because of that, around 70% of the apartment complexes fell through. Most people were only interested in the residency ring that allowed them to visit the stores. This city had everything that one could buy, and the good shops only allowed people inside that had a residency ring. Due to that, theoretically, there were far, far more inhabitants than one would think. In actuality, around 90% of the official inhabitants of the city weren't even in the city. They were outside cultivating. These people only paid rent for a tiny closet apartment to have access to the city's shops. Of course, there were also a ton of people that actually lived in this city, and when there's a need, there's a business opportunity. The last 30% of apartment complexes were catered to immortals who lived and cultivated in the city. What about gods? Gods wouldn't live in some apartments. They would either straight up buy their own building or live somewhere else. This city had a ton of stuff for immortals, but when one became a god, it was far harder to find the stuff they needed. These advanced things could only be found outside the city, in powerful sects. Gravis went over to a building he had already scouted out. From the outside, it looked like a lovely one-family home, but inside, there were thousands of kilometers of cultivation land and apartments. This was an apartment complex catered towards actually cultivating immortals and immortal kings. One could say that this complex was for the very rich immortals and poor immortal kings. The three of them entered the apartment complex without an issue. Surprisingly, this apartment complex also required someone to have a residency ring to enter. Well, that was to be expected, actually. If someone didn't even have the money to rent a closet, they wouldn't have the money to rent these luxurious apartments. After entering, the three of them found themselves in a small office. In order to conserve the amount of space the apartment complex had, the main hall was only comprised of a small office. After all, the inhabitants directly teleported to their own apartments and wouldn't go through here. Behind a small desk in the middle of the office, the three of them could see a beautiful woman dressed in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt. "Welcome," she said with a smile as she stood up from her desk. After walking around it, she slightly bowed in front of the three of them politely. "How can I help you?" she asked. "Hello," Gravis said. "We would like to rent an apartment for the three of us. We want 3 separate cultivation rooms and a beautiful, central landscape where we can meet if we want." The smile of the woman widened. "That's not a problem. We have plenty of these kinds of apartments," she said. "Though, there is one small procedure we have to take care of first." "Money?" Gravis asked. The woman nodded shyly. "Yes, please display at least 50,000 immortal stones to prove that you have the funds. I trust that you have the funds, but my boss would kill me if I skipped this step." Gravis chuckled a bit. "No problem," he said. Then, he summoned the 300,000 immortal stones they could theoretically spend without endangering the gravitas. Thanks to the law of space, the entire room wasn't filled to the brim with the immortal stones. "Thank you," the woman said in a cheerful tone. "Well then, when would you like to start renting? If you plan to rent an apartment at a later date, you have more options to choose from." "We want to start renting in about 95 to 99 years, Gravis said. "We just recently opened our own shop, and we're making a lot of money. Of course, we will be in our shop for the entire duration of the lease, which is why we are only searching for an apartment in around 95 to 99 years. The woman nodded a couple of times. "We can definitely work with that," she said. "How long do you plan to rent the apartment?" "We don't know yet," Gravis said. "We don't know the prices for tools to assist in law comprehension yet. Most of our money will probably go to that, but we will probably stay here for several centuries." "That's good to know," she said. "This helps me to find a more fitting apartment. Some of our apartments have built-in areas for specific laws, which would be a more cost-efficient way of comprehending laws. After all, not everyone has the funds to cultivate with the assistance of riddle tomes or virtualization arrays." "I take it you wish to rent an apartment with a centralized landscape and 3 separate areas with virtualization arrays enabled?" she asked. "Yes, that's what we're looking for," Gravis said. "What's a virtualization array?" Virtualization array is short for Law Virtualization Formation Array. A virtualization array could transform an area into a place that perfectly demonstrated one or several laws. Additionally, even though virtualization was in the name, a virtualization array actually physically transformed the entire place. It was not just an image but an actual transformation. One could say that virtualization arrays were mobile and optimized law comprehension areas. Natural law comprehension areas often had a ton of different laws mixed in, with many laws only being there partially. In comparison, a virtualization array perfectly demonstrated an entire law, making it far more efficient. Yet, these virtualization arrays were incredibly expensive. The main reason was that using a virtualization array didn't create any dependence. The highest world had a mountain of different methods to comprehend laws, nearly all of them cheaper than virtualization arrays. Yet, the cheaper the method, the more dependence one would have on these methods. One of the cheapest methods was to directly transfer a law into the spirit or soul of someone. Someone with some laws regarding the mind was able to engrave the knowledge of a law into someone else's mind. Of course, only if that person allowed it to happen. Like this, someone would instantly comprehend a law. So, theoretically, someone could directly teach someone the entire middle law of the dead world instantly. Of course, the problem with that was that the person had not comprehended the law on their own, giving them no experience in comprehending laws. This meant that there were instances in which an immortal understood the law of the dead world but wasn't even able to understand a level 2 or level 3 law without tempering. And the more powerful one got, the more complex the relevant laws became. This meant if one had used this method once, there was a considerable likelihood that they would need to use it again to make any progress, creating a dependency. Even worse, the providers that gave these services knew exactly what effect they had on others. Due to that, the first 3 services for level 1 laws and the first service for level 2 laws were free of charge. Additionally, the prices for level 1 laws were so low that even a poor person in the Unity realm could afford it. For the level 2 laws, a Unity realm cultivator would need to save up a little bit, but it would still not be a problem to buy that. Level 3 laws were also cheap, only needing the average wealth of an early nascent nourishing cultivator. Yet, starting at the level 4 laws, the price skyrocketed to be even more expensive than virtualization arrays for level 4 laws. Sadly, the customers had no other option but to pay if they wanted to become more powerful. These customers had already bought several level 1 and level 2 laws. Yet, these level 1 and level 2 laws were the most important laws for every cultivator. Understanding these laws was what gave the cultivators the experience they needed to comprehend the more complex ones. These laws were the basics and the easiest to understand. So, the poor customers were already in a downward spiral, which they couldn't escape from on their own. This was the cruelest and most damaging way to comprehend laws. A less damaging way would be to slowly learn the law from a teacher. The cultivator would receive a bit of experience, but not nearly as much as when they understood the law on their own. The method that most cultivators used was riddle tomes. These were books that were specifically written in such a way that one would only be able to decipher the riddles if they made progress in a law. This book didn't teach the laws but only served as an indicator if the cultivator correctly understood the laws. Sometimes it happened that cultivators came to wrong conclusions while comprehending laws, which led them in the wrong direction. These riddle tomes existed to keep the person on the right track. The riddle tomes were the most efficient way to comprehend laws. They were still expensive but not nearly expensive as the virtualization arrays, and they only created a slight dependency. Meanwhile, virtualization arrays were the most expensive, except for some genuinely exotic methods, but were also dependency-free. They simply showed a law comprehension area. That was it. Everything else depended on the cultivator. The woman was happy when she heard that Gravis was looking for an apartment with a spot for 3 separate virtualization arrays. This was a big customer. The woman summoned around 100 different jade tokens, which floated over to Gravis. These tokens give you an image of our apartments, which will be available in 95 years. Some of these apartments currently have tenants, and we can't just enter these apartments, the woman said with an apologetic smile. Gravis nodded. Thanks, he said. The jade tokens floated around him, and Gravis turned to Orthar and Yursi. Let's check them out, he said with a smirk. Yursi smiled in excitement while Orthar remained silent, but he was very intrigued deep inside. One of the jade tokens floated between them, and they all looked at it. As soon as they concentrated on the token, they felt their senses being pulled into it, and they finally saw the appearance of the apartment. It was like the apartment was inside the jade token. Yet, could this really be called an apartment? They entered a mountain range filled with volcanoes and lava. This looked very similar to the law comprehension area Gravis had been in when he comprehended the composition law of fire. Gravis looked at this mountain range and even noticed that the entire composition law of fire was displayed here. Someone could use this room to understand the composition law of fire without any issues. That was truly incredible. On top of that, the mountain range was about 50 kilometers across. Orthar and Yursi looked with wonder at the mountain range. This was an apartment? This was obviously a law comprehension area. Gravis exited the jade token while Orthar and Yursi continued looking around. When Gravis exited, he turned his gaze to the woman from earlier. Are you sure this is an apartment? He asked. The woman laughed. Yes, this is one of our apartments, she said. The centralized area where you can all meet also serves as a free law comprehension area. All of our apartments have a centralized law comprehension area for an initial law. This is one of our services. Gravis had known a lot about the highest world, but he was still shocked about the sheer luxury. Having an entire law comprehension area acting as their living room? Sure enough, his mother had been right. The people running these places knew exactly what cultivators wanted. Gravis' spirit sense entered the jade token again. Father, look, Yursi said with excitement as she pulled Gravis' spirit sense in a seemingly random direction. Gravis chuckled a bit and allowed his senses to be pulled by his daughter. In an instant, their senses stopped before a gigantic door nearly 5 kilometers tall. This door was built inside one of the tallest mountains. I think this is one of our 3 rooms, Yursi said. Gravis checked the entire mountain range out, and sure enough, there were 2 other doors. It seems so, Gravis said. Wanna go inside? Yursi asked Gravis with excitement. Gravis laughed a bit. Sure, he said. The 2 of them entered, but the inside was surprisingly barren. There was nothing. It was simply an empty square room, 10 by 10 by 10 kilometers big. Yursi frowned when she saw the room, but Gravis quickly understood. Gravis pulled Yursi to the middle of the room. There, at the floor in the middle of the room, was a tiny hole just big enough to fit a jade token in. I think this hole is for the virtualization array, Gravis said. As soon as you put the virtualization array in this hole, the entire room will probably transform into a law comprehension area. You think? Yursi asked with skepticism. She hadn't had much contact with formation arrays, which was why she was so skeptical. Let me ask, Gravis said. Gravis exited the jade token and looked at the receptionist again. Could you show us a visual of how the cultivation rooms would look like with a virtualization array? Gravis asked. Sure, the receptionist said. But the room won't have the laws for obvious reasons. Is there any specific law you wish showcased? She asked. Could you show us one for punishment lightning? Gravis asked. No problem, the receptionist said. I just so happen to know this law. Gravis nodded. Thank you, he said. No problem. Gravis entered the room again and looked at it. Some seconds later, a small jade token entered the hole in the middle, and the entire room began transforming. The walls turned into dark clouds. Some seconds later, thunder and lightning rumbled around the room as lightning bolts exited one cloud and entered another. Some more seconds later, some clouds left the wall of the room and started floating around the room. After a minute, the entire room was filled with small and big clouds filled with lightning. Gravis and Xianxia looked around in wonder. The barren room had transformed into a seemingly living storm filled with punishment lightning. Orthar also quickly arrived and looked at the room with fanatic interest. Sure enough, it had been the correct decision to go to the highest world. "This is amazing," Xianxia said with astonishment. "I would have never thought that something like this was possible." Gravis nodded. "I'm also very impressed." Orthar also nodded wordlessly. The three of them looked around for a bit but decided to exit the jade token. The central area was not to their liking. After that, they entered several more jade tokens. One was filled with storms, while others were filled with water, light, darkness, and even blood or flesh. There were all kinds of different apartments available. After looking through all the jade tokens, they were stuck between two of them. One had a forest, while the other one had a massive lake in the middle. Orthar wanted the one with the lake, while Xianxia wanted the one with the forest. Gravis was fine with both of them. Both options had their strong point. The one with the lake demonstrated the composition of water, while the one in the forest demonstrated the composition of bark. The one with the lake had the additional advantage that it reminded them of the Grand Lake in the Middle World. Yet, the one with the forest was still in the running due to Gravis' conversation with the black magnate. Neither Orthar nor Xianxia knew anything about plants. After some time, they would have no problems with understanding water, but taking a step into the life laws of plants was harder. The black magnate had said that looking at something one already understood was not as enchanting as looking at something one didn't understand. Because of that, Gravis believed that the forest would be more attractive for a longer period of time. After thinking for about a while, Gravis turned to the receptionist again. "Can we commission a remodeling?" Gravis asked. "Sure, but you need to provide the funds," she said. The two jade tokens floated over to the receptionist. "Can we combine these two?" Gravis asked. Then, he showed the receptionist an image of the Grand Lake in their previous middle world. "Is it possible to remodel the apartment so that half of the apartment looks like the beginning of a huge lake while the other half is a forest?" "Sure," she said. "Do you want both laws to be showcased?" "I must warn you, keeping two laws active at all times quintuples the price." Gravis scratched his chin. "How much would that be?" he asked. "The one-time remodeling will cost 200,000 immortal stones. Renting the finished apartment for 1 century will cost 900,000 immortal stones," she said. That was a lot of money, but Gravis was willing to spend that. They had made a profit of 300,000 immortal stones in 1 month. In a year, they would probably make several million, and they would be working for an entire century. After the century, they would probably have several 100 million immortal stones. Renting the apartment for an entire millennium would only cost between 1% to 5%. Gravis nodded. "Please do so, but we currently don't have the funds," Gravis said. "We have only been running our shop for a month. How about we return in a year? Then we can finish the agreement." The receptionist became shocked for the first time. The three of them earned 300,000 immortal stones in only a single month? This was insane for their realm. After some seconds of staring with shock at the three of them, the receptionist smiled again. "Sure," she said. "You can come back whenever you like." Gravis nodded. "Sounds great. See you in a year," he said. "Thank you for your visit. Wish you a good day," the receptionist said with a slight bow. Orthar and Xianxia also said their goodbyes, and the three of them left. "Well, time to get back to work, guys," Gravis said. Orthar and Xianxia nodded. Now, they knew what they were working towards. It was time to earn more money. Years passed. After around 5 years, the Gravitas profits stopped growing and evened out. There were many customers coming in and out per minute, and Xianxia had to keep up with all of them. Sometimes Orthar even had to help out. Sadly, The fact that Orthar had to help out distracted him from his main job, which was to procure new materials and inspect all the visitors. Because of that, some wrong calls were made, and some customers left displeased due to not being treated correctly. Gravis quickly saw the potential damage this could cause over the long run and changed the policy. Now, Wuxia was only responsible for the trade while Gravis took over the exchange. Before that, the customer would talk with Wuxia, exchange materials, the weapon would be delivered to Wuxia, and Wuxia would hand over the weapon to the customer. The last 2 points were taken over by Gravis to make it easier on her. This basically cut Wuxia's work down by 40%, which allowed her to keep up with the customers. With this change, Orthar could return to his normal job. Yet, constantly interacting with customers was stressful. Sure, all of them were powerful cultivators, but dealing with customers for years on end without a pause still put a drain on Wuxia. Because of that, Wuxia got a day off every couple of years. This would seem like pure exploitation for mortals, but one had to remember that powerful cultivators had a far more resilient mindset and could regenerate their concentration far faster. Just 1 hour would have been enough, but Gravis gave her a full day nonetheless. Orthar was rising up to the challenge and was handling it with his full power without running out of energy. Yet, he also never overexerted himself. He was basically functioning like a formation array, perfectly at 100% without going below or above that number. In comparison, Gravis was underworked. Creating the equipment took less time than finalizing the trade. This meant that Wuxia was the bottleneck of the financial flow of the gravitas. Yet Gravis didn't really care. She was doing her best, and she was doing an excellent job. Sure, if he wanted, he could hire an additional helper to increase the money earned in the shop, but he didn't even consider it. If Gravis hired someone new, there would be a huge issue with the distribution of profits. A good receptionist could be hired for 20,000 immortal stones per century. This was excellent pay for that job. Someone in the immortal realm with a soft longevity of 50,000 years only needed to work 100 years to buy 2 appropriate weapons for them. Yet, Gravis couldn't hire someone like that with that pay. After only 10 years, they already made tens of millions of immortal stones. Wuxia would already get several million immortal stones for only working as a receptionist for 10 years. This would transform to tens of millions in a century. This would mean that Wuxia would earn 1,000 times the amount of immortal stones as the second receptionist for the same work. Obviously, this wasn't fair at all, and Gravis would feel like he was exploiting that person. What about giving the receptionist the same pay? That would be ridiculous. The only reason why Wuxia was getting that much was that she was Gravis' daughter and that he wanted to help her. Giving that much money to someone else for being a receptionist was ridiculous. Gravis was not a saint. So, in the end, no one was hired. They would simply continue on like this until the lease of the shop was finished. The years continued passing. After 34 years of running the store, the Gravitas sold its first world weapon. Additionally, since it was the Gravitas that provided the middle world core, an astonishing profit of 10 million immortal stones came out of that one exchange alone. This was the equivalent of more than 1 year of work. After 50 years, they sold their second one. After 83 years, they sold their third one. And after 90 years, a big client arrived. A star god walked into the Gravitas. With his power, he was able to keep himself hidden from everyone, including Gravis. He only observed how everyone worked for several hours and watched how Gravis forged the weapons. This store was not made to resist star gods. After all, why would a star god be interested in such a small store? Because of that, the star god could do whatever he wanted in the Gravitas. Looks good, doesn't it? A voice transmission reached the star god, who nodded. You were right. The weapons are good, and the speed is also incredible for an immortal, the star god answered. So, do you agree? The voice asked. The star god only smirked. Even without coming here to check, I would have accepted either way, he said. Your words are always trustworthy. Thanks, the voice said to the star god. Well, time to meet them, the star god said. After that, he exited the Gravitas and entered as a normal customer. Surprisingly, he didn't skip the queue and waited like everyone else. Meanwhile, Orthar informed Wuxia that he couldn't get any read on that guy, which meant that this was, at least, an immortal. Gravis also checked him out and was shocked. He also couldn't get a read on the guy. One had to know that Gravis was able to even feel the power of an immortal king. So, this person was at least a high-rank immortal king. Interesting, Gravis thought. Then, he immediately contacted the new customer and introduced himself. After a bit of testing each other out, the star god confirmed that he was a star god. He was actually quite surprised when Gravis had said that he was an immortal emperor. Usually, not even highly ranked immortals would come here. A good guess would have been the immortal king realm, but Gravis guessed the immortal emperor realm. Gravis almost couldn't believe that a star god was inside his store. What would someone with such an impressive power want with the gravitas? How many middle world cores do you have? The star god asked. You can see them at the back of the store, Gravis answered. The star god looked at the chunk of middle world core and frowned. We can only equip 1.5 teams with that, he murmured. Teams? Gravis thought. This is obviously a higher-up of some big company, looking to equip several teams with world weapons. Let's try 2 teams, the star god said. Please reserve the world core you currently have. I will provide 3 more later. Gravis saw a metaphorical wave of immortal stones drowning him when he heard that. Sure, he answered. Can we book you out for tomorrow? The star god asked. We want the weapons to be perfect, which requires you to work with the recipients of the weapons. We would like the weapons to be done in 1 day. I have heard that you can do that, he said. Gravis nodded. No problem, he answered. The star god smiled, and a jade token appeared in front of Gravis on the 2nd floor. Please come to this address tomorrow and show the receptionist the jade token. She will bring you to the correct place. Gravis nodded. Will do, he said with an excited smile. The star god said his goodbyes and left while Gravis activated another formation array. This formation array showed a deadline when the shop would close and for how long it would be closed. It would close in 15 hours and would remain closed for 48 hours, just to be sure. The customers noticed the change but didn't really care. 15 hours was more than enough to finish their business. Yursi and Orthar were also surprised. What had happened? We are going to make a huge amount of money tomorrow, Gravis said with a smirk. I was just contacted by a star god for an order of 10 world weapons. Yursi and Orthar were shocked. A star god? Meeting a star god was actually even rarer than meeting an ancestral god due to the opposer's actions around a century ago. This meant that every living star god was either related to the opposer or had reached that realm in the last century. Obviously, there were not many of them. Luckily, due to the incredible amount of higher worlds, one peak immortal emperor after the other arrived in the highest world. The higher worlds were shitting out peak immortal emperors like crazy. Because of that, the population of star gods was also recovering. Which company is he from? Orthar asked. The fact that he ordered several world weapons for Immortals meant that he was inside some big company. Gravis looked at the jade token and was shocked. He knew that place. This was the research company, the company that he had been part of. Additionally, the jade token had one addendum at the end. Your brother says hi. Gravis visited his old place of employment alone. He wouldn't need Orthar or Yursi here. Instead, Orthar walked around the city, procuring more materials again. Usually, he always had to quickly run and get materials when there were fewer customers since the gravitas was going through materials like crazy. Yet, with the gravitas being closed for 2 days, Orthar decided that this was just the perfect opportunity for Orthar to get more. Meanwhile, Yursi decided to spend the next 2 days with her grandparents and relax. Yursi and Gravis' mother hit it off rather well. Gravis' mother was very fond of Yursi's humble and approachable mindset. The fact that Yursi looked like a killing machine was no deterrent to her. Gravis entered the building and looked at the familiar hall. Whenever he had come to class back then as a research assistant, he had gone through this hallway. He still remembered greeting the receptionist every time with his best friend. What was his name again? Gravis couldn't really remember the name of that friend back then. It just had been far too long, but he still remembered how he had felt when that friend died in the first practical exam. Yet, that was to be expected. Some people would have thought that the death rate was only there to scare the new students. After all, which company would allow their recruits to die? Of course, such thoughts were naive. The cultivation world was cruel, and only very few managed to get back from the lower world. If they couldn't even get through these practical exams, they would have no hope of coming back to the highest world. Luckily, their families received a generous one-time payment when the students had signed up. The payment was comprised of 3 immortal stones. That was generous? One had to remember that the teenagers that went into this company came from weak backgrounds. These backgrounds couldn't even afford proper cultivation techniques for their children, and even if they could, this powerful company obviously gave better training. After all, it was the company's business to get as many people to ascend as possible. They were pretty good at it. With these 3 immortal stones, the families could give another heir a powerful start or use it for their own lives. 3 immortal stones was a ton of wealth. In the lower world, Gravis had used spirit stones to buy all of his stuff. He still remembered that he had needed a little less than 6,000 spirit stones to reach the spirit-forming realm. Yet, 3 immortal stones would count as 3 million spirit stones, which was the equivalent of an entire elemental sect in the lower world. This showed how much 3 immortal stones were for these families. "Can I help you?" the receptionist asked as she saw Gravis spacing out. Gravis quickly shook his head to break out of his nostalgia. "Yes," Gravis said with a polite smile as he summoned the jade token in front of her. "I'm here to meet someone." The receptionist nodded with a smile and checked the jade token. When she saw the contents, her eyes widened in surprise. This was an important guest. The receptionist stood up. "Please follow me," she said as she walked down a hallway. "Sure," Gravis said as he followed her. While Gravis was walking, he was also checking out the different rooms he had access to with his spirit. If the company didn't want him to snoop, they would just isolate these rooms. That literally cost no immortal stones and wouldn't need more than a mere thought. Gravis saw several classes with young cultivators being taught. When Gravis saw that, he fell into nostalgia again. Gravis also very quickly found a familiar face. It was a bored-looking, mid-Unity realm cultivator teaching a class of teenagers. This was Gravis' old teacher. Gravis still remembered how it had been that teacher that told him of his friend's demise. Additionally, Gravis also remembered how he had curbed Gravis' will aura before the final practical exam. However, that was understandable. Gravis had had his will aura constantly unleashed, and when someone unleashed their will aura on Gravis today, he would also take that as an act of aggression. What was his name again? Gravis thought with furrowed brows. "I think it started with an M," he thought as he scratched his chin. "Are you interested in our classes, sir?" the receptionist asked from in front of Gravis. "I can tell you more about them if you're interested." Gravis only smiled. "No need. I was in one myself," he said. This made the receptionist halt. "You were?" she asked. "But I don't recognize you. I have a pretty good memory." Gravis showed his obsidian ring. "I'm called Gravis," he said. "Oh," the receptionist said as she immediately remembered the small kid from back then. At first, that kid had been timid and nervous but then turned into a cold and unapproachable killing machine. This small kid survived? Additionally, he was already an immortal? "Sorry for not recognizing you earlier, Gravis," she said. More approachable now. "I still remember you, but you really changed. What happened?" Gravis had to laugh a bit as he fell back into memories. "I returned very quickly and got my research adept emblem. Sadly, someone in the Sky community stole it from me back then, making it impossible for me to return here. Yet, thanks to my background, the loss of the emblem was not an issue. I could have simply bought a new one from some random trader, but there was no need. My father was the one that sent me to the next middle world," he said. The receptionist sighed. "I never was a fan of this policy. Young people make mistakes. Disallowing them from continuing just because they lost something seems far too extreme to me. But what can I do? I'm just a receptionist." "Well, sometimes there are just shitty policies," Gravis said in a joking manner. The two of them talked about the old times but stopped when they arrived in front of a door. The receptionist opened the door and motioned for Gravis to enter. Gravis thanked her and entered. Gravis stepped into a humongous and chaotic area. At first, Gravis was quite surprised about the look of the area, but when he inspected it closely with his spirit, he grew shocked. This was the best law comprehension area he had ever seen. It was a relatively flat room, 10 by 10 kilometers big. At one spot was a lava lake, while there was an even hotter lava lake beside it. At another spot, Gravis saw two different kinds of water. There were even an insane amount of ore and materials in this place. There are so many laws demonstrated here, Gravis thought with widened eyes. There are even several level 3 laws. This is absolutely insane. Gravis looked with surprise at the areas when he heard a voice. "Hey, new guy!" Someone transmitted to him as the person teleported in front of Gravis. "You're late. The others are already waiting." Gravis looked at the person. It was a middle-aged man in the late Minor Revolution Immortal realm. "I'm sorry, but I think stop your excuses," the man shouted as he interrupted Gravis. "I won't have latecomers in my class." And then that man constricted the space around Gravis and pulled him into a certain direction. He had also summoned his avatar while doing so, and Gravis saw that the avatar was comprised of the 3 primal forces, space, time, and gravity. Quite a powerful avatar. Gravis' eyes narrowed, and he summoned his own avatar. Plop! The Immortal was surprised as he suddenly lost hold of Gravis. He still felt that his space constriction was active, but Gravis suddenly simply popped out of it. It was like a slippery eel had glided out of his hands. "Huh?" he uttered as he looked at Gravis again. He reactivated his space confinement and pulled Gravis. Plop! But Gravis wasn't even moved a little bit. It was like the space around him was a liquid, and he was a heavy stone, pressed into him, but in the end, it only managed to flow around him. The Immortal blinked several times in surprise as he couldn't comprehend this situation. Why didn't his space confinement work? It had always worked, and even if it didn't, his space confinement would have needed to be broken first, either by a powerful law or by the space law of someone else. But something else quickly gained the attention of the Immortal. Gravis' avatar. He had never seen an avatar that looked like this, but that wasn't what grabbed his attention. What grabbed his attention was the fact that Gravis had an avatar in the first place. "You're not supposed to condense your avatar yet," the Immortal shouted. "You were supposed to wait until we found the correct law for you. Now I have to contact my manager and inform him about your decision." Gravis only looked into the Immortal's eyes. Obviously, this was a misunderstanding. "I'm not one of your students," Gravis said. The Immortal was taken aback. "You're not?" he asked. "No, I'm the forger that is supposed to make the weapons for 2 teams, Gravis said. "Oh," the Immortal said. "Then, please excuse my rude behavior. I thought that you were one of my students." Gravis nodded but didn't smile. "No problem. What was going on?" This person believed Gravis just like this? Not only had the Immortal not doubted Gravis' words, but he had immediately accepted them as the absolute truth. One had to remember that there were probably fewer than 10 early minor circulation Immortals that had comprehended the law of the dead world. On top of that, none of those would want to forge some weapons. These Immortals didn't need money since they were the core disciples of the peak sex. Additionally, this Immortal was supposed to have the ability to create a world weapon in just some hours. No sane person would believe any of that. Yet, the Immortal didn't even doubt Gravis. Why was that? Simple, the law of honesty. Powers could be used with peaceful intentions in mind and with malicious intentions. Darkness could protect and shroud its allies, but it could also poison them. The law of honesty was not different in this sense. The law of honesty could show the honest mindset of the cultivator, but it could also overpower the mind of someone else. When Gravis said that he was the forger, the law of honesty directly told the Immortal that Gravis had spoken the absolute truth, no matter how unbelievable it was. One had to remember that the chances of running across an Immortal with the law of the dead world were far lower than running across a random, 9-headed chicken. The thing that defined the power of the law of honesty was the will aura, surprisingly. Nearly no laws used the will aura as a medium. Nearly all laws used the energy inside the cultivator to fuel their power. Only the emotional and situational laws used the will aura as a medium. If Gravis told the truth to someone with a more powerful will aura than him, after level suppression, this person would realize that Gravis believed that he was telling the truth. Their critical thinking was still active. They would also recognize the law of honesty. If the will auras had about equal strength after level suppression, the person would not be able to tell if Gravis was using the law of honesty or the laws of deceit or lies. Ironically, this meant that the law of honesty was at its weakest against someone just as powerful while being more effective against someone more powerful. Yet, if the person had a weaker will aura after level suppression, they would take Gravis' words at face value without any critical thinking. Of course, that was only true when Gravis really said the truth. After all, the law of honesty only worked with honest claims. Misdirection and half-truths belonged to the law of deceit. This immortal had a will aura more powerful than their realm. In actuality, his will aura had reached the power of the early major circulation realm, one level higher than themselves. Yet, due to him only being 2 levels above Gravis, his level couldn't counteract the overwhelming power of a will aura on the level of an immortal king. Because of that, the immortal believed absolutely everything Gravis just said without questioning his words. Did Gravis have any kind of reservations about using his power like this? No. Why would he? He was simply stating the truth. It didn't matter if someone was forced into believing in his words. They were the truth anyway. Sadly, this situation was not so clear-cut. One could argue that taking away the ability of someone to evaluate claims, even if they were the truth, bordered on brainwashing or slavery. Yet, others might say that it didn't matter as long as the claims were true. But shouldn't everyone have the freedom to deny the truth? But wouldn't denying the truth mean running away from life? But was the truth really the truth? What if someone wholeheartedly believed something to be true when it wasn't? The law of honesty would still work then. This situation was not simple. Yet Gravis didn't care. His opinion was that there was no issue with forcing someone to believe the truth. He was simply stating what he thought to be the truth. Was there anything wrong with simply saying what one thought to be the truth? Please follow me. The team is already waiting for you, the immortal said. Yet Gravis only looked at the immortal. Do you know that I have just used the law of honesty on you? Gravis asked. The immortal nodded. I know, but I'm not one to run away from the truth, he said politely. If you hadn't used the law, I would not have believed you. In the worst-case scenario, I might have even offended you, ruining a great trade between our companies. How are you so sure that I used the law of honesty and not one of the other two? Gravis asked. The immortal scratched the side of his head in thought. By myself, I couldn't be sure. Obviously, your will aura is far stronger than mine, which makes it impossible for me to discern truth from falsehood. Then he extended his right index finger. But the place gives me assurance, he said with a smile. No immortal would dare to lie to an employee of the research company inside their very building over something that involves so many immortal stones. Several immortal emperors keep watch over everything in the building, and if you had lied, you wouldn't be here anymore. Therefore, even if I wouldn't have believed you, I would still be certain that what you have said is the truth. After all, we are talking about around 100 million immortal stones here. I know my worth, and I know that I am not powerful enough to be trusted with such an insane amount of wealth. Gravis scratched his chin but nodded in the end. Makes sense, he said. All right, could you please bring me to the 10 people that require my weapons? Also, I need 3 more middle world cores for all 10 weapons. I only have enough for 7. That won't be a problem, the immortal said with a smile. Follow me. Then, the 2 of them teleported to a location inside the room which had 10 immortals standing around just talking. As the 2 of them appeared, the 10 immortals bowed politely in greeting. Greetings, teacher, they said in unison. The teacher nodded once and gestured to Gravis. This is the person that will be forging your world weapons. The 10 of them looked at Gravis but quickly furrowed their brows when they felt his power. Gravis was only an early minor circulation immortal, the same level as them. This immortal was supposed to be able to forge world weapons in such a short amount of time. Humph! A burly-looking young man harumphed with disdain, and Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Gravis looked at the man. You seem unconvinced, he commented. The guy harumphed again. No, I believe our teacher, he said. But I just can't believe that you have thrown away your future in order to make money now. The other 9 kept themselves out of this, though they were on the burly man's side. Elaborate, Gravis said. You know exactly what I mean, the man said with a sneer. To make money, you decided to artificially learn the law of the dead world. There is no other way. After all, no early minor circulation immortal can possibly comprehend such a powerful law. Not everyone knew that there were immortals out there that understood the law of the dead world. What makes you so sure? Gravis asked. Stop these meaningless questions, the guy said. You're only here to make our weapons, not to defend your fragile ego. Gravis' brows furrowed, and he looked at the teacher. The teacher only kept himself out with a smile. Am I allowed to activate my will aura? Gravis asked the teacher evenly. Go ahead. As long as you don't kill or cripple someone, everything goes, the teacher said. Gravis looked back at the burly man. Yet, the burly man only laughed a bit. Seems like your attempt of showing off your power backfired, he said. You expected that our teacher would say that fighting is forbidden, right? Sadly for you, we are not conflict-averse. His laughter continued. On top of that, you decided to threaten me with your will aura? Me? The one with the most powerful battle strength out of everyone present, he said. But when he saw his teacher's frown, he corrected himself. Except our teacher, of course. I know 5 level 3 laws, rookie, the burly man said. If you want to have a go, simply say so. I'll gladly accompany you. Otherwise, hurry up and make our weapons. Suddenly, Gravis relaxed as he looked to the side. The burly man saw this as a sign of weakness and spat to the side. Knew it, he said. It has been a while, Gravis said. You're still talking? The burly man said. Gravis looked back at the burly man. I have been in a natural world for the past 2,000 years, Gravis said. This world was full of beasts, and nearly no beasts acted like this. I have completely forgotten that this was a common mindset amongst human cultivators. What? The burly man said with a sneer. You're not only someone that threw their future away, but also a grandpa? Who the fuck takes 2,000 years to become an immortal? Even the slowest among us only took 800 years. 2,000 years, he said as he laughed loudly. Man, 2 entire fucking 1,000 years. Gravis looked at the burly man, but his face didn't show any ill will. He only looked at the person with pity. This was someone that had been blinded by their own accomplishments so much that the thought of someone more superior than them on their level didn't exist. One had to remember that a middle world could only count as a puddle. In comparison, a higher world would be a lake, and the highest world would be an unimaginably vast ocean. This person had been the most powerful person in his tiny puddle and jumped into the ocean, thinking that he's also the most powerful there. When he had initially heard the man's words, Gravis felt a bit annoyed, but the more that man spoke, the more Gravis' annoyance vanished. The reason for that was Gravis' dwindling respect for the man. When a stranger insulted someone, it was annoying. Someone might even become a bit angry. When a friend insulted someone, it was hurtful. Yet, when a kid insulted someone, it was meaningless. The kid didn't know anything about the world, and the kid's mind had not been fully developed yet. They were talking about things they had no idea about. One couldn't fault such a kid for coming to these conclusions. After all, they were simply kids. This was how Gravis viewed this person. This person had no idea what he was doing. Gravis sighed as he lamented about the stupid person. Initially, he had planned to teach him a lesson, to show him that there were people far more powerful than him out there. Yet, Gravis decided against that. He would do absolutely nothing. Why? Because Gravis didn't care about this man. Showing someone that they were wrong was showing them what they could do better. If Gravis face-slapped this poor man, he would allow him to see the error in his way. Yet, why should Gravis give him a chance to better himself? With such a mindset, this person would not survive the higher world. Gravis could increase the man's chances to survive the higher world by showing him the error in his mindset, but he decided against it. This person had nothing to do with him. Please tell me what kind of weapons you want, Gravis said. The 10 students sneered in arrogance. Sure enough, the forger was only bluffing. The teacher furrowed his brows. This was not good. In a different room inside the building, someone else also furrowed his brows. Then he sighed. This is not good, he said to himself. This was the star god that had commissioned Gravis' services. One of the reasons why he had commissioned Gravis was to show the new researchers that there were taller mountains behind the horizons. Whenever a new researcher appeared from the middle worlds, they had a high likelihood of being quite arrogant. After all, they could already see that 90% of immortals in the city were weak. Additionally, they had just dominated an entire world. Gravis was supposed to show them what amazing people lived in the highest world. He was supposed to humble them and show them that they needed to work even harder on themselves. Yet, Gravis let them play and feel powerful in front of him. The star god sighed again. Seems like my plan backfired. Instead of curbing their arrogance, they became even more arrogant. After some seconds, the star god contacted Gravis. 1 million extra immortal stones if you show them the error of their ways, he said. I apologize, Gravis answered politely. But I'm a forger, not a teacher. It is not my job to teach your students. The star god sighed again. Okay. Excuse me for the inappropriate request, he answered. It's okay, Gravis answered. Meanwhile, in an entirely different office, someone was drinking some coffee as he watched all of this. I wonder, does this development have something to do with Gravis' law of freedom? Orpheus mused with a smile. Lerner had incorporated Gravis into his plan without informing him of it first. If someone were pedantic, they could say that this is a form of suppression. And just like this, the carefully laid out plan of a star god backfired, Orpheus said with a slight chuckle to himself. I think, by now, Gravis doesn't even consciously go against every form of suppression. His entire being just instinctively fights against anything that encroaches on his freedom. And with this, the path the day would take had been set. Under the students' scornful eyes and the teacher's worried eyes, Gravis created 10 perfect world weapons. The additional 3 world cores had been delivered by an immortal king after Gravis had been halfway done. The rude behavior of the 10 of them didn't influence the quality of Gravis' weapons. It took Gravis around 15 hours to finish all weapons, and the students told Gravis that the weapons were good enough. Gravis didn't really care. When Gravis was done, the star god appeared and gave Gravis his payment, 79 million immortal stones. Gravis thanked the star god and left the building. The star god looked at the students, who were demeaning Gravis, and sighed. Then he turned to their teacher. Try to find a way to curb their arrogance, he said. I'll try, but it's not easy, the teacher said. This would have been our best opportunity. Just do your best, the star god said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Then he teleported away. Gravis didn't think more about these kids. To him, they were dancing fools on the edge of a volcano that was about to erupt. If they wanted, they could continue dancing, even if they danced themselves to death.